I'm gonna do my intro.
Everybody know who I want next. I
Stop
want
sharing.
Terence Crawford next.
We're gonna make that happen.
Everybody know who I want next. I want Terence Crawford next.
We're gonna make that happen.
Huh?
We're gonna make that happen.
Oh, definitely. That's the fight
On my
that I
internet.
want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm gonna get these straps and I'm gonna go over there and take his shit too.
All right.
On my internet was
Errol,
like,
congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
Everybody know who I want next. I want Terence Crawford next.
We're gonna make that happen.
Huh?
We're gonna make that happen.
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm gonna get these straps and I'm gonna go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Now, strap season, I know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switched codes, but he codes with focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. With my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe. I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a piece, man. I ain't got no time for appeasement. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up!
If I let my dogs off the leash, then you might want to get out of Dodge by the evening. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind at the evening.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a... When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athletes. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. With my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibe. I'm the kingpin.
what's happening? What's happening? Let me cut that out. What's going on, y'all? What's happening, man? I had to look at it on my phone because it looked like the dang internet. Can you hear me, Steve?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, man. It's like look like I had a little technical difficulties. This thing StreamYard is out of control this morning. Let's see.
Yeah, man.
What's going on, y'all? Naughty Cash. What's going on? Ben Israel in the building. Bruce, Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more. What's happening? Cash Crypto. What's happening with you? No Mercy. What's happening, brother? And Gantz, my brother. What's happening, bro? Yo, what's happening, y'all? Good to
What's
see
up?
you.
What's
Now,
up,
I
everybody?
hope y'all I hope y'all having a good weekend and a good life out there, man. We were looking at what's going on, TZ Franks, what's happening in the building. Um, man, we were looking at I did a video from I saw that True School Sports he had a interview with Tim Bradley. And
Tim
Tim
Bradley.
Bradley, yeah, he was talking about Spence, man. He was saying finally, what I'm saying, Tim Bradley act like he didn't know Errol Spence Jr. could fight off his back foot, bro. And so, in this interview, said True School, he leaned towards Terence Crawford, no problem, you know what I'm saying? And he says the reason why, I love how he breaks it down. What I'm saying? He's really impressed by what I'm saying, Bud's athletic abilities. And he just liked the way the man fight. What I'm saying, the man knocked out his last, what I'm saying, six opponents, not 10, y'all. His last six. Okay. So
Last seven. I thought it was 7 or 8, but go
That's
ahead, go
my
ahead. Don't let me.
this is my boy Steve O right here. He's the number one Bud fan, you know what I'm saying? So, we
What's
try to
good,
keep it
man?
copacetic over here, you know what I'm saying? He tried to keep it in check so we don't go too far off the rails. But, what I'm saying, Tim Bradley, he was saying, you know, Errol Spence Jr. could fight off his back foot. And I was like, bro, what I'm saying? If you just look
Mm-hmm.
at the film, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you don't have to go back many fights. Against Kell Brook, he fought off the back foot.
Yeah, Brooke,
You know
he
what I'm saying?
had to. He
He
forced
had
him
to.
to.
That's right. And see, and this is what I'm saying. What I'm saying? EJ had to learn these things. You know what I'm saying? Even though he got a good pro style, what's going on? If you copy me, Shelton, you're weird. As a AF, I'm trying to keep it PG because they keep blocking my ads and stuff. But they what I'm saying? He act like, what I'm saying, you know, EJ, what I'm saying, like he just, like he could only fight off his back for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying the
Nah.
man can do everything in the ring. And I showed in the video when he was fighting Lamont Peterson, he can fight on his toes, y'all. What's going on? Who's real? You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? You could jump up, man, if you want to. Who's real? And he you saw how he was changing angles. He even switched. You know what I'm saying on Lamont Peterson and to
Mm-hmm.
show you that he can go righty if he want to. Now I don't know how good EJ is as a righty, but he can do it. You know what I'm saying? It just goes to show
Yeah.
that he has that Olympic pedigree. And
Oh
I be
yeah.
I be trying to put that out there for people who I don't know if they just willfully ignorant or it's just something that it's just there's Bud Crawford fans and then there's EJ haters, right? So, but the boxing fans they recognize the skills. You know what I'm saying? When somebody show you something
Yeah.
that they can do in the ring, I
Yeah.
wouldn't sit
Real
here.
fans of the sport.
Hmm.
Yeah, real fan of the sport. Gonna give props where you see it. A good jab is a good jab, no matter who throwing it.
That's right. I mean, I wouldn't sit
You
here
know.
and dare try to take any skills away from Bud Crawford. I think he could do it all, and I
Yeah.
think he do it exceptionally well. And plus, he got speed on top of it and foot speed. So he got athletic gifts on top of what he, what I'm saying, brings to the ring. You know what I'm saying? And I would never dare try to, downplay his skill set. You know what I'm saying? But they do that to EJ
Yeah,
all the time.
man.
And
Nah, they do that to. They slight each other every chance possible. You can tell by the interviews who really got little problems with who and
hmm
who don't, because they'll say little stuff that they know. He know that hit home to EJ, and in his own way, he know that's gonna wake EJ up in the morning too to get up and do that road work just to show him. So it'd be like it's a double edged sword,
hmm
and these guys it's kind of getting pumped up by
hmm
the amount of legends that are weighing in on it. It's like it's a scoreboard up, like, oh, Jay and Tony and Roy Pete, Bud, oh, this guy Pete Spence, and this fight got the people talking. That's what I can say. I can definitely
Right,
say that.
right. And see, and more, what I'm saying, people starting to pay attention because Abe Sanchez, he came out and he said why he chose Spence, and he is sometimes
Mm-hmm.
Abe get down into the details, but sometimes he just goes simple. He just said, EJ the better. He said he's the bigger, what I'm saying, stronger fighter, which is seems to be like a overall type of generic way of saying EJ is better. Is he bigger? He's stronger,
Mm-hmm.
and even Danny Garcia try to kind of use that, saying EJ is a middleweight packed into a 147 body. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Which is why saying like he can absorb them blows, and part of that is true. You know what I'm saying? The bigger
Yeah, a
you are,
lot of that is true.
right? Because Triple G, you see how he get hit, and he just walked through that shit.
Yeah, he takes
You
some.
know what I'm
Yeah, because they know how to
saying?
get down and make that weight, and if you can do that, that gives you the advantage. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, but I mean, but Terence Crawford did that at 130. You know what I'm saying? That's what he was doing, squeezing
Yeah, you
down.
got to sacrifice and get down.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're not that it's a problem with it, but all fighters do this. They don't fight at the weight that they walk around at. So
Because
um,
I feel like they still haven't built their confidence up that they could go throw down in that area. Like look at Teofimo, man. Teofimo kind of got forced on up because
well,
for real, like
well, like your boy said, Cambosos know he was killing himself to make that weight. Just like Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? They killing
Haney,
themselves to make them
yeah,
weight.
those guys they can't
And
stay down there no more. So
I just thought like that was a really interesting interview. You know what I'm saying? Now Tim Bradley seemed to be giving Spence his props since Spence ran his ass into retirement. You know what I'm saying? And the guy who invented two sides of the street. You know what I'm saying? What's up,
oh
TZ?
man.
TZ Frank says Bradley said he went and watched some film. That lets you know Bradley never paid attention to Spence fights when he was just fanboying. Mm-hmm.
Man.
Mm-hmm.
Now he paid attention to his fight. What you say? He ran his ass into retirement.
Yeah, you know what I'm
I seen
saying?
that. You know how you be like, y'all, I don't know that. You know everything about.
Just like Keith Thurman,
Oh,
just
he
like Keith
know.
Thurman, like he said he ain't know Boots and shit, but he know everything
Yeah,
about
man.
Boots, nigga.
But
You know, so that nigga
let's
too smart. Hmm
give the props to Bud though. You heard what Bud said about Boots. You know what I'm saying? He was like, they gave me props. Like, yo, I've been watching Boot for a while and cheering for him and everything. He was like, shit, if we have to throw down, we'll throw down too.
Well, he said later on that that ain't for to happen because your boy,
Man.
you ain't gonna have no 35-year-old champion like like Terence Crawford. You know what I'm saying? Gonna put everything on the line to fight a young, what I'm saying, dynamic dude like Boots, because Boots really, I would want to see the fight. I want to see Errol fight him up at 154, but he really don't have nothing to offer except that his skill. You know what I'm saying, and the legacy of his skill set. You know what I'm saying? You beat that skill set, and you beat such a contender, a prospect or
But
whatever you want to call him. That's big. That's big.
but see, that's what I'm saying though. We were just talking about how the established boxer won't get a props to somebody saying they don't know who they are. They ain't looked at them. They ain't seen them. I like when they give Buddy the props. If it got Terence Crawford in it, it's going to get more hits than if it just have Boots. But if it have him giving him props, that does that helps his career.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
because Boots kind of just jumped on the scene for people who didn't know. He kind of like a hot name for people to say. But if you've been watching Boots, man, Boots been fucking people up. Oh man, I'm sorry, my bad. He been messing people up for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Going
For a
on.
while.
What's going on, King? What's happening with you, bro? What's going on? What you thought about what Tim Bradley said, bro?
Hey, look, that's why I jumped. I was surprised to see you on so early, but I wanted to that's what I came on to talk to you about, man. Look, a lot of people don't remember, man, but I think it was like a month or two ago, man, I was on Hidden Gems. And I don't know if you know who Hidden Gems is, but
Oh yeah,
he
I know.
yeah, so Hidden Gems, he picking, I guess he picking Bud over Spence. Nothing wrong with that. I talked to the brother, he was real respectful. It's just that, he favor Crawford. But
Yeah.
his channel, you know how it go. His channel is basically pro Bud because of that. Your channel follow what your channel basically follow your opinion most of the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So long story short, I'm the only Spence fan in the chat. And I didn't know, but Hidden Gems has a relationship with Tim Bradley. Tim Bradley
Mm.
actually came on the panel, and I got to debate Tim Bradley. And that's when
Oh, how did that go? Mm.
oh man, look, the thing was before I actually talked to the dude, I didn't like Tim Bradley at all. So I'm anticipating that me and this dude about to bump heads because I'm not a fanboy, even though he a great fighter, he a historic fighter. But if I had to give him the business, I was gonna give him the business. But long story short, it wasn't like that. He of course he picked Crawford. I told him why I had Errol Spence, and I made him think because a lot of their points they were making is that will Terence Crawford not gonna stand still in front of Errol Spence, and take those body shots. So I asked Tim Bradley. What I did was I posed the question in a way that he had to admit the truth. I said, you a professional fighter, right? You the only professional fighter that's on this panel or in this chat. And he said, yeah. I said, is it true? Because only you would know better than everybody else. But is it true that if somebody working your body consistently over the course of a fight, is it true that your legs go away and you may be forced to sit still? And when I said that, he had to think about it. He like, yeah. He said, man, if somebody's working your body, he said, not only does it force you to be still because your legs are gone, but he says, man, if you know you're gonna get hit, you have to brace for that. Because if you moving when a strong body shot hits you, it's gonna hurt double. So basically, when you see one coming, the best thing you can do is sit still and brace for it. So I made him admit that these guys are not sitting still. Spence is forcing them to sit still.
Yeah, just like he did Ugas, he was tearing them hips up. You know what I'm saying? And just like when you hit a muscle, bro, when you hit a muscle, just like when somebody give you a frog in your arm, bro, but when somebody intentionally punch you in your arm, that shit is out of commission, bro. And see, it don't take. See, people think it takes a course of a fight. You know what I'm saying, to break you down, bro. No, you can hit a motherfucker in the hip in the right place, and they gonna be immobile. You know what I'm saying? Because you hit the muscles, you hit on the muscles. You know what I'm saying? And that's what EJ does. He's got that Mexican style way. He's aiming to stop you from moving so he can get them hooks off. And and that's going to be interesting. So Crawford, he's going to have to really have to nullify that jab. He's going to have to nullify. He's going to be able to have to fight in one spot, bro, and beat EJ at fighting at points in the fight. If he don't get broke down, you know what I'm saying, before he can escape on the side door and catch. See, that's what Crawford is dangerous on them side doors. You know what I'm saying? Because he catch your ass on that pivot. You know what I'm saying? That's where he gonna fuck you. That's where he gonna mess you up. You know what I'm saying? He gonna catch you over the top or something. Go ahead.
And that's the part of why this is the biggest fight out here, that's possible right now, bar none, because what we saying and what we know, Bud Crawford knows time 10. Because he got that ring IQ that, okay, I know that's what he want to do. Let's make him do something else. And Spence's job is got them to do the same. To know that I just can't come in here like he think I'm gonna come in here. I got to make him think so I can catch him. That's boxing. You hit, you score that point. The ref might not see it, but your ribs felt it.
Well,
for real.
Spence
got
a. Go ahead.
What was that guy that Canelo just fought? He had his shoulder swole up like a damn cantaloupe.
Who was that?
Man, I can't think of his name, but man, Canelo had his shoulders. You were like, after a while, he like, yo, please stop.
Probably with Caleb Plant, because he was beating the shit out of Caleb Plant.
It wasn't Plant. It was a white dude though. It was the European tour, but Joe
Joe Smith.
It might have been Joe Smith. Man,
he ain't fight. I don't think he fought Joe Smith.
What was that?
It wasn't Joe Smith. I'm trying to think about who that was. He fought Billy Joe Saunders, right?
Yeah,
it might have been Billy Joe.
Well, he cracked his orbital bone, I think. Yeah, I think he cracked his orbital bone.
It was somebody. It was somebody on the European tour. That's what we know. It was somebody.
Yeah, definitely on the European tour. And Canelo was hitting everywhere but his head. He was like, "That gonna come to me," because I saw that when
I was gonna say
they were showing you. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Spence got it.
Oh man, we tripping.
Spence got that eye chart. You know what I'm saying? And he going for that damn eyes, bro. He's got that. He got that damn eyes chart, and he's already weighing the distance and shit for that eye, man. You know what I'm saying? He gonna get like Marlo. Shout out to real Marlo. You know what I'm saying? He going for them damn eyes. Goddamn it. You
Right.
gonna
See,
flip
that's
that
why I'm
eye up.
interrupting you. My mind knew you were talking about some BS.
That ain't no BS.
Man, we gonna
You
see.
seen the handwork. You seen the handwork, bro. That motherfucker. I
Yeah,
don't know what it
man.
is by this style. That nigga, that jab is powerful. You know, he hit you in the eye. That
Man,
goddamn like Kell
the,
Brook. You know, did your boy.
the,
It looked
the
like he was
boy don't
winking at the
hit
ring
that.
girls.
The
Hmm.
boy don't hit that.
Hold on. I saw your video. I saw your video you did of that Tim Bradley interview, man. That was a good breakdown, bro. You know, showing exactly what he said. But that's what I wanted. You asked me about how the interview with. I had wanted to say that. Like I said, I didn't like Tim Bradley at first, but I'm not gonna lie, bro. I got to talk to him, bro. He a real humble dude, bro. He humble, and you know he liked to talk
Yeah.
about boxing. So I got a new respect for him, you know, and I think he
Yeah.
got a new respect for Errol Spence.
Well, I think he got a raw deal. You know what I'm saying? Because he got them fake ass wins against Pacquiao, and he got a lot of pushback.
Oh,
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He got a lot of push. You know, Pacquiao fans are real psychotic, and they came at him, and he got depressed because he wasn't looked at as a real champion when he won, and
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying. So he went
man,
through a
hell
he went
no.
through a metamorphosis in his brain, man, where the shit wasn't cool for him. He talking about he contemplated suicide and all that,
Oh shit.
and
All that,
so
man. I'm
so I,
happy he got up out of that because,
so I guess he
man,
said,
please.
I guess he was like, what, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go out here, do what I gotta do. You know what I'm saying? Since these fans turn on you, you know what I'm saying? They
Right,
fickle.
right.
And
Man,
so he just came
he
back and
should
said, I'm
never,
just do what I gotta do to get the bag. And that's what he did, man. He
you
came back
know, he
talking all
made the,
kind of crazy shit,
I'm
you
gonna tell
know.
you I'm gonna tell you what made me respect him as a fighter. I know what you said. I remember everybody wasn't giving him credit for the Pacquiao fight. I actually did for the one that he won.
I
What
gave him credit for it. Go ahead,
what I
though. I'm sorry.
what made me respect him though was that fight he had with Ruslan Provatnikov.
Yeah,
That,
now
that
that
dude was running through
Yeah,
that
everybody. But
I
Tim
didn't think
Bradley
he
had a
won the
yeah.
war.
Pacquiao fight, but I thought he won. I thought that game, man, when I saw that fight, bro, that dude got hard.
Yeah, he got hard.
Yeah.
He
He got
got
hard.
hard. They were throwing some blows.
I mean, that Russian dude
They were
was
throwing
beating.
some
I
blows,
mean,
man.
he was trying to prove that he could stand in the paint. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
after that fight, I guess he knew he seen EJ coming. He say, "Nah, I don't need to go through that again."
Hey,
You
I
know what
said
I'm
the
saying?
same thing to my little brother Poor Counter. That's funny. I said, man, he already been through Provatnikov. He said he's not doing this no more. He done proved
Mm.
himself. I proved
Nah,
myself
man.
already.
And if you think
Because when
about
you
it,
got the money,
Mhm.
why would you
Go
put
ahead.
yourself through that?
Right,
Like, for
right.
real. He probably, probably changed, they take that one Russian, like
But
Rocky.
but it's just interesting to see that he's trying to be a real analyst with it. You know what I'm saying? He believes what he believes, but at least he's trying to, look at the other side. He looking at, what I'm saying, I don't know if he's finally breaking down Errol Spence Jr. film, what I'm saying, finally saying, damn, man, this dude is, he really got, some
No,
skills, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he know he might have to call that fight. He might actually be. He know that he might actually be there for
he
that
might
fight.
have to call the fight.
Really? Because don't he work for ESPN, right? So I
Oh
mean
yeah,
this is gonna be a
oh yeah, yeah. I'm
this gonna
tripping.
be a
I'm tripping.
PBC event.
Yeah,
So that nigga ain't gonna be nowhere near there. You know what
I
I'm
actually like to
saying?
hear him talk. Though. I
So,
like to hear him
fellas,
talk about boxing. When he not
What's
biased, he got good commentary.
what's
But
going on?
see, that's
Who's
the
real
problem with
in the
boxing.
building? What's going on, my brother? What's happening with you?
yes, sir, yes, sir.
That's
Early
the
on this
problem.
Saturday
What,
morning.
yes, sir? What you thought about that Tim Bradley? I don't know why I can't say Tim Bradley. I guess it's a black man with a white man name.
Well, I mean, remember when on the comments I said he just now discovering, Earl Spence's abilities. What trips me out is how these guys been for years giving opinions on Earl Spence. They haven't even taken the time to do a quick study on the guy. Because I'm not a deep study of boxing. I started watching boxing because I got into training boxing. I do
Hmm.
security. I do armed security. So it's like back, 5, 6 years ago. I was like, okay, well, let me get my skills up because I was a Marine. So we did Taekwondo, karate. You know what I'm saying, a little jujitsu. But I wanted to like just go straight from the shoulder. So I said, well, let me tighten up my skills because I knew growing up I could just fight. Like I was just knocking motherfuckers out. I'm a big guy. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
I want to be able to, really have a skill, So with all that being said, I studied when I came in the game. Earl Spence was heating up.
Mm-hmm.
Believe. So I just went back and watched all his fights, and I watched all of what's his name, y'all don't like, Lomachenko fights. And when I got to Lomachenko, it was a controversy because they were putting Lomachenko over Terence Crawford.
Mm-hmm.
So
They
that's
sure
how I
did.
got to Crawford. So I was like, okay, well, let me go watch this guy. If they saying he really the number one, let me go watch him. So I went and watched him, and to be honest with you, I really wasn't all that impressed. So all that to say, I don't understand how these guys who are students of the game, who are masters of the
Mm-hmm.
game, I don't understand how they can sit there and utter, you know, Earl Spence ain't fought nobody, and Terence Crawford has fought all of the. Here I am, a novice, okay, an admitted novice. I wouldn't say casual, but I will say novice at studying the game, and I can see clearly that the level of competition is miles and miles apart. So, with that being said, the only thing I can conclude is that these guys have not studied Earl Spence
Mm-hmm.
for Tarver to sit up there and say, "Well, he has fought anybody." I just don't see the competition. The level of competition is just way so much different. It's just like, bro, what the fuck are you looking at, bro?
Right,
This guy's
right.
fought three. He has three belts. He got off of three champions. When you look at Terence Crawford, even at 140, he barely fought champions. One of those belts was a vacant belt, and then he got two of them off fucking Ndongo. And who I call Nding. I don't want to call him Mandingo because that's a pause. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Go
Like,
ahead and clean it up, bro. We good.
It's not gay if you
Real.
say
You
pause. It's
know.
never gay if you say pause.
Yeah,
right?
they Paul. Yeah, yeah.
Real shit. I'm just like, what the fuck are these guys? Where are they?
Oh,
Are they really studying
once,
this while they're out here
once,
on national TV? Go ahead.
I feel like once they say they haven't watched the boxer, then they really ain't got no. They just
Doesn't
they
it take
just
away from their
kidding you with
credibility?
opinion. It don't even make sense. I really just think they talking about something. You know how they say in the street, man. Don't talk about shit that ain't your business. It ain't none of your business. You haven't even saw that person. You know what I'm saying? You haven't saw a fight. You haven't saw none of the powers, none of the weaknesses. You really just making up opinions out of nowhere because just to say Errol can't really bang is crazy. Like, come on, man. Everybody posted should know Errol can bang, just like you can
They say
know.
he can't bang, he can't box, he can't move, he's one
He can't
dimensional. And it's
box on
like
his back foot.
here we
Like,
are,
dude, come on.
here we are. We've been watching this guy, and we're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. And
The truth is that. Oh, go ahead, Paul.
I was just gonna read what's that what's that how you say that JSR, what's that, six films. He says there's no need for Spence to switch up anything up. He said if it's not broke, don't fix it. Relentlessly work off the jab and relentless pressure, and Crawford gonna get it. He said just like every other fighter. Yeah, and that's an interesting way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? I think that gives EJ an advantage to be able to fight and sharpen what he already has. Sometimes you don't need to, change what you got. You know what I'm saying? If you keep winning at what you're doing,
Nah,
what
you don't change your swing, man.
right? You know what I'm saying?
why
Just
would
like
you
For real.
change? Why would you
You don't
change?
change the
And
swing.
you're the top dog. You the big fish. What the fuck are you changing?
but I
These
think it's a
motherfuckers is gonna
difference.
have to
Nah,
change.
nah.
But I think it's a difference because he makes adjustments in what he does. He
Exactly.
stays in his format, but you know what I'm saying, he's changing, he making subtle changes that he need to make to win the fight. Like Crawford was saying, you know what I'm saying? He does what he gotta do, even though he can do other things, you know what I'm saying? And if you're not used
Yeah.
to
One
doing
thing, one
right.
thing that Crawford failed to mention was that Derek James is in the corner telling him what to change.
Well, I think like Crawford, he goes out there with a basic feel out. You know what I'm saying? And then if the fighter's doing something, he makes an adjustment that he can't quite, you know what I'm saying, get to before, you know what I'm saying? Because that's when you start taking control of the fight once you know what the fighter's going to do. And you're saying you make your adjustments. And sometimes, you know, EJ gets in there, he's rusty, you know what I'm saying? He's always coming off a layoff, you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
I think it takes Derrick James to put him back on track. And then once he get cooking, he can start working from there. You know what I'm saying? You know, he can make
like
all his adjustments once he get warmed up. You know what I'm saying? Even though he
for
comes
perfect
out the gate.
example,
Hmm.
perfect example of this. We know Earl come out with a stick. It's a strong stick, but
Hmm.
Derrick James. Remember, Derrick James told him, "Listen, don't shoot straight for his head. Shoot for his shoulders. Shoot for his chest, because that's where his head is going." And it was like, boom. The next thing you know, Earl ain't missing shit. Remember, he was flailing around and shit and
Hmm.
missing shots. Derrick
Hmm.
James was like, stop swinging all wild. Just shoot for his shoulders. Shoot here, shoot
Yeah.
there. He was pointing on his body. Shoot here, shoot there. And that's when you gonna catch him. And after that, it was murder she wrote.
Hmm.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you
He
go
did. He
back to
did
the
his job.
if you go back to the Olympics, you can see, you know, Errol, he has this thing where he's a little anxious at times, and once he gets past that, you know what I'm saying, that dude, I forgot what his name that beat him in the Olympics, you know what I'm saying, he was really trying to get at that dude, you know what I'm saying, and by the if it would have been a 10-round fight, I believe he would have beat that dude, but since the Olympics is 3 rounds, you could pity pat a person
Man,
and win,
They robbed
but
that man.
you could
man, they
see
had to stop
They robbed
boxing
him.
because they so
They
corrupt.
robbed him the fight before, and then they turned around and overturned it. And by that time, he done
Right.
cried, getting all his energy. So when he came to that last fight, he ain't had nothing left. He had already, he done took everything from him. So he didn't really fight that last fight that well. I mean, you
Yeah,
just
man, I had
know.
them.
yeah,
It's
so you know,
crazy.
so
Earl
so
remind me. Y'all
mhm.
know it's Shark Week, right? I don't know about if anybody else is like into nature and stuff like that,
Yeah,
but
it's
it's
Shark
Shark
Week.
Week.
Yeah, it's Shark Week.
So I don't know if y'all been watching or whatever, but I was a shark and he's like super fast and they were trying to gauge his get his speed.
A Mako.
So they had yes. So they had the bait out there. You know what I'm talking about, up.
Yeah.
So they had the bait out there. Remember they had the bait and the Mako was so fucking fast
Could he catch
that
the
as soon as they couldn't get his speed because he was like way too fast. And that's how I feel like Errol Spence is like he trying to go with these guys, but he's really like, you know,
a step above?
miles way faster than these guys. Remember he said that. He's like, man, I just feel like I'm so much better than these guys. I can come
I'm
in
50%. Like I
70,
come in 50%.
70. Right. And I commented on one of his thing posts and said, don't do that, bro. Because giving you losing when you do that. Even though you win the fight, but you losing overall.
But when he stopped being so dominant, he started getting all the fights. Because before then, wasn't nobody trying to get in that ring with him. But after he fought Mikey, so see, I'm just wondering if he just sat there and boxed Mikey just to get the seats into the ring. Because before then, Sean Porter,
Yeah,
Garcia, and them weren't trying to fight him. But after
Right.
that
after
was
Mikey went 12 rounds, they were like, well, hey, maybe it is safe.
Well, before y'all
That's
go
why he
off,
did that,
before,
bro.
before y'all go
Go
off on
ahead.
a tangent, what you think about Tim Bradley comments some up?
Oh, I seen your video yesterday, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Tim Bradley trying to hedge his bets, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because he's starting to see, and everybody see Tim. One thing I can say about Tim, sometimes Tim has good insight when he's not
Mm-hmm.
being a fanboy. And see, Tim has a problem being a fanboy, but now he
yeah.
realized he also has a job to be an analyst. So he sat back and did his job and looked at Earl with an unbiased eye, and then he realized, oh man, I've been looking at him biasly all this time because all the stuff I say he can't do, he really can't do. Like, whoa,
Hold on up. Cedric 25. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's saying that Errol got better defense than Floyd, man. Cut the cap, bro. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, up. Go ahead.
who said Floyd he had better?
Nobody.
Oh
I'm
no,
sorry.
they talking in he going against Cash Crypto.
Oh,
That's them going at each other.
oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
thank
but
you, low key. Thank you, Larry Low Key. I appreciate that, bro. Go ahead. Oh, sorry about that.
so what you got?
Nigga Earl beat Floyd.
Yeah, Earl beat Floyd. Floyd kicked him out. Dad kicked him out the gym because he was going too hard.
Hmm.
But
Go ahead.
what was I
Mhm.
saying? What was I at?
You you was talking about how he have good insight sometimes, but he want to hedge his bets.
Oh
Tim
yeah.
Brad.
So Tim Bradley, he is an analyst, so he does get to watch boxing all the time. So he does have to at least know something about boxing, or he wouldn't have got the job. So he took his fanboy glasses off and he looked at Earl from an unbiased eye and realized, like, whoa, I've been judging this guy wrong all the time. Now that I'm looking at it, I was looking at him as a Terence Crawford fan. So, he had got caught up in the height of hating Spence as well. Because, when you get swept up in the hype, you can go with a narrative. And then, like, if people say one thing, then everybody be like this until you sit back and think for yourself, like, wait a minute. Because if one of your family members tell you, so like your aunt or your daggone cousin or something come to you and say that they hate they man beating on them, and they doing all this right here, you gonna already have your opinion of that person before you met them. And then what if you find out she's the one that's beating on him? He's just pushing up, getting up off of him. So you know already got the narrative formed because you're going by what somebody else has already told you instead of looking at it from an unbiased point of view. And so now Tim Bradley had a chance to sit back and look and realize, like, hold up, Earl's a lot better than I thought. I'm sitting up here staking my reputation on Terence Crawford. Hold up. Might need to revisit that and let them know, like, oh, this might right here can happen too. Because if Terence Crawford get completely washed, all that stuff Tim Bradley been saying, he gonna look like a damn fool. He gonna look like a fool because he was the one pushing Terence Crawford so bad. So now he trying to let people know, like, hold up, I didn't see Earl at first. Now I do. Now I can't really say all that. See, he's trying to hedge his bets because people start to get nervous. Like Danny, he changed his bet because it's getting close to that time and people trying to hedge their bets because they know Spencer's a special talent. He hasn't showed everything he got. He hasn't had a fighter to bring it all out of him.
Ain't Tim Bradley the same guy that said, there's no signs of the street? What side of the street? And then 3 seconds later he said, well, it is a side of the street because when does PVC ever did business type rank and blah, 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 blah.
Tim Bradley said when they retired because he said we don't do business with them. We not fighting Earl. Earl was Tim Bradley.
I just want to know, is this the same guy?
Yeah, he was Tim Bradley's mentor, and Tim Bradley retired. Tim Bradley retired.
Tim Rivers said, he says, he said Crawford said Brook outboxed him, and then he had to fight him. No, that's a weird interpretation because EJ was working on his body from round one. You know what I'm saying? He was breaking Brook down. That's what he does. You know what I'm saying? He breaks you down.
Bill Brooks
You know what I'm
was
saying?
outboxing. No, Errol admit Bill Brooks was getting them.
But well, I didn't say he wasn't. Let me land the plane, bro. Let me land the plane. Okay. Kell Brook, you know what I'm saying? He's a great boxer. And EJ, he needed experience at the time. You know what I'm saying? So, when he went in there, he didn't know what the hell, Brooks was going to bring to the table. And he brought that jab. You seen what he did to Terence Crawford in just 2 rounds, right? So, he was at the peak of his prime right here, you know what I'm saying? And he was a champion. So, EJ, this was his first championship fight, you know what I'm saying, coming out of obscurity. So, when you seen him fight Brook, he was going to his body. Go back and look at those early rounds. You won't give Kell Brook all those early rounds because EJ was tearing that body up. He was giving him some hellacious body shots. Looked like he would have shit on himself. I mean, he was like really tearing up Kell Brook's body. You know what I'm saying? That tells you how strong Kell Brook was and how strong a fighter he was. That's why we tell you that wasn't the same Brook that fought Crawford. Not to take credit from Crawford, but look at that fight. Look at that Kell Brook in that fight. You mean to tell me you think Crawford that was the same Kell Brook? Same with Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? So Yeah, he might have outboxed him, but that was Spence putting money in the body. He was invested into the body, and he was sacrificing all that other stuff because he knew he was going to get him later. He was going to take him into deep waters and drown him. That was the plan. I'm sorry. Go ahead, up.
But like Bull County was saying, like I was gonna say, yeah, he won the first couple rounds against Spence because Spence was doing a lot of hard shots, but Kel was doing the more flashier shots. But and Kel was landing more shots as well. But Spence punches were more meaningful. While he was catching Spence in the head and all that right there, Spence was steady sapping his strength. So yeah, while you looking flashy, you waiting on those scorecards. That's
But he
why. That's
also
why.
hurt Spence though.
No, he didn't.
You
He
know what I'm
hurt
saying?
Spence. No, he hit Spence. He buzzed him a little bit, but he didn't hurt him.
Yeah, shit, hurt. And
No, but
he had to come back from that shit, and he weathered it good.
Earl said he never really got hurt. He's been buzzed, but he said he can fight through it. But like what I was saying,
It
though,
looked that way.
All right, bro. But what I was saying though, I know you cut me off while I was making my comment. You know, that's why I was. Let me finish this up, then you can hit me whatever.
Yeah, go ahead. My bad, bro.
Yeah, but even though if you watch any Errol Spence fight, the fight really don't start to the 5th, 6th round.
Mm-hmm.
First, Earl go in there and he put his money in there damn night, and he let it grow some interest. And then after his money develops a certain amount of interest, then that's when the party gets started. So like it was 4-1 after the 5th round. Then Earl went ahead and started doing his game plan because he done softened it up first. That's like you cooking some steak. You don't want to just throw it on the grill unless you tenderized it first, unless you seasoned it, you marinated it. Now we get to cooking, and then that's when those initial shots that Brooke took, they started compounding on themselves. Like it's a single shot here and there each round, but over the course of a fight, them shots start to reverberate. They start to come together. Like if I sit there and poke holes in a wall, and I keep putting holes in there, eventually, when them holes come closer and closer together, you can just push out the hole, a bigger hole, a giant hole. It's like you chipping away at something. And yeah, he was boxing away and he was doing his thing. His shots, they were more flashy, but they wasn't as meaningful. Because as you was hitting them up top, Earl was taking away your foundation. So yeah, you might knock his roof off. He just get a roof you get a if you got a house and your roof get knocked off, you know you can hire somebody to refix your roof. But if you got a house and your foundation is destroyed and messed up, then the house is almost worthless then. Because it costs a lot more to fix your foundation than it does your roof. Because once that foundation goes, the whole house will collapse in on itself. All right, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead.
You talking about me? But shit, all I was saying was that he definitely gave him a good fight. It looked like he buzzed him. I don't know what round that was. Was it probably about 7?
No, he buzzed
somewhere up in there.
Oh, he started breaking down round 7. That's when he went downhill.
Yeah,
yes, I think he came back in 7. So I think
I'm like, yo, you know, he showed good, you know, he showed good composure with that. Because, you know, a lot of times when you get buzzed, you got a veteran in there like Kell Brook, he might can get your ass up out of there. He know that too, because he know his body can't go through this shit too much longer. He know it more than anybody on anybody on earth. Like, God.
Yeah, but look, that's like, oh boy, that's like the junior middleweight that buzzed him. One thing about Earl, when you hit him with a good shot, buzz him. A lot of fighters instinctively clinch, but Earl instinctively fights harder because he knows that, you know, some people, that's what it says about people. You can tell a lot about a person when a person get hurt or when he get hit hard or he get knocked down, how he reacts.
You can tell.
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. But I'm like, you can tell a lot about this generation that because they ain't had no real boxing game. Y'all know back when you used to play the boxing game and you had one more, you could catch him with a shot and that fucker wake back up so fast. You like, holy shit.
Yeah, that is
the
true.
chin. That's the you know, that different pedigree. He got that shit. He snap up out of that. Whoa, you got me there, but it's like for real, like
Buzz
That's a
Earl.
superpower in boxing.
Like if you go back and look at all his fights, whenever you buzz Earl, then that's like the beginning of the end. Because when Kell Brooks caught Earl in the 7th, that's when Earl started beating him hard. When Ugas caught him in the 6th, that's when Earl go ahead and broke his forearm.
Mm-hmm.
When Lamont Peterson caught him with that slick thing in the 5th, that's when Earl started bouncing, switching, and on his toes. It's like that's when your boy when he was fighting that junior middle, well, he was fighting at the catch weight when he was fighting against that African, when that African hit him with that hard thing. What's his name?
Lottie. Emmanuel Lottie.
Yeah, Emmanuel Larte. When Larte caught him, it was the beginning of the end. It's like he like when y'all know when y'all used to see them Caucasians at the party. I'm not trying to be racist, but y'all know when y'all see them Caucasians at the party and they get hyped, and when you hear them, they just be like, "Whoa!" Like they turn up. Like that's like you hear Earl, it's like he like, "Whoa!" Now we cooking. Like it's like now you done got his blood going down. Like give him what he want now. Like he want them crazy mosh pit white boys. Like you just, yeah, dude, let's do it. Like, once you hit him, he coming forward. Now he coming full tilt. He coming full tilt.
Oh no.
Yeah, like when Sean Porter caught him with that thing, and you know Sean Porter caught him in the 11th, and then Earl came back and just hook. You know what I'm saying? Like Earl just like Bird.
And see, a lot of people don't understand. If Spence would have followed up, if he would have followed up when he had your boy Porter hurt when he went down, he could have finished Porter. You know what I'm saying?
But he caught him with the shot was so fast, man.
Yeah,
no, I'm just saying. If he would have came back, with, I think he caught him with a left. If he would have came back with that right, just like Bondu, it would have been a wrap for him. You know what I'm saying?
Man,
it would have been a
had
wrap.
to be the Flash to carry Porter. Porter went down like a sack of taters.
That's what I'm saying. And see, but you know the Spence didn't come back. You know what I'm saying? He was getting pushed off by the ref. You know what I'm saying?
That plus it was accumulation of all that hard work. Like them boys was in there throwing.
They was in there throwing, man.
Look, when Spence
real.
He had to take a breath and sit back and look like, I've done it. Like he had a feeling of accomplishment. Like I said I was gonna go in here and I was gonna break this man in his game. I did it. And that's why he was like, yeah, you know, I've done what I had to do. Like in his mind, he accomplished what he came to do. It was a force of wills, and Spence knew, and Sean Porter knew. Once he went down, they both knew the fight was over. That's why Sean Porter was looking like, yeah. Like Sean Porter even said, when I went down, he said that's when I blew it. It was a force of wills, and it was over with. Once that happened, now if they was to fight, and Spence would fight him the way Spence was supposed to fight him, that fight wouldn't even be close. But Spence chose to make it that type of fight. So now we see Spence get that much needed experience fighting on the inside like that. So when he came up against Yordenis Ugas, he boxed him as he boxed Mikey Garcia, get him to come forward. But then he also fought him on the inside like Sean Porter. He turned him like he did Lamont Peterson, and he countered him like he did Danny. I mean, he just put together a masterful performance. And then he go against Crawford. That's one more fight that he gets to go back to in his mental Rolodex to add to his repertoire.
And I heard, and you know, I don't have any sources, but I heard that Terence Crawford he put in the contract that EJ can't come out the South Side the realest, and that's going to be in the cut. That's what was holding up the fight. You know what I'm saying? He cannot play South Side the realest because you seen what happened when you play that goddamn song and he hear it.
Language, counter language.
That's a theme music.
Oh no, fight they play Southside the realest. You know that's his. He even tell you that's their turn up. When they played Southside the realest against Porter, that's when it happened. When they played against Ugas, that's when it happened. Whenever they played Southside the realest, that's when Earl come out. When he did it with Lamont Peterson, he came out bouncing, switching. Once they play that, that's just like Popeye and his spinach. You can't give Earl his spinach.
Matter of fact, Big Tuck can't even come to the fight. God damn it, he can't even come to the fight.
I wouldn't be surprised you didn't have Big Tuck walk him out. Big
Tuck walk him out. Yes, sir, boy. Hey, that
Yeah,
Dallas
boy,
is
wow,
that
man. Hey,
Dallas
listen
culture
to
is
that.
real. That Dallas culture is real, boy. I had to get me a Texas girl, god dang it. You know what I mean?
Got me
So
a
Yeah, boy,
got
wow.
me
so
ATS, y'all.
hmm so let me see. Martin Smith says he says Roy said he says Earl stopped guys through accumulation of punches. He said Earl would not one punch starch Bud. He said Mean Machine and Gamboa caught Bud with timing and speed, respectively. He
So what
said
he called?
speed and timing.
Okay, let me take this out real quick, Martin. What do you think he hit Porter with? But I'm gonna tell you like this: you're wrong in that aspect because, like I said, you see how many stops that Earl got. Earl has so many. Like Mikey Garcia, check this out, was the first person to go 12 rounds with Errol Spence. Errol Spence, if you go back and look, matter of fact, you can go look at my videos. Errol Spence does have one punch knockout power if he sits down on the shot. Errol Spence has knocked out plenty of people in the first round. That liver shot he hit Ocampo with, he wasn't aiming at that the whole fight, but he caught him good. Errol Spence does have respective one punch knockout power, but you see his punches coming. Like if you watch a battlefield, right? I'm gonna give you a prime example. If you see a battlefield, what was that one thing when wars was fought? Matter of fact, when ships go against ships, what was the pirates? What was the pirates' main weapon when they see another ship? What they
Sword,
do? No, no. Before the ships touch
cannon.
the cannon, right? The cannon, right? Harry Houdini, a man at 178 pounds, would stand in front of a cannon, clench up his muscles, and take a cannonball to the gut. It eventually killed him because it ruptured his insides. Because you can't, but they say Harry Houdini used to do over 3,500 crunches, 1,500 sit-ups. All he did was ab work, but he would clench. Now you could take a cannonball to the stomach, something that wrecks ships, something that goes through and rip holes in people, because you have made your muscles that strong and you tighten it up. Because when your muscles tighten, that's a hard force too, because it also has water in it. And water is the most destructive and the hardest force on earth. If you hit water from 1,000 feet up, you can tell. If a plane crashes in the water, it rips the plane to shreds because water is that destructive if you hit it flat. But Earl is that cannonball. They clinch and if you notice when people fight Earl don't disguise his shots. He's not trying to trick you. He's just trying to beat you. He's not trying to fight. He's trying to beat you. He's trying to beat you down. He's trying to oppose his will. He's trying to say, look, I'm going to dog you out and you're going to take it. And that's what he does to people. So people are clinching up. They're preparing. They're bracing for them shots that they see coming.
Hmm
Crawford is switching to the southpaw, which puts his right hand, his dominant hand, in the forefront. So people are worried about the left coming down the pipe because in the southpaw stance, that's for people that favor the left. And he hooks off that right. Like that right is in the jab formation, so it's quicker to you. If you notice when he's in southpaw, he always knocks them out with the right because that right is in a blind spot. When you're a
hmm
southpaw, you put your right hand in a person's blind spot, and he's putting his dominant hand in a person's blind spot. So that gives him advantage. A lot of people just don't be paying attention, but that's how he gets off on a lot of the fights like that with his dominant hand in the blind spot, and he's looking off them with a strong instead of a jab, he's hitting them straight, like boom, a quick short pound. And see, that's the difference. Earl, he just firing off at will, and you better block and clinch or let the punishment build up. And eventually, there's only so much you can take anyway. You take a sledgehammer and you hit a wall. Each time, the wall may still be standing, but it's still shaking. It's still popping shit loose. And then when you keep on, the wall comes down. But yeah, Earl, go look back. Earl has got over eight first. He has got. I think it was like 5 or 6 first round knockouts. I know he had got over 13 of his knockouts in the first 4 rounds. So yeah, and a lot of them are one punch slid of people across the ring type shots. Look at Bundu. That was a 2-piece.
All right. BA says, salute to my brother PCB. He said, what's good, bro? He said, I had Spence Brook. He said, I had Spence Brook even after 6 rounds. He said Spence was breaking them down and adjusted beautifully to Kill's jab counters. He said, then Spence turned it up and it was a wrap. You heard that? You heard that? You heard that, Steve? What you got to say to that?
Spence was down 4-1 though. Even everybody knew that. Even Spence will tell you he was down because Kale was hitting the more flashier and the more eye-catching shots, but Spence's shots was transitioning from round to round. Like, yeah, you may have win the round, but my battlefield is going with each one. So you got these 2 shots, but I don't put 4 shots into your body. So we go to the next round. This is 6 more shots. So my shots are carrying from round to round. So you done landed about 3 or 4 shots, but I just landed about 10 shots this round compared to the other 20 I landed. So this is 30 shots into your body. Like mines are going from round to round with each other, and they're breaking you down while you just swelling up something. Like you might swell up my cheek or something like that. Something I can fight.
Y'all think with Bradley with this new, you know what I'm saying, revelation that he had, you think that it's going to change any minds, people who might be sitting on the, you know, who know this is a 50-50 fight, who might be going either way? You think Bradley comments changed any opinions out there?
Nah, they're gonna say, oh man, Bradley a sellout and all that right there.
Man, they just trying to get they just trying to get money laid out on the fight, man. That's all they doing. That's all Bradley's job is, you know, to go out there and stir up the pot and get some folks who might not know who they want to bet on, you know, just to stir that thing left and right, man. Because sometimes what they say makes no sense.
Okay, well, but y'all see the day's date, right? Y'all see the day's date. Today is Saturday, July the 23rd at 11:41 Eastern. That's 10:41 Central. That's 9:41 Mountain Time, and that's 8:41 Central Time, right? Upper Echelon's going on record right here on Pool Counter Boxing. And I'm telling you, when Spence stopped Crawford, watch the Boot fans triple. Everybody that was a T-Bud Crawford fan, everybody's going to run to Jerron Boots Ennis, and they're going to say Earl ducking him. Earl don't want that Ennis smoke. Or Earl running from Boots. Everything they said about Crawford and Spence, they added on to Jerron Boots Ennis. You know why?
Hey.
Because Earl is the guy that they love to hate. He is the guy. He was the guy that was endorsed by Floyd and pushed by Floyd. Plus, he got payment. And see, they want to see Earl fall so bad. Like, if Earl lost one fight, he would get more accolades than he get now as undefeated. They just want to see that he can be hurt. It's the fact of a man showing invincibility and the fact that a man can't lose, that hurts them. That messes with the person. Like, that makes a man feel less manly. Like, they feel subconsciously, they feel inferior. And see, they like to feel superior to people. Like, oh, well, you lost this and such. But when you haven't lost and they haven't found a way
so them Bud fans like Steve, they mad because he's more than a man. You know what I'm saying?
He's an alpha.
He's more.
He Captain America.
He's the type of alpha that don't care about what the next man doing. See, Bud, I'm gonna tell you like this. I ain't trying to down Bud, but Bud worried about what the next man doing. Bud is Mr. Me Too. Like if you say somebody can do something, Bud has to interject. Me too, me too, me too. Like, oh, you say he's strong. Well, look at me. I'm about to wrestle this 6'6" guy. Like,
Bud bet $1 million. You're gonna bet $1 million.
Million.
Like Bud.
Y'all cutting up, man.
Hey man, you boy be
No, I'm just being honest though, bro. You see it though, bro. If you say anything about anybody, Bud he one of the Me Too. Like if you got a story, Bud has a story even better. Like Bud, boy, you can't say nothing without him saying something back or trying to prove. And see, that's the reason why that fight got
sound like he from New York. That's how them New York people get down. You know, you tell a story. That ain't shit what you talking about. God damn it, I done. Mm-hmm.
Now go
Hey,
ahead.
that's thanks, poor caller.
I ain't want to do that because I got a lot of New York people on my on my platform, you
Oh,
know.
I like New Yorkers, man. They just funny as hell, bro. I
But
like
that's
New
how
York.
they do, though. That's how they do. Like New
Oh,
York,
you
greatest. New York is the grittiest, greatest, dirty, beautifulest. Like it's the greatest, grittiest, dirtiest, dangerous, safest, beautifulest place in the world. But people,
but they be living down south though. They be living
they
down
do.
south, you know what I'm saying, in a nice suburb.
They want to stay down here though.
Yeah, they want to get the hell up from up in that bitch.
Oh yeah, they slow down here. I was on the A train in Atlanta, and we were coming around East Point. You know what I'm saying? And we was on the A train, and this one dude, he had got a job at the airport with that you know what they call them federal people that check you out. The
FAA.
I think it's a what they call it, TBI. What I forgot what the name was. Where they check you in, Homeland Security. Yeah, he had got him a good job, man. He was going off about he was from New York and he was going off about down south. I said, bro, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind, you know what I'm saying, you talking your stuff, but you about to come around here on East Point side, bro. And they ain't gonna take too kindly to you, bro. You gonna get beat up, bro. I'm telling you, you're gonna get done dirty if you keep talking. You know what I'm saying? You know, and he was loud with it. You know what I'm saying? I just, I had to peep game. I like, hey, bro, we pulling up on the side where these boys don't care. They love Atlanta and they love their hood. And East Point is pretty small, and they gonna get in your ass for real, bro. And everybody clapped on the A train. They clapped on the A train when I told them.
And you
And
know that. Go ahead.
yeah, everybody clapped on the A train. I was like, man, I just saved you a beating, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because them Atlanta boys, they are serious about they hoods right now, bro. You know,
They
and that's
will
what,
go upside your head.
yeah, for real. I mean, you say
Right.
anything about goddamn East Point, College Park.
Yeah,
You
and
know what I'm
see, the
saying?
problem like when down here, all the New York guys used to migrate down here because there was so much money in the black. And every time you look up on the news, it's one of them hurt or dead down here, and that's what I be trying to tell them. Like they come down here thinking, oh, people slow, and then they can fast talk and get people to do that, and they always the slow one, the one that's left stinking. You know what I'm saying? That they started, everything good now. But it's just at one point they felt like they was better than everybody, and they had got humbled real fast. Like, come on now, just because a person has a more slower
Well,
way of life, just because they have a more slower way of life means they think more. You
well,
might
you
there's a
know too. It's when you go to anybody hood, saying you got to, you got to respect
no
their
respect.
hood.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
they thinking that you
Yeah, and where you
about to
from
come
and where
down
you
here.
at?
Yeah, thinking you about to come down here on some Frank Lucas or Frank White type talking about if a Nick is something I want in.
I
Like
want in.
Like you about to get extorted. You better find you somebody that give you walking papers. Like you better get you somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like see, that's what they
Hmm.
didn't realize. Like when they came to my hood, I'm not trying to brag them, but you need to come check in, bro. Like let me know what you're doing. Like anybody knows.
You
Look,
got to know somebody anywhere.
Right. You go out there and get your sneakers
Like who
taken
you
and shit.
know. Yeah, who you know. You know how you go to your cousin's house out of town. Who you know? Hey, hey, my uncle such and say, oh, okay, yeah.
you know,
You got to
you
know
Hmm.
some repercussion gonna come there.
You got
That's the
them
only
knock
way folks
change,
not gonna fuck
then
you
knock
up.
change at your pockets, boy. You know what I'm saying? Them boys, they just
Knock a
trying.
roll of quarters out your pocket.
yeah, boy.
Say, well,
Not,
you knock a roll of
check
quarters
off
out
your
somebody's
man, not to check off your Nikes. Do you hear me?
Hmm.
pocket.
So Troy Moore
Nikes
says he says EJ willing to be he said EJ willing to be
He
you
willing to give
points unless you talk shit before the fight. He said willing to be you points. What are you saying?
they wouldn't have let you get some points unless you talk shit. He messed up.
Hmm.
He messed up.
Hmm.
They saying
We
EJ.
got you. We got you, Troy. You know what I'm saying? And let me see. What's going on, Shelton Moore? What's happening? He talking to Cash Crypto.
Been arguing for the longest day. I've been laughing like hell at them, man.
Mike, what's going on, Mike Rhythm? I see you out there, bro. I ain't ignoring you. He says, but also put in the contract that he wanted hazard of duty pay.
That right, dude.
But and let me see. Uh, got some new faces here. What's going on, Jeff? He says, Errol isn't. He said isn't getting the KOs Crawford had because he's been fighting in better competition. He said the better competition,
I
the
like
lower
Jeffrey.
the KOs ratio goes. Yeah,
Hey,
exactly, bro.
Jeffrey DeRolling. If you're not subscribed to Upper Echelon Boxing, man, go on over there and click that. I like your style, man. Click Upper Echelon and subscribe to the channel, man. I like
You
your
want to,
style.
hey King, you want to get in here and cook some, bro? You there, King?
I think he done took a break.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, man. Looking at Bradley, you know what I'm saying, look like he's making a evolution. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what's going. What?
Yeah,
He's
that this
he's
week,
trying to
next week,
evolve.
man, that mother gonna say something
Evolve.
totally different.
He's involved as
Yeah.
a boxing analyst, an unbiasedness now. He's starting to evolve as a man. And
Yeah,
but
I want to,
see,
I
Bradley
want to
has
get y'all.
hate. He has some hate. Like a lot of these people, like Sean Porter and Tim Bradley, and a lot of them, they got personal reasons why they hate Earl. Like Earl single-handedly retired Tim Bradley because he was Earl's mandatory. Tim Bradley couldn't fight nobody else but Earl. He already
Mm-hmm.
got that gifted decision against Pacquiao. Because ain't no way he won that fight for Pacquiao. That man, he was bouncing around like a daggone whack-a-mole. But they gave it to him. Sometimes Bob Aaron had to teach Pacquiao. He had to let Pacquiao know that he wasn't above. He wasn't above the program. So
I
Pacquiao.
know every time Bradley hit Pacquiao hit Bradley, Bradley hit his ass back. The
Yeah,
fight
but
closer than folks think.
I seen the fight though. But Pacquiao was landing.
Did you watch it again though? When you watch fight second time, you always see a little something different.
It's
I
true.
was thinking the same way too. But then when I looked at it, because at first I was like, yo, that's some bull. And then I watched it again. I said, yo, every time Pacquiao tagged him, man, he was coming back at him, and
I know.
Pacquiao wasn't backing. He wasn't making him back up, or
But
I don't know. It was different the second time. I ain't gonna lie.
I guess when I seen it about 4 times. I guess when I was looking at how Pacquiao was absorbing Tim Bradley's shots and how Pacquiao's shots was shaking Tim Bradley to the core. You
Yeah.
feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, Pacquiao's a strong motherfucker. But he's
Yeah,
strong.
bro, he really is though, bro. Like I really
Pacquiao's strong, man.
no look, because he's so small, but that man's like a little pocket-sized Hercules, bro. Like that.
Man,
I,
Pacquiao.
I really didn't know he was that strong, so I went back and looked at that Keith Thurman fight again. I looked
You
at that
see
Keith Thurman fight
Pacquiao?
at the time. That man dropped Keith Thurman with the
Oh
fourth
yeah.
punch, with the fourth punch of the combination. Like
Damn.
he was running in,
And you
flowing.
saw it hurt him.
Yeah, but he threw
You,
4 punches. Like the first two had the steam on it. Like the third one had half the steam, and the fourth one, it didn't even look like he threw it that daggone hard, but he did. Like
but we
he
know
still had,
Pacquiao was glowing for that fight.
man, Pacquiao had the juice going
Keith
good.
Thurman said, he said, you had to take no test. I said, boy, what is wrong with you, boy?
Yeah, that
Yep.
was
No,
ball.
no.
Pacquiao looked like the Incredible Hulk coming out there. That day, he was
Man.
Now y'all seen the pictures of Derek James. You know what I'm saying? He's in training too, and I think they came out vacation, and he had some vacation pictures. Man, this dude is in top shape, right along with his fighters.
in better shape
Uh,
than boxed.
say what up?
He's in better shape than when he was boxing.
Well, he damn sure look like, you know what I'm saying, he's ready, he's fight ready. He
I'm gonna
damn sure. Go ahead.
I'll say in my video, I'm gonna show that Derrick James is in better shape than he was when he was boxing himself. Like he is in some shape.
Yeah, because did you see the pictures of him on vacation?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The ones he just posted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that man right there, he don't look like he's 50 or nothing. He don't look like he in his 50s.
And Bomac, we seen pictures of Bomac, and he
Oh,
didn't.
man.
Bomac wasn't the same, bro. He wasn't. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's just me.
He looked like he looked when he was in boxing. Like Earl said, how 5'5", 5'6" fighting super heavyweight though. Like, bro, you 5'5", 5'6" fighting with Eric Butterbean and stuff, bro. Come on, man.
Hey, that damn Bomac is wide as he is tall.
He tell me he don't look like a perfect square. Like he's 5'5" with
That was
5'5"
He
height.
looked like a black Homer Simpson. You know what I'm saying? There's like
Right.
a weird shape to him.
Bro, I
Like got
thought he
them.
had like a shape like a Ninja Turtle, dog. Like you know how
Oh my goodness. Mm, 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 mm,
Motherfucker
mm.
crazy.
But who you think? What kind of strategy you think Crawford them working on? I think this is just my take on it, and I could be wrong, but I think Crawford is going to work on that orthodox stance so he can use it. He's not going to stay in it, but I think he want to tighten up. I think he's working on tightening it up so he can use it as a ploy to confuse EJ in the fight to get off his shots from the outside when he can, and that's what I think he's doing. I think he's going to tighten up on being better on the orthodox side because I don't think that southpaw going to help him much in the fight. So I think he's going to try to be able to change the look. So he got to tighten up on that orthodox side.
you
You know
heard
what I'm
what
saying?
James
Go
said.
ahead.
Switching. That switching don't mean nothing unless you're a new fighter. That switching ain't gonna do nothing. Even if he tightened it up, even in his best days, he wasn't that great in orthodox. I mean, he was good, but in orthodox, that's gonna put him at a disadvantage. It's gonna put his power hand at the back, and you know he's
Right.
so his power
Well,
hand.
long as EJ don't play them hand, you know how they be putting their hands
He
up with
can't
Crawford.
jab.
I don't know.
Pawing the
I don't,
shit, pawing
yeah,
it away.
right. I don't know why they do that with Crawford because they
I
know he
can't
got the
stand
longer
that, man.
reach.
You know,
You
He
know what I'm
said,
like
saying?
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I disagree. All this credit that people give Bud, bro, about adjustments. I'm gonna be real with y'all, and I want to ask you, Pull Count. I want everybody to tell me if y'all agree with this, but I don't see all these adjustments that Crawford make. The only adjustment I see is that nigga switch one time to southpaw. That's all this adjustments they telling me about. I don't see that. I think Crawford fight purely off instincts and reflexes like Roy Jones Jr.
Hmm.
exactly, and that's why
Yeah, yeah.
Derek Kings be laughing talking about athleticism is fleeting. Like
Hmm.
Bud done got heavier. You see, he doesn't move the same as he did in the 140 division. That's why
Hmm.
he's stuck on his power. Like he done lost one attribute and he gained another. Because
Right.
even though Bud has got 9 out of 10 knockouts in his last 10 fights, he got 9 out of 10 knockouts in his stoppages in the last 10 fights, right? Even with him doing that, he still has a lower knockout percentage than Errol Spence. Errol Spence is still 78.8%, Bud Crawford 76%. So
You
even though
see, Jordan with the fadeaway got the same amount of ring that Jordan who was dunking on everybody. So if you
and,
great, hey,
and you see Money Mayweather got stayed undefeated just like Pretty Boy Floyd. You know,
yeah, right.
for Floyd, he had to adjust his career. Just like Bud done switched over into a more power fighter, Floyd Mayweather switched over into a more calculated, disciplined pride.
Defensive, yeah.
He's a defensive pride fighter when he used to be an offensive juggernaut. Because I
I
got him on this video that I'm making. I'm gonna put it out today. It's called Iron Sharpens Iron. I got him, Lennox Lewis, Holyfield, Riddick Bowe, even Canelo's on there, and then Spence. But I got all of them on there and showed how they progressed after certain fights.
yeah. I
Yeah,
was just watching the fight with Mayweather versus, and you know it was a while ago because it was a
Corrales,
black dude. Nah, it was a black dude. He's a lefty. I'm trying to find his name.
Augustus,
Was it Augustus? He won
Emmanuel
every round.
Augustus. In the ninth round, he won by TKO.
I think so.
Yeah, Emmanuel
I
Augustus.
think, but man, I'm trying to remember his name. But yeah, they were like that was the first lefty he fought in a while. And even though it was an easy fight, he was touching Mayweather. Like
Yeah,
he was
Emmanuel
touching him
Augustus.
good, but
Sharper Mitchell touched him a couple times, but or was it Zab Judah? Because you know
Judo
Mayweather got
touched him a couple times.
yeah,
Oh yeah. The drunken
Judah was
master got
popping.
in that ass too now.
Oh
What's going
yeah,
Yeah,
on,
drunken
Don
man.
Spence? What's
and
going on,
Mayweather
Don
has fought a
Spence?
lot of black people though. The best was he fought Shane Mosley, Floyd Mayweather. Shane Mosley, Zab Judah, Emmanuel Augustus. He don't fought the black people too now.
Oh yeah.
The ones that mattered. Sharper Mitchell. You
Back
know,
when he was pretty boy, he definitely was fighting them all. But money, once he went to that WWE and
he went
came back, he was money. It was all over then.
because he seen where that money was. The money was
Yeah, man.
it wasn't black
He
and
was hitting
black.
them folks in the,
He
he was
was
hitting them in the face with money every night. He
so
hit Big Show.
guys, that Mexican fan base was rich. Because the Mexican fan base, they real prideful. And they
And
want to see him go
not
down.
e- And not even that too. You got the wrestling fan base who used to make paying $50 for a pay-per-view every month.
Yes,
You
sir.
ain't got these sometimes the fan, wrestling back in the, they
I
used
used
to
to
have
watch
pay-per-view
wrestling,
every
but I know what
month,
you're talking about.
$65. So, it wasn't nothing
SummerSlam,
to spend $65
SummerSlam,
on a fight.
$80 for SummerSlam. Like, come on,
Yeah, for real. So that was a smart move. You see Tyson Fury making that move too. He trying to come back. Like, man, they gotta get Tank Davis out there at one of them fights, slapping somebody or something, man. Then it'll
What's
be even
going on?
more crazy.
That's when you cross
What's going
over.
on, Gene Gomez?
That's called crossing over the gyros. Once you cross over,
For real.
whole different ball game. You got to appeal to
Yes,
more than
sir.
just inside.
Exactly.
What's going on?
But that's
Thanks,
where the
Larry
money at.
Loki. TZ Frank says, he said, I've been saying that. He said, when Spence goes to 154, they're going to say Spence ran from 147 because of boots. Of course they are. You know what I'm saying? And said, Three Pump says, he says, Crawford better fight Spence like Sugar Ray did Hagler, because if he gets in that phone booth with Spence, it's over. I'm telling you. You know what I'm saying? Well, the way Bradley talking, he's saying like, you know what I'm saying? Like, like maybe Bud could sit in there with EJ. I think he's
You know how you
tripping.
said you think Bud
He
was going
tripping.
You know how you said you think Bud was going to work on the orthodox stand to fight Spence, right?
Uh-huh.
My take is, I think Bud is going to train to fight on that down and dirty. Because really the toughest fight Spence had was him fighting Sean Porter's way. And he knows Spence is an alpha. And Spence, he knows if he get in there and try to go on the inside with Spence and fight Spence game, he knows Spence going to accept that challenge. And what he's going to try to do, that's why he's doing 20 miles a day and all that crap right there. He's trying to get his endurance up,
TSA.
trying to get himself together so he can probably go in there and land. He feel like he can get in there a couple rounds with Spence and hit him with something that he don't see. So he gonna get in there and he's hoping not to fight a whole fight in the inside, but he's hoping to get in there, do some damage, and change the course of the fight. That's what he wants to do. I can already tell. He's thinking that he can change the course with a few shots. See, he done got enamored with his power because he's been fighting people that are not up to par for him. He's fighting people that are on the downswing, on the downslope, people that ain't used to it. And see, he hasn't fought a big puncher. And see, when he gets in there, like I said, he's so enamored with his power, and that's what I'm talking about fighting better opponents. Because if you fight better opponents, then you can see how your power translates to one of the elite fighters. Because what you did when you first started fighting, like if you notice, every boxer that's worth his weight in salt, got most of their knockouts in the beginning of their career because the competition that they was going against. Bud's still going against that same competition that not contenders, that prospects and up and comers are going against. Like he's not going against prime contenders, championship contenders, and so he really don't know how his power is going to translate to them. And see, when he fights Earl, he gonna see a big rude awakening that hey, your power not transitioning the way you thought. Now we're gonna see him adjust.
Yeah, A Gantz, I just want to say, a lot of my New York friends, they don't see themselves on the outside of themselves. You can't see yourself from the outside. You know what I'm saying? How everybody, especially when they come down south, because a lot of New Yorkers put down Southerners. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They just start. It's just an arrogant way of speaking. You know what I'm saying? Like, because a hustle is fast up in New York. You know what I'm saying? But it's hustlers down here too. But it's just the way they portray themselves when they come down south. You know what I'm saying? Because they new and they different. You know what I'm saying? They're able to move fast down here. You know what I'm saying? So it's been a transition. I think the South is probably, what I'm saying, caught up, but it's not a big metro city like New York where you're dealing with different nationalities and stuff, and y'all got different dynamics going on. So y'all, a lot of New Yorkers, it's so metropolitan up there. So they come down here, it's not a lot of that going on, different nationalities and stuff. It is now, but back in like maybe 15 years ago, or maybe 20 years ago, it wasn't as it is now. You know what I'm saying? So you had a lot of people migrating down, and they'll speak down on the hoods down here. And so it was a big thing. You know what I'm saying? Especially when I was in the military. You know what I'm saying? New Yorkers was just get in there and turn up about New York, and you know what I'm saying? People like, oh God, dang, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're like, dang, man, we don't want to hear this, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just be yourself, bro. You know what I'm saying? Wear your Timbs and be cool, they'd be bragging. Wasn't until I was here in New York, people talking about fashion. I had never heard men talk about fashion. You know what I'm saying before. You know what I'm saying before. The New York dudes came into the military. They was talking about canal shirts and Pele Pale, and I was like, what the hell is all that? You know what I'm saying? And that was the first time I heard men talk about fashion that came from New York. You know what I'm saying? When I grew up, what I'm saying, men didn't talk about fashion and stuff like that. But I'm an old dude, so what the hell I know. Um, T Frank says, Bud is emotional. Said he might stop being Bradley's friend when he hears what Bradley says. Laugh out loud. What's going on? 20 Cash Crypto. Just hollering at some of my people. Don Sapansky. What's happening? You know what I'm saying? Thank you for showing up, coming through, sliding through. You know what I'm saying? Troy Moore. He says, he said, EJ asked Bud when you want some old man. He said, EJ asked Bud, you want some old man. Bud says no. I don't know what that means, but I see Cash Crypto in the building. He says, EJ is slaughtering people who have a
Hey,
good chance of beating Bud.
hey,
You know what I'm
you know
saying?
what you talking about, Pool County?
Yeah. Clear
Hey,
that up.
Friday, right?
Go ahead.
Remember when he knocked Red out? He like, man, you got knocked the F out, right? Remember when he
Hmm.
knocked out Red? And he was
Yeah.
like, you want some of this too, old man? No. What your ass in that crime tell about coming out here
Yeah,
messing
that
with
was
these nice
Friday.
people? That's what he's talking about.
Man, y'all done ran Steve O, man. Y'all ran my only Bud fan off the panel, man. God, dog. Well, y'all ain't right, man. Y'all done
No,
ran my man off, man, with
nah,
this
he
EJ
coming
talk.
back. He said,
Yeah, don't stick around long, bro.
Good morning, Eric. What's going on, BH? What's
shout
happening,
out,
fella?
shout out.
Said TZ Frank says Bud has sacrificed his foot movement to sit down on his punches to generate more power. And that's
Exactly.
true.
That's what I said.
That's true. You know what I'm
Your
saying? But
program,
he will be hard pressed, and he will be a dumbass to try to go in there and battle it out with EJ when that's exactly what EJ wants. You know what I'm saying? He wants him to sit right there and take them hooks till I got the ribs. I mean, didn't he see the Ugas fight? I mean, doesn't that tell him anything? You know what I'm saying about the man power? The
yeah,
power is real, y'all. I know y'all think EJ got to accumulate, you know what I'm saying? But all it takes is just, the right punch to the right area, bro, and you getting broke down. You
but
can't do what you can't do what you did before. You know what I'm saying? Because them body shots take a lot out of you. You know what I'm saying? And if Bud sit there, he's not used to taking body shots. Yeah, he could do like Ali did, you know what I'm saying, and toughen up his body like he did for Foreman. You know what I'm saying? But at some point in the fight, man, he gonna be broke down, bro. He ain't gonna be able to capitalize because he's gonna be too weak. You know what I'm saying? If he sit there, say on his punches and stand in front of EJ, I just don't think that's a good strategy for him. What do you think? What do you think?
I think when you battle the unstoppable foe, like the laws of power and the art of war says, don't go for their weakness because they're gonna be expecting that. Go for their strengths. Like I said, Earl is confident in his inside game.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody was confident that Foreman was gonna stop Ali. Bud's best chance is to get in that dugout. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's his best chance because either other way, Spence really get him on the outside. He can't jab with Spence. You see that with the Kell Brook fight. And, Bud got them looping arms. He's going to have to shorten his shots. He's going to have to figure out a way to shorten off his shots. And he's going to have to be.
You going in and out. You going in and out.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, when you went
But,
out. Say that again.
oh,
Say that again. Up.
I
You
said
went
he's
out.
going to have to figure out a way to bob and weave with his shots. If not, it's going to be a rough day. But he's going to have to get in close. He's going to have to get in there
Hmm.
and fight Earl's fight because on the outside, he's not going to be able to do that because he can't jab with Spence. And
But when you haven't fought like that your entire career, is that something you think he could be successful at?
I mean, he's got 6 months of training right now, a little bit more. I mean, when you have a fight like this, you got to put out all the stops. Sometimes you got to do something that you haven't done before. It's about progressing. He's got to see where he's at. And one thing, his will is going to have to be iron. Like Muhammad Ali had the will of iron when he went against Foreman, because to take all that, it's going to have to be like that fictional movie called Rocky. Rocky sat there and took all that punishment that we knew a man can't take, but he did it to express his will. The only difference is Earl doesn't get tired. So he's going to have to try to take away Earl's body the way Earl's taking away his body. He's going to have to be able to throw punches the rounds the same way Earl is. But he's going to have to use all his skills of slipping and countering to make sure he don't take all them shots flush. Like, it's a mission impossible. But hey, you got to work with what you got, man. Like, you just can't go out there and lay down. So you
Well,
got
I'm
to
just
fight.
saying, like, the 10,000 hour rule, right? You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? If you ain't been doing that shit, you know what I'm saying, you've been practicing on staying away from mugs your whole entire career. Like Roy, when
but
he
check this
started
out.
fighting, on the inside, when he fought Trinidad, remember he fought Trinidad?
Yeah,
Trinidad, even though the only reason that worked is because Trinidad was coming up in weight. You know what I'm saying? And so he
but
was
look,
able to say
you
what now?
said you said a 10,000 hour rule, right? Let's just say you
Yeah.
train for 10 hours a day, 30 days in a month, right? That's 300 hours. 6 months, that's 1,800. I mean, he can start getting some of it down. You feel me? Like, you got to
Hey,
start somewhere.
hey. But where he got 10,000, what I'm saying, EJ packing on another 30. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what he
Yeah,
do. The 47 pounds, right? You know what I'm
exactly.
saying? So that's what he do. That's his specialty. So you're gonna go in and you're gonna try to beat a man at his Bud likes to beat you at his game, not your game.
Exactly.
So he's
Like
gonna
you
try to
said,
go that means he's gonna have to try to come in there and break EJ will. You know what I'm saying?
exactly. That's gonna be the only. That's the only way that Earl's gonna ever lose, is you gonna have to break his will. That's the only way he's that type of fighter. That's the only way he's gonna lose. That's what makes him so special and so dangerous. Because that's the only way you can stop Earl. You gonna have to break that. You gonna have to break
Man,
that.
that's a tall drink of water right there, bro.
I know, but fighting Errol Spence is a tall drink of water.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
Like, if you look at it from all the other standpoints, like, what else can he do? You can't jab with the jabber. You can't jab with Spence. Spence will damn destroy him on the outside with the jab. And Spence controls the distance. Spence knows where you at every time, every second of that ring. He turns you and puts you where he wants you at. First off, you're going to have to break his will and not go where he wants you to go. That's for one.
mm-hmm.
But two, you're going to have to kick angles. You're going to have to hop in. You're going to have to do something to confuse him. Like, you're going to have to act like a running back, a Barry Sanders. You're going to have to just hop around a little bit and try to Matrix Lomachenko, or you got to do something, because everything that you've done, you're going to have to throw that whole stuff away, because Derek James and Earl are preparing for every convention and conventionality that you do. So he's just going to have to reinvent himself. And like I said, if he go back and look at what has worked against Spence, you see Ugas, when Ugas was in the inside, he was getting shots off on Earl.
Mm-hmm. What's up, G5?
I
You know what I'm saying?
mean, he got broke down eventually, but he was making some headway on the inside. He just couldn't continue it because, like I said, that's a tall drink. Sean Porter was getting off on the inside a little bit. You feel me? When Kell
Yeah.
Brook and Earl was fighting, Kell Brook was getting shots off on the inside. Like, if Earl Spence is the strongest on the inside, but that being said, since he's the strongest on the inside, that's the best place to catch him as well, because when you fighting against an opponent, you don't go against their weaknesses. You go for their strengths, because they're going to be consciously guarding their
No, you try to
weaknesses.
shut down their strength. You don't go for their strength. You
No,
try
no,
to
no,
shut down. You
no.
nullify their
I'm
strength.
talking. I'm talking about the art of war.
That's
You
what I'm
attack.
talking about too.
you attack a person's strengths.
You shut it down. Well, yeah, I guess that's the same thing.
Yes, you attack the strengths. If you shutting it down, you attacking it. You're going after their strengths. That's exactly what I was saying. You attack a person's strengths, and when you do that, that's gonna be his best chance because if you look at all Earl's fights, Larson caught him on the inside.
But you think fighting on the inside will nullify
That's not what I'm saying. That's what
Let me say this. Y'all, I'm listening to both of y'all.
Hold on 1 second, bro. What I'm saying is you said his best way to fight. And I'm telling you, it's a large order first off. But if you look back, the only way he's probably gonna have success is if he gets in there and fights on the inside, because that's where everybody has had the little bit of success that they've had has been with fighting Earl on the inside. That's his greatest strength, but that's where you're gonna get a chance to get off if you can. Now, like I said, you gotta weather what he got. And like I said, Ugas was catching him on the inside. Everybody else fought Earl that has caught him. Lamont Peterson was catching him on the inside. It's just that he goes through it. You have to be able to catch him on the inside and make him respect what you're doing. If you can't stop him on the inside, then the fight is over with before it starts. But that's the only place that you're going to be able to get Earl at. Because anywhere else, he's too fundamentally above him. And you feel what I'm saying? You can't jab with him. You can't mess with him on distance because that's where he's at. But everybody knows he's a hell of a body puncher.
Well, I mean, not that. I'm gonna push back a little bit on that because I think not only the inside, but there's like Earl. You know, he leaves a little distance for himself to punch. He don't smother his punches, and that range right there, that's where Ugas was catching him too. You know what I'm saying? But he's a fast learner, like you said in the last stream. You know what I'm saying? You're not gonna catch EJ too many times with the same punch. You know what I'm saying? But he get caught in that little mid-range area because he likes to stoop over some. But when he gets up on you, EJ is good at controlling your body, hiding the next punch. You know what I'm saying? So his inside game is so sweet. I see the way I see it. I see Crawford trying to get him at the mid-range area. You know what I'm saying? I just can't wrap my head around him trying to like really fight on the inside. You know what I'm saying? I just can't see it.
Fight on the inside mid-range area is right there together. It's a step apart. You know, to sit there, fight a little bit on the inside and take a step back and try to work right there. Fight on the inside, just take one step back and try to fight him right there on the inside, back right there. That way you give yourself a chance for your shots not to get smothered, because he will smother your shots, and then he will render you ineffective if he smothers your shots.
And well, one thing, because I've been watching a lot of the tapes and stuff and film and stuff, and I noticed, you know what I'm saying, EJ, I don't know if it's Mikey, because it was Mikey Garcia, I think it's certain opponents he'll do it against. I don't think he would do that against Crawford, is he leaves that jab out, or he'll commit sometimes to a jab, and you can capitalize over the top. Like I seen Mikey Garcia do it. I seen it in every fight where, you know what I'm saying, where sometimes EJ, he'll overcommit with the jab. You know what I'm saying?
That's how he gets countered sometimes over the top. Sometimes he'll throw that it'll be a lazy jab.
But then that's where that durability comes in, because he would walk through your shit, you know what I'm saying, just to get on the inside. He'll use that to get on the inside, to step in, so he can.
He uses that as a tactic. It's a ploy. Like, you think that you countering him because he threw a lazy jab out there, when all actuality is he was throwing that out there for you to throw so he can step in closer to you. And now the party about to start.
I'll be seeing that too.
Yeah, that's one of his ways. Like, he did Peterson with that real good.
Oh yeah, Peterson. Yeah, Peterson was giving him some good returns, some good counters, but he stepped right in there and started firing them ribs up.
Like that, he was right there in Peterson's guts too.
Yep, exactly. Yep. Oh, what's up? Let me holler out G5. You know what I'm saying? The TWT team. You know what I'm saying? Y'all subscribe to G5, man. He got some really great content. He got the AM morning live streams and stuff, man. He got some really great content. He knows his boxing and he's wise about life too, man. So y'all subscribe to G5, man, and the
Shout out G5, baby.
TWTT and just do boxing and
Oh,
all them guys over there, man. They got some really great material, man.
all
You know
the
what I'm saying?
guys with the TWT team, they winning right now.
Yes,
That's all
sir.
team.
They going big with it, man. You know what I'm saying? I'll be over there all the time in the morning listening. I usually
Always.
driving, so
Sometimes I might get there and say my little piece, but I'm always over there listening to it in the morning because if you ain't got nothing to do in the morning time from 8 to 12, they got boxing and life talks over there for you.
yes, sir. And he be getting in good with it too. He be getting in the guts of it. So Cash Crypto says Spence literally just beat down Ugas and Bud wouldn't even fight Ugas. And Troy Moore said, I disagree. He has to stay outside. EJ worked inside too much. He said he's gonna have to fight like Kill, but better. You know what I'm saying? And G5 said Cook. You know what I'm saying? Troy Moore says jab clinch, get back outside. That's what I see too. You know what I'm saying? I it's hard. I would have to see him do that inside
But
thing, you know what I'm
not
saying? To like
Spence like you think now. Spence ain't
say
gonna
what
let you
now?
grab. I said Spence ain't gonna let you just keep grabbing him now.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but I think he's working on it though. I think he's working on everything he can get away with. You know what I'm saying? Don't be surprised now. I'm wondering because Bud is emotional. Will he hit EJ low at some point in the fight?
Hey, I
If
was thinking that I didn't want to say nothing, but I said, man, he might hit Earl with a couple low shots. Might get deep.
mm,
He might do it.
yeah,
And
I sense that Zab Judah energy. You?
yeah, because Bud ain't never been in that situation.
Oh,
If Bud start to lose, will he get a DQ? Like, is his pride that much that he'll take a DQ before falling on his sword?
mm-hmm. Eric R says he said Bud don't have a body attack. He said you got to be able to hurt Errol to the body. If Bud try that late in the fight, that will be suicide because Errol is gonna go into the body first round
Yeah,
on. Yeah,
you can't work the
yeah.
body late.
I dropped the link Slime Season TV. Yeah.
You gotta work that body from the get go. That body is what you gotta start. It's called that investment. You gotta put that in.
I
Like,
mean Slim. Is that Slim or Slime? Slime.
Hey, I just want to cook on what y'all was talking about at first when y'all was saying, Bud's strategy. Both of y'all was absolutely right. Upper Echelon was saying that he need to use the art of war and, his best chances to get close and try to do what Spence don't expect.
Mm-hmm.
But Poole County, you was right too, saying that if you're not used to doing something your whole career, even with a full training camp, that's not fast enough to switch. And I'm gonna give y'all an example. Deontay Wilder. When he fought Tyson Fury for the last time, he planned on moving more and being more of a slick boxer. That lasted for every bit of about 3 rounds before it just went away because that's not what you used. You're going to go to what you know,
yeah.
especially when you start getting hit in the face. You're going to go to what you know.
But let me ask you one question. Being the thing about being a difference between being a great fighter and an elite fighter is that an elite fighter can adjust on the fly and they can learn on the fly, right?
Yeah,
If Bud Crawford is an elite fighter, then if he learns that style right there, then with him being elite, he should be disciplined enough to stay into it if it's working to make it happen, even though he's still getting hit because he's learning. And if he got the learning curve, then if he switch back, then he goes backwards. All about being elite is progressing to be greater.
right.
Mm-hmm.
So if
What's
he does
going on?
that, then
What's
is he?
going on, Lawrence Staten? What's happening, my brother? Cash Crypto says welterweights don't have enough on their punches to make EJ respect them.
Yeah, that's why 154, 160 when EJ gonna pull out his stuff.
He says EJ has fought every type of fighter, box Mikey, Danny jab, Kell Brook inside with Porter, Ugas. Yeah, you right on
But
point, my
that's what I
brother.
say on my videos, Troy.
He says the counter is fool's gold because you give up position, and Spence, then that's where he wants to be. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Just trying to strategize what the strategies may be for these guys. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause we know their abilities. You know what I'm saying? But are they going to pull something else out? That's going to be interesting to see. So Spence going to hit him with the low, going to hit him low because Bud Short's always too high.
Fact. Fact.
That motherfucker, his shorts do be up there to his
Big
damn
belly button.
his belly, but yeah, up to his diaphragm. You know what I'm saying? I was like, hell no, bro. What's going on? What's going on? Slim Season TV. What's happening?
What up, man? What up?
What's your take on this Bradley thing? You know what I'm saying? You heard what he said?
I watched the other day. The thing is, he been knew this shit, man. I think he just what he's saying now. He talking about he went back and watched film and shit. That I mean, going back and watch film. That's cap, man.
Yep.
He been watching film. That's why he didn't want to fight Earl. He's saying that now so he don't look
Exactly.
stupid. He's saying it
Mm-hmm.
now so he don't look like he don't know what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
he knew that. That's why he didn't want to fight him in the first place, bro.
That's why he retired.
Yeah, that's why he kind of backing up off his pick now, and he, you know what I'm saying, he kind of easing it down and stuff like that. He know what's up, man. He ain't fooling nobody. They was trying to he wanted his boy to get that paycheck from Earl, so he got dang deal with a homie to do it, try to, you know what I'm saying, goad him into a fight. You know what I'm saying, make it seem like he was scared when he knew Terence was really over there in top rank protection.
They got the best matchmakers around.
Got the best matchmakers.
So what you think Bud's strategy going probably? What you think he's working on? What you think his strategy, his best key to victory is up in this
Shit.
fight?
Going in there and laying down. That
I mean, give me a better one than that. What you think he's working on?
Yeah, you know what? I think Bud gonna come out trying to fight the same fight. But I think EJ really gonna dictate the fight for real because Bud is a counter puncher. You know what I'm saying? So I think EJ could go in there and he could take it to Terrence like he normally do. Or Tim just said he was like shit. He could fuck around and make Terrence come to him like he boxed Mikey off the back foot. People act like he can't really box off the back foot. I just think I think Terrence gonna do what he normally do, but I think that it ain't gonna work. He ain't fought nobody like Earl. You know what I'm saying?
Wouldn't it be crazy if EJ come in here and put on a boxing clinic, bro? You know what I'm saying?
I said, fool. I said, everybody said that Terrence would outbox Earl. I said, Earl gonna come out there and he gonna put on a masterclass boxing performance.
Wow, man! If that happened up, I'm gonna have to put $10 on your super chat, my brother. I'm gonna have to do it, bro. Mike Rhythm says Bo Mac makeup is flour.
Honestly, man, I think this gonna probably be one of EJ easiest fights, bro. I don't think it's gonna be like a knockdown, drag out fight like everybody's saying, man. I don't really see it like that. I don't see it as some type of grueling fight. I don't see it as no Hagler Hearns type shit.
This fight could go so many different ways, man. That's why it's so fascinating, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But another thing, Paul. Another thing. I always be watching your channel and shit. Sometimes I'll be getting on and shit, but bro, we gotta start giving Bud credit, bro, because when EJ whoop his ass, bro, I need Earl to get all his credit, bro. I think some people be listening, they think motherfuckers hating on Bud and they think we think Bud can't box and all that other shit. I think Bud is a top-notch boxer, but I think the space between him and Earl, you know what I'm saying, is way greater than this. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like,
if you watch this right here, Troy, if you notice, I've always said Bud is a great fighter. I said he could be even better I said to become elite, you have to fight top-notch competition.
He just in the wrong era, bro.
I said, if Bud would have fought stronger competition, it would be a closer fight. But Bud hasn't fought nobody to help him advance his skills.
Yeah. I remember what you were saying about
fighting off his. He's still fighting off his
high schoolers and shit.
Yeah, he's still fighting off his natural.
Yeah,
like natural talent only gets you but so far.
But I just want people to they gotta understand that Bud is a hell of a fighter, bro. I don't want after he get his ass whooped, and I don't want people coming out saying, well, EJ still ain't fought nobody, Bud ain't. You know what I'm saying? He ain't never did this. He ain't never.
Oh, they is gonna do it though.
Well, the problem is Bud fight once a year, bro. He don't have a whole bunch of fights, bro. He got the same amount of fights.
He used to fight twice a year until EJ got hurt. Then he started fighting once a year.
Yeah. But let me finish the point. He the reason why nobody got much to say, he's a good fighter. You know what I'm saying? He really is a good fighter, but I mean, what has he? You know what I'm saying? Like we talk. DJ just came off of Uga's fight. He just fought a champion. You know what I'm saying? He just busted him up. You know what I'm saying? The last person Terence Crawford fought was Sean Porter. You know what I'm saying? And look how that ended. So we don't have a lot to like. We could say, yeah, Bud's a great fighter. He you know what I'm saying, he TKO'd, Sean Porter, but in a controversial way. So it's just kind of hard. It's not taking no credit away from it. We all hardcore boxing fans here. So we pretty much know, what I'm saying, who Bud is and what he can do. So you can't really take nothing from him. He was undisputed at 140. You know what I'm saying? He moved up 3 weight division. Everybody in these comments right here know that. So, everybody here mostly know boxing. I don't really talk. I don't really talk to a lot of casual fans. You know what I'm saying? Not that I'm hating on them, but you know what I'm saying? This is kind of like a hardcore boxing format. Most people in here got their own channels, or what I'm saying, they've been watching boxing for years. They could come up here and they could lead the comment section. Most of these dudes up in here. So you know what I'm saying? So it's not like we can take anything away from Bud, because these people already know who he is. That's how I look at it anyway. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't feel like I be, overdoing it with EJ. I just think everybody here knows what we're talking about. It's not really a casual fan conversation. So
Let me ask you this,
that's
Paul.
my excuse.
You been seeing
Mhm.
Eddie Hearn? Well, you been seeing Eddie Hearn and other motherfuckers saying that Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis fight and Triple G and Canelo fight bigger than this
They
Terence
doing
Crawford
that
Errol
trying
Spence
to
fight.
they trying to get publicity, bro. That's what they
Mhm.
do. Eddie Hearn
Yeah.
is always cap off other fighters because their fights don't do nothing. Their fights is trash. Like when Canelo fought on the PVC, he sold almost 800,000 buys with Caleb Plant. When he just fought against Bivol on the Zone, they hardly had 100 and some thousand pay-per-view buys. Like
Mhm.
the zone is dying. Like they done went through $1 billion already. They had to get Eddie Hearn had to get another $1 billion loan to get them out of the water because they was almost gonna shut down. That's why they bringing the pay-per-view back. But ain't nobody mess with PBs. I mean the zone. That's why we call it dead zone. But see,
Mhm.
Eddie Hearns is always trying to promote off somebody else's back. Like Ryan Garcia always hollering about Tank before he got to fight somebody, and they always trying to compare. They always kind of compare their fighters to PVC fighters before the fight, just to stir up some controversy, just to get you talking, just to get somebody talking about it. But I haven't been feeding into it because I'm not about to get into publicity. They're gonna have to earn.
Mhm.
Have to earn it. And that Canelo Triple G fight, it's not gonna do nothing really. I don't think
Mhm.
it ain't gonna go over 400,000 buys, maybe not even 300.
Yeah.
Because
Because
they keep rinsing and repeating. Like, come on, man, you
right.
can't keep feeding us the same damn shit.
And then I don't know if what I'm saying, Triple G like 40 years old. What kind of credit is Canelo gonna get for beating a
They're
40-year
gonna
old
put him
man?
number one pound for pound. What they trying to do is launch Canelo back to the number one pound for pound. If
Oh
he
yeah.
Fact.
Triple G, they gonna say, "Oh, Canelo beat the best middleweight," because they already trying to say Triple G is an all-time great, better than Andre Ward and
Oh,
everything.
they've been saying that shit.
Yeah,
And he
they
wouldn't he
already
wouldn't
said,
even fight. He wouldn't
they
even fight
already
Andre Ward.
they already compared Triple G to Hagler. They already saying Triple G is like Hagler. No, they matter of
They
fact, they like
say they say he got more title defenses. I was like, that's
yeah,
bullshit.
yeah, because
Bro.
he fighting cab drivers, and then he fighting welterweights that
Right.
up two daggone weight classes just to fight him. Like you had Demetrius Andrade, Jamal Charlo right there in your division, but you gonna bring Kell Brook up 2 divisions to fight you? Like that's what I'm saying. That's what Eddie Hearn did. He
Yeah,
said he had big Kell
they're
Brook.
trying to
Kell Brook.
catapult him to number one, because if you look at, I keep telling people this, the only reason Bud is recognized as number one, I'm gonna tell y'all this, bro. With that resume he got, the only reason he recognized on number one is so that the old media don't have to say that Errol Spence, a black PBC fighter, is number one.
That's the only reason why. Now, when Canelo beats Triple G, he's gonna launch right back to number one. Now, watch what I tell you.
Right.
Even
Well,
though
and check this out. Well, when Monster Inouye win his fight, they're gonna put him up there too. You know
they
what I'm
already got
saying?
him number 2,
Yeah.
they don't put
Oh
him over
my
Earl.
God, are you serious?
Monster Inouye is ranked number 2. Earl Spence is like number 4.
That's crazy.
Wow.
They
That's
got
crazy, bro.
they got Terence Crawford number 1. They got Monster Inouye number 2. They got Estrada number 3, and they got Spence number 4.
They keep rearranging these things every week. Who is this? Ring Magazine? Who?
Yeah,
ESPN?
bro,
You
these
Who?
can't even take that
non-black
shit serious.
fighters, all they have to do is go in there, fight a bomb, and make it look good, bro. And they will make them
Exactly.
number one.
And I'm trying to
But
figure
that's
out how
combat,
Estrada
bro.
Estrada done got beat twice over Earl, and in a way, they talking about his weight divisions, but his weight divisions are less than 7 pounds. All them divisions is less than 7 pounds together.
Bro,
Like
you can't even take they pound for pound list serious, bro. That shit like a marketing ploy, bro.
Yeah,
That's why if it ain't champ side pound for pound list, I ain't even paying attention to it because I'm not looking at the daggone old media thing because they putting who they want. And
That shit a
ESPN
marketing
got
ploy.
most of the ESPN fighters on there anyway. Hell, they even took Devin Haney off the pound for pound list. They ain't even got Devin Haney or Charlo on the pound for pound list. When Devin Haney and Charlo will beat anybody that they got on that pound for pound list. Then they got
they
Tyson.
know it. They know it. They know
got
it. But
Tyson Fury on the pound for pound list. He's a damn drug cheat. Plus, he's a heavyweight. They got Oleana Usyk. Now, I would have gave it to Usyk, but he's a heavyweight now. He's not a cruiserweight, nothing like that no more. He's a heavyweight. Plus, he got beat by Sean Porter in the amateurs, who was a welterweight. That shows you how the skills transition from the lower weight class.
Well, didn't he campaign at middleweight when he was in the amateurs? Didn't he campaign at middle
Sean Porter, yeah.
Bro, what they try to do, bro? They try to maneuver it so the I hate to say it, but they try to maneuver it so the black man don't never seem like he on top, bro. So it don't seem like the black man dominant. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
hold on, let me finish my thing, and I'm gonna give it to you, bro. But then they got Clambuterol Canelo, who done got washed in 2 fights. He done got washed. Both fights he lost every round. Then they got Lomachenko. He got less than 20 fights, but then got washed twice on both of them fights. But they got all these people up there, but you ain't got Devin Haney, Charlo. That's 2 people that's undisputed that you ain't even got on the pound for pound list. And then you got Errol Spence, number 3, under anyway in Estrada. And if they was the same pound for pound, Earl would beat the dog shit out of them. But see, that's the thing that they do because, like I said, the only reason they got Crawford up there because old media don't want Al Heyman and PBC to be number 1. And like I tell you, even if Canelo beats Triple G and Errol Spence beats Crawford, Canelo still has the number 1 spot if he beat Triple G. That's just the way they're doing it because they're trying to make it seem like Triple G is an all-time great. Even though Canelo's been washed twice. And
y'all gotta remember that ESPN list. I mean that list is an ESPN list, bro. So they definitely don't want nobody from PBC or any other company at the top of their list, bro.
Exactly.
It's a marketing ploy, bro, and they use it to try to make it seem like we less dominant than what we is, bro. So they can make it more appealing.
But we don't have to acknowledge it though. If we acknowledge it, fans, which list we acknowledge is the correct list, then that's what people got to go by. If we acknowledge that the list that Champ Side got out right now is the list that we going by as boxing fans, then that's what is accepted. It's all about what's accepted. Like ESPN trying to say Devin Haney is the 3rd undisputed. ESPN tried to say Teofimo and Kambosos was undisputed. Franchise belts. But we're not accepting that. We accept that Devin Haney is the 1st undisputed lightweight. Just like I'm accepting Champ Side. Like if I go by pound for pound list, I'm going from Champ Sides. If it ain't a pound for pound list that has merit, his pound for pound list last year is still better than what they had. Everything they had on their other pound for pound list, 6 of them people got washed. That's what I'm saying. Washed. Not even on the pound for pound list no more. They done took them off. And how do you have Canelo up there talking about dare to be great when he just went up there and beat Sergey Kovalev? So how you gonna say Bivol bigger and Kovalev's bigger than Bivol for 1, and for 2, let's talk about it. Kovalev had a daggone a huge problem out there. He had the assault charge on a woman and the dog. And after he lost to Canelo Alvarez, he got 20 million and they dropped all charges. Come on now, he was looking at prison time. Ain't nobody said nothing about that daggone charge no more. That was all part of the deal.
What's going on? Let's introduce Outlaw Thomas. What's going on, my brother?
Good energy, good brothers. How y'all feeling this morning?
How's it going, bro?
All right. What you think about that Tim Bradley comments? What you think about that?
You know what? Man, I was just on a different StreamYard and I mentioned your video last night, man. That's why I wanted to jump on here. It was so eye-opening and funny to me because he knows good and well. The first thing he started off saying was, I actually watched Earl fight. So you've been running your mouth for all this time about Earl and you had never really watched him fight?
He's watched him. He's watched him. That's why he retired.
Well, he said he had to go and re-watch him. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. That's why he ducked him. He retired so he didn't have to fight him.
Exactly.
But yeah, man, it was interesting. I like the fact that he's starting to change his tune, and he's not the only one. I've been hearing a lot of people changing their tune from picking Bud, and now they're starting to come around and understand. Look, Bud got some things that he gonna have to worry about. That if history has told us anything, things that Earl does well puts Bud in trouble.
Mm-hmm. So how do
They
you
always
think
talk about.
how
Mhm.
you think the fight gonna shape up?
I say honestly, he's putting the pressure on him, and I'm looking at ninth, 10th round stoppage for Earl. I think
Mm.
he's just gonna overwhelm him too much. I
Do,
think
do
he,
you
I really
think
do.
do you
I
think
see
Crawford
six,
gonna
bro.
sit in the pocket? You think he's gonna sit in the pocket with EJ,
I
or you
think
think
he's gonna attempt too early and
mm,
realize that that's not working in his favor and start to dance around and try and pop shots. But Earl's gonna cut off that ring and keep coming.
mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm.
like
That's how
also
I
how you mentioned. I also
go
like how you mentioned the Earl versus Peterson fight. How he was moving and shaking. Like people don't give him his credit for the things that he does. They think he's just some flat-footed come forward fighter, and I've never seen him be flat-footed. I see him inching those toes every time he steps into those punches, and steps into that jab and backs out. And, you know what I mean? It's
mm-hmm.
funny the way people
And he
decide to
always
just
moves his feet. He always moves his feet
always,
on his opponent.
always,
He
yep.
keeps his foot on right where he wants his opponent's foot to be. He always keeps
No,
foot.
I love it.
Mm-hmm. And did you see the angles? Did you see
Yep,
the angles he was giving
yep.
Peterson in that fight? I mean, you never see him do that much. Now I seen a little bit against Ugas, how he was stepping out and changing angles on punches and stuff. He was hitting him in the neck, hitting him in the chest, hitting him in the arms. I mean, hitting him everywhere. That's dangerous, bro.
That's
That's
picking you up.
you know, just
And
beating
I
you.
think that's what's gonna hurt. Yep.
That's
Mm-hmm.
when you beat somebody. This ain't a fight. This is a beating.
The beating.
Mm-hmm.
That's like when you used to get
That
that
should be a
butt whooping
mauling.
from your dad. When your dad used to whoop your tail, it's a lot different when your mom used to do it.
Right.
Your mom used to sit there and whoop
So
you on your butt. But your dad, he'll latch onto your arm, and wherever that belt land, that's where it lands.
exactly. And see, you see, he don't have to like just really, he just scoring. He just in there throwing over 100 punches, bro. That's going to be hard for Crawford, you know what I'm saying, to beat. That's
And
going to be hard for him to get by. You know
Stop.
what I'm saying?
doing
So,
damage too. The
what you
main
say now?
punches,
Mm-hmm.
each punch is doing damage as well.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Brian Custer. He ain't even show Brian Custer no softness. He gave Brian Custer some of that action.
And I think that was still taking something off of it.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Brian Custer said he started talking a little noise in the ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Trying to talk a little noise, you know what I'm saying? EJ, I guess had to, had to
Shut up.
condition him, a little bit.
Yeah,
As
had
he
After
to
I
show
see
like
EJ go body with that dude in the flip flop Kentucky,
Yep.
I knew it wasn't nobody
Yep.
beat
The
the
big
world
dude.
that could go body with that nigga, man. He
mm-hmm.
wasn't. He damn near wasn't to goddamn die in there, bro. Like he like a Mack truck, bro.
he
Mm-hmm.
like the juggernaut.
What's going on, sweet science? What's happening with you, my brother?
He like the juggernaut. Once the juggernaut get
Good,
rolling,
good.
stop him.
What
Yeah,
you got
once
on
the
that
juggernaut.
Tim Bradley interview? Sweet
I
science, you
think
there?
I think a lot of the points that they're making about Bud suing Top Rank is a determining factor in that. But also, if you really pay attention to how Earl has been getting these guys out of there, they may see that as being Tim may see that as being something that Spence Bud just can't take.
Mm-hmm. What you think about Tim Bradley? Changing his tune and everything. Giving up that EJ can fight off his back foot. Now Terence Crawford saying that EJ can make adjustments. What you think about all that?
It may be a thing where they have to. I think EJ is going to come in strong and do all of those things. So they know it too. I mean, they're boxers, so they know what EJ can do. So just to save face, you got to say, "Well, I said
Mm-hmm.
he can fight off the back. I said he can't." Just to save face. That's
They
all
done
that
packed
is.
all that shit in a suitcase. Now they don't want to carry all that shit out. Now it's time to fight.
That's called
But how do you break down the fight? How you see it going?
It'll be an inside out fight. Um, I really think they're gonna have to either fighter is gonna really have to establish the jab to really win. I don't see Bud as being strong enough to stop Earl from doing what he wants to do. Um, as soon as Earl gets his timing down, but I say anywhere from 6 to I really have it going for a long fight just because once Bud feels that power, he's not gonna run, but he's gonna clinch, and he won't get him out of there till 11.
Mm. Mm. So you think Bud gonna be able to he's not gonna be able to control EJ with that clinching because he's really good clincher.
That's that wrestling.
Not fully, not fully. He's strong, but he's not. When he clinches, he's going to leave himself susceptible for the uppercut, and I think that's what's that uppercut and that body work is going to get him.
Now, I'm just pushing back, what I'm saying? So don't everybody jump on me. So, so
No, do your thing. Do your thing.
so Crawford now, he do have a jab. You know what I'm saying? I'm wondering, what I'm saying, is he gonna try to work that jab with that 4-inch reach he got? 70, what is it, 76, 74 inch reach? You know what I'm saying?
How they work out versus Brook? How that jab work out?
Can anybody point me to a fight where he used his jab like that?
No, but he gonna
knows
need
that's
it.
what he needs to do.
He need it.
He
You know what I'm
needs.
saying? He's gonna have to do some different stuff and try some different things in this fight.
He tried to jab with Brook, but Brook was beating him to the shots.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Let me see. I got a super chat. Black Preacher Man Sports Fan Club says, who do the panel thinks can get the early stop?
Earl's gonna get the early stop.
I don't see it going past 6, man.
I think about round 8.
6 rounds is when Earl really starts cooking, and when you start seeing the stamina difference.
Mm-hmm.
Where you start seeing where that body work done came in there.
I need Earl to get in there with Blu-ray though, man. I need him coming there looking like he fought Lamont Peterson, bro, or Chris Algieri, bro.
I don't think
I think he's in better shape.
I really don't think it'll be an early stop. I think it's going long. If not the distance, it's gonna go 11.
Nah, it ain't going 11. Cause I think Bud gonna that dog that everybody talking about Bud got. I think that's what's gonna cause him to get fucked up, man. That dog everybody say he got. Well, he
not hit, to get embarrassed.
He want to get a hit back.
Then what's going on, Grease with Fire? What's happening, my brother? What's going on, W Nivels? Got to shout out some of my regulars. What's going on? Jay Smith, what's happening? I see you out there. He said, I can't wait for TC and EJ media workout. It's going to be fire. The ain't show is. Jay Cooley says, Bud face won't hold up. He said, you seen when Jamel Hearing got his eye cut, Bomac didn't know how to react. They called the fight to I think he said he caught the fight too. I think y'all got to put some periods in this thing.
That's another thing, Paul. That Bud gonna be in there by himself, man. Bud gonna be in there by himself. He ain't got no Derrick James, man. Them folks gonna be letting him do what he want to do. Cause Bud is a time bomb, bro. Did y'all watch that interview where he was talking about when he went to the club? He was talking about when he got shot and shit. Bud is a street nigga, man.
Yeah, I mean, but most boxers are. You know what I'm saying? Most boxers are street people. They make the best fighters, you know what I'm saying? Because they ain't got nothing, you know what I'm saying? Really, you know what I mean? Really, them dudes from like back then in the 30s when they had the white dudes in there, like you know what I'm saying? Shit, I can't think of none right now. James, what was that guy name? Jack.
What's that dude that Tyson fought?
Yeah, they ain't have nothing. Blood. You know, when the Irish was the treated like black folks and stuff, them folks ain't had nothing but boxing. So they were tough. You know what I'm saying? The what's his name? The great white hope guy.
What's that dude Tyson fought though? Pull that black dude that
you talking about Tommy Morrison?
No, with the gold teeth. He had
gold teeth. No. I ain't talking about Tommy.
Blood. He was a blood from like New York or something.
But the poor make great fighters, bro. The poor. That's my point. You know what I'm saying? Poor people who ain't got jack, they're going to put everything they got, you know what I'm saying, to make that cash, you know what I'm saying? And boxing is a great way to move up. You know what I'm saying? If you can withstand the punishment. You know what I'm saying? And all the great fighters come from like really poor backgrounds. You don't see too many rich dudes going into the boxing game.
That's why.
You know what I'm
That's
saying,
why
and be
Earl different
successful.
too, though.
Well, Earl wasn't rich.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah, I'm
saying?
saying, but he ain't have to be like no like he chose that. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
his like it's
Well,
different
his
from like he
daddy, his
forced
daddy,
into it.
his daddy put him in there so he wouldn't get in trouble. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know
like
Kept
what you're
fighting in the
saying.
street. Yeah. He
Hmm.
kept fighting in the street, and his pops was like, "Yeah, you gonna put this to work." And I think
Hmm.
that's kind of to go back to I forget who said it, but that's exactly what I think the difference in this fight is going to be is training. I don't think Bud listens to Bomac. I mean, I don't think Bomac really is giving
Hmm.
much insight into what needs to be done technically. All he likes to do is talk shit and say stuff like, just talk bad, and I just
Hmm.
respect Derek Gang so much because he's a true coach. I've never seen him talk down on a fighter. I've never seen him try and, just say ignorant things about a fighter. You know what I mean? But Bomac, on the other hand, yeah, I don't
Yeah,
like
He
that.
way more calculated. He calculated like Bomac like that a drunk ass uncle or some shit.
Yep, and just saying
They
shit. Yep,
all that shit they was talking about
Him and
Earl.
Bernie the boxer as well.
Yeah, and they know
yep.
that now it's time to collect. You know what I'm saying? You didn't talk yourself into this shit. Now you got to deal with that shit, man. So
well,
ain't no point in be competitive with you.
boxing has always been a passionate sport when people talk trash. You seen what how Mike Tyson used to talk. You know what I'm saying? That shouldn't be shocking. You know what I'm saying? We just got a little bit more civilized. You know what I'm saying? Since that time, growing up with Mayweather and coming off of his run and everything, we got away from hearing all this kind of craziness. But it's always been there in boxing. You know what I'm saying? Mike Tyson said, "I make you a punk." You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying, it was worse than that, but I'm trying to keep it clean.
Yeah, I know.
When
And
he said I kissed
I'm just
you,
saying,
you talk
Bomac
about when
when
he's talking about
when
Razor
Earl
Ruddock
almost
and
died in
stuff.
that crash, and a homeboy talking about a drunk ain't shit and all the other stuff.
hmm
Like they got some venom in their heart for Earl, bro. They really don't like Earl for real.
That's kind of why I'm saying
That's
like
because Earl's
EJ gonna
winning.
come out and really try to destroy him because they've been talking too much, man.
Because
And they
Earl's oh go ahead.
yeah,
But
they
y'all,
they've been
Winning.
talking too much. So EJ really wanna demonstrate and make an example out of him.
y'all,
He's
y'all remember that heavyweight that Tyson hit in the eye outside the ring when they
that's what I'm
met
talking
at a
about.
hmm
The dude with
The
the
and
gold tooth.
hair curl.
Greg something,
No, I think it was Mitch Green.
Yeah,
Mitch
Mitch
Green,
Murphy, that's
yeah,
cool.
Mitch Green,
He
yeah,
was blood.
and he had a whole videos just talking shit about Tyson. You know what I'm
Since he was
saying?
Tyson.
Just like they this camp, but Mitch Green, you know what I'm saying, he was selling out bad, bro. Ooh, he was selling out bad. You know what I'm saying? So it's always been there, you know what I'm saying? We just haven't seen it in a while, you know what I'm saying? And like y'all said, I think this is gonna help. It's gonna help EJ fuel up for this fight, man, because he got a lot. He said he put it on his bulletin board, everything he see on social media, everything that's said, and he trains, you know what I'm saying, with that stuff, you know what I'm saying, in his head. You know what I'm saying? So I think he's gonna go in there really charged up, really ready to beat the hell out of Terence Crawford. I think that's something that's missing, you know what I'm saying, from the conversation. I got a super chat. Let's see. What's going on, Valentine, my brother? What's going on, Pillar of Pool Counter Boxing? What's going on with that $10? He said box hashtag. He said boxing talk fam. He said hashtag man down. Hashtag big fish. Hashtag strap season. Hashtag the eye collector. Hashtag ain't no stopping Spence now fam. Hashtag I got Spence fam. So who you rolling with, my brother? Mm-mm,
I think he
mm-mm.
might pick Spence. I'm thinking. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I
What
got
what
a
what
funny
gives
That's
you
feeling he
that
going with
idea?
Spence.
Why would
mm.
you say that?
I mean, it's
That's
just
my
an
boy right there.
educated
Hey,
guess. I might not be right, but I'm gonna lean towards Spence for his pick, though.
I know I got Valentine Rich. He was one of my first subscribers. Okay. And what's going on, Ramon, Emily Jones? What's going on? Says salute pool and boxing family. What's going on? Glad to see you
Salute,
here.
salute, Ramon
Salute.
and Emily.
What's
Salute.
going on, Bruce? Boxing, Bruce Gas, Boxing, Jazz, and more. And once again, Just Do Boxing. Please check out Just Do Boxing. The dude is smooth over there with it, man. I mean, dude got great content, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all check out the TWT team. You know what I'm saying? They growing, they getting big out here in these streets. You know what I'm saying? They the new bloods, man. We got to see what's going on, what's popping. Let's see. Terrell Grace says, he says, whipped his ass. Okay, he's talking to somebody. Okay, they arguing in there. Yes, Mitch Green. Yeah, he said, yeah, Valentine. He says Mitch Green, big punk ass. Yeah, that dude was selling big wolf tickets. So it's nothing new in boxing, you know what I'm saying? But it's just to see EJ, he's so respectful, you know what I'm saying, on
If,
one side, and then you got the other side that's all ratchet, you know what
if
I'm
you not
saying?
subscribed to Upper Echelons, y'all go ahead and give me a subscribe, though. Like everybody that's in here, get a sub if y'all don't mind. I appreciate you.
What's going on? I am Trill Will. What's going on? What's happening with you, my brother? You know what I'm saying? Y'all subscribe to I Am Trill Will. You know what I'm saying? He got some really great content. He make music. He does a lot of things. Very creative brother over there, you know what I'm saying, with a lot of boxing insight. You know what I'm saying? Please check him out, man. That is my brother over there. And upper echelon, you know what I'm saying, on the panel with the gold glove who be cooking. You know what I'm saying? With the 47 palms, you know what I'm saying, of Shaolin boxing over there. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, okay. My bad, Paul. Go ahead.
No, I'm just giving everybody their props. What's going on, Eric? Another pillar of pool counter boxing. He says, if the fight stops early, I see it going to Bud. He says, huh? He said, well, I can see that. Yeah, I see what you're saying. He said, anything past 7, I have ending in the late stoppages. Stoppages. He said, I think Bud will last as long as Ugas. Yeah, but I really think Ugas only lasted as long because EJ was coming off a layoff. I think
Hey,
if
did you
I,
see that
The
ref?
only reason
That
Ugas
ref
lasted
kept
as
stopping
long
EJ.
is because
EJ
of
could have
his
stopped
will.
Ugas.
Ugas had that will, because anybody else would have been done. Ugas,
yeah,
that man has faced life and death over 4 times coming here to America.
I think he
Like,
did like 7 times, bro. He tried to come like 7 times, something
I
like
know I
that.
said over 4, so that that could be any number over 4, bro. I don't know the
Yeah, his
exact number, so I
willpower was
just say over.
very
You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
resilient.
I hear what you're saying, but I think you're right to a
He
certain
got
degree. But I think EJ coming off a layoff, he wasn't as sharp. He was making a lot of mistakes
yeah,
in
but
there.
Ugas still was gonna have to die in that ring, or they was gonna have to stop it
Yeah,
because Ugas
I
wasn't about
think
to get that build up.
But I think that EJ, if he was sharper, you know what I'm saying, when he
Yeah,
had came in, I think if he was sharper, he probably would have got him out of there earlier. I think.
yeah, he probably would have. If they was thinking, they would have stopped it earlier. You feel me? And
Yeah,
I had that man crying blood for 4 days.
I don't really see him Bud having enough to really stop EJ early anyway. I've never really seen EJ ever
Hurt.
really being
Hurt.
in the vicinity of being stopped. Like it's just not
hmm
something that happens with him. You know what I'm
But
saying?
this
He
what I'm
catches a
saying.
lot of slips a
One
lot.
thing, one thing we have to admit, in a fight, anything can happen. Like look at Foreman and Michael Moore. Michael Moore beat that man for damn the whole fight, and Foreman got that lucky shot in. Like EJ is a truck. He's a truck. EJ is indomitable, and EJ is damn near unstoppable. But anybody is still human.
Yeah,
And
no doubt. But I mean, when you get
and
hit flush and you smile it off, you wipe it off your chin. You
but
like,
guess
you know
what?
what I'm saying? And this is with no protection.
What about that one time that you get hit and you don't smile it off?
But when has it
What
ever
if
happened to him?
I mean hey, look, it's been a lot of times it ain't happened to Roy. But then it been a lot of times it ain't happened to a few fighters, but sometimes in your body it don't react the way it normally reacts.
But
That's when
when it
you
was
get
happening
older.
to Roy had got up in age. He
I
was
know, but
partying and doing those things
that's
though. That's
you arguing semantics, bro. What I'm saying is that when you get older, though, EJ he's in his 30s now. I'm just saying, nobody can predict when their body's gonna break down.
the
Or
best shape of his life though.
Hey,
yeah,
I had to bring
nobody
up
can
this
predict.
comment. I had to bring up this comment. Grace says he talking about Mitch Green, talking about whipped his ass in front of the Dapper Dan store. Oh, that's crazy, man.
I'm
Go
done,
ahead. I'm
man.
sorry, y'all. That's
Now, what I'm
crazy.
saying is, you never know when your body's gonna not react the way it's used to. Earl, he's in his prime right now, but he's also on a downslope as well because he's 32. He's on the other side of 30.
No, I
You
don't think they
know,
peak until like 33, man, 34.
nah, most boxers peak around 27, 28, really. And then you start a slow decrease. You got a slow decrease after you hit 30. Because
I understand what you're saying. Like if, but
most fighters stop around 35, 34, 35. That's what I'm saying. The slow decrease. I ain't saying it's a big decrease, it's slow. But I'm
I
just
think
saying
Errol better now than what he was at 27, 28.
I
And then
agree.
he got
I
on
can
I
agree
fire.
with
don't think
that.
so. I think he's more complete and he's more focused. But you
That's
see,
better.
even when he came in shape, he wasn't the same shape that he was with the Ocampo and Peterson fight. You feel what I'm saying? Like that's why he's moving up as well, because it's hard to get down to that 147 because he's getting older. He's becoming an older man. You feel what I'm saying? And like it can happen in a blink of an eye when certain things don't happen the way it's supposed to. Now I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I'm saying it's a possibility that it could. Like it's always a possibility.
I hear the devil's advocate. I just don't see it happening though.
Buster
Like
Douglas. Nobody thought
I've
Buster
never
Douglas was going
seen
to knock out
anything in
Tyson.
him to even suggest that.
Nobody thought Buster Douglas would beat Tyson. You feel me?
Tyson was in Japan fucking
But
him
if
out
you
a long
go
time.
back looking at hindsight, all of the things kind of add up to where you can say, okay, I can see why that happened. But looking at EJ right now, you got to tell me why you see that can happen. Just to say anything can happen, yeah. But I'm saying you go back looking at hindsight at Mike, you know what I'm saying? There was a lot of things that Mike had stopped doing and him going through things. He wasn't prepared. Yeah, he got caught with that flush shot, but he was doing a lot of things outside the ring and had that emotional scar on him that kind of, his will was gone at that time.
Okay, I do you one better. Lennox Lewis and Hakeem Rockman. Nobody thought Rockman would do that to Lewis. Nobody. That man was 100-1 underdog, man. He caught Lennox Lewis and finished him. And you
That was
see,
a lucky punch.
Lewis came back and destroyed him for that crap, but it happened. It
Yeah,
happened.
anything can happen. It's a fight. It's a fight.
That's what I'm
Anything can
saying.
happen.
Nobody thought Joshua was gonna lose the relief to Andy Ruiz.
I did.
Nobody thought Ali was gonna lose the Spinks, bro. Like that's what I'm
I just
saying.
think everybody peak at different times
I
though. Like
sure
Bernard
didn't.
Hopkins ain't reach his peak
I'm
too
gonna tell
late.
you like this. I'm gonna give you the best one. Who the hell thought Donald Curry would lose to Lloyd
Oh
Huntington?
yeah, I know, man. Lloyd was bad though, man. Nobody knew who he was back then like
But
that.
did you think Donald Curry was gonna lose to Lloyd Huntington?
Hell no, that was my
Donald
boy,
Curry
man.
was
The
the next
Cobra.
Donald
That was my boy, Cobra
Donald Curry
Curry.
was supposed to be Sugar Ray. That was supposed to be the next Sugar Ray, Donald Curry. Like these are upsets that people did not see.
That was my
You know what
boy
I'm
right
saying?
there, Cobra Curry.
Tommy Hearns and Iran Barkley. Do y'all remember that?
Yep,
Who saw that?
yeah, I did.
Or Randy
I,
Turpin and Sugar Ray. Yeah, that shit
I
crazy.
did. I saw Ivan Barkley because you know what I'm saying, Hearns got that weak chin, man, and Barkley, you can't hurt him, man. I mean, even though Hearns did hurt him in the fight, but I knew it was a matter of time. You know what I'm saying, on that weak chin. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying. That's how I will always look. He was kind of like the first Amir Khan or something. You know what I'm saying? Even though he was better than Amir Khan.
Yeah, that's like when Joe Louis lost to Max Schmeling. Remember that?
Smelling.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody seen that shit. Like I'm just saying, like these are fights that people should never happen. Matter of fact, Vladimir Klitschko to Corey Saunders. Oh man, do you remember that one?
Oh yeah.
Klitschko to Corey Saunders.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
I
saying.
remember.
Like shit happens. Like you never know when the boxing god don't favor you, and you just woo. It just happened.
It's a
Like,
fight.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a fight. Anything can happen. Anything can
and
happen in
then
a
that's
fight.
when you come back and get that get back. But I'm just saying, sometimes that damn your brain ain't firing on all cylinders, and it might jog your mental and jog your system with a shot. Like Costa Zoo hit Zab Judah, you might get hit with something that shocks your equilibrium.
Was Zab Judah was clowning though, man. He
I
was
know,
clowning.
but I'm just talking about his equilibrium was gone though. That
Oh
man
yeah.
tried to stand up and went back down
He
face
gave him
first.
a free shot. He gave him a free shot in
Yeah,
the plan.
I know
Mm-hmm.
that. I'm just saying though, it might be one of them shots that shake your equilibrium though. You feel me? Like
Mm-hmm.
once your equilibrium gets shook, now Earl is built for it tough. He's very durable. But I'm just saying, it's always one shot that can shake it.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Valentine, he says Ugas lasted that long because his trainer didn't give a about Ugas.
Damn right.
And
That's true. That's true.
and Valentine says Bud would be 35 at the time of the fight. Spence will be bigger, stronger, smarter, faster. Spence is peaking now. He said he had time off due to his accident. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
And
he
don't
is
don't
looking.
forget the eye
That's
injury.
true as
What if
well.
he eating?
He got a longer boxing life because you know he sat out for 3 years as well, though. Yeah. What you
Runaway
eat?
Slave. What's going on, Runaway Slave? He said, if Bud was white, he
Go in your
said
room.
he
Go.
wouldn't have to skip the line.
Go.
He wouldn't have to skip the line.
Go in your room. Go.
And Darren J says, when have you see signs of Bud getting stopped at 47?
Mean Machine.
hmm
Yeah.
Much
Hey, if they would
respect.
have counted that knockdown, ain't no telling how that fight could have played out, bro.
Well, you know, Bud went in, he did what he had to do to stop him, but he had to dig deep. You know what I'm saying? And he had to confront that dude because that dude
He didn't even
power.
want to fight. He didn't even want to take that fight too. You remember
Mm,
how Bob Aaron them?
Yep.
He didn't even want that Mean Machine fight.
That was
Another attorney.
mandatory.
Yeah, he was tripping about the Mean Machine fight. They had to talk him into that one. They had to
mhm.
promise
Bud
him.
kind of,
They had to
Bud
promise.
kind of just limp. My bad. Go ahead, bro.
They had to promise him Earl Spence and $900,000 on that thing, and that's what he's arguing about now. He didn't even want the Mean Machine fight because Mean Machine was an up and comer. I mean, he knew he could beat him, but it was a risk in it. And you see, he got
Mhm.
dropped.
Yeah, I
Mhm.
like Bud, bro, but I just feel like he kind of just laid around and let Earl go around and collect all the fucking
He's the puppet
Pokeballs
master.
and shit.
He told you he's the
And then
puppet master.
yeah,
Mhm.
he kind of played everybody. Then he flipped it and reverse psychology. Motherfuckers have him thinking that Earl ducking when you ain't getting no smoke. You know what I'm saying? He could have
Right.
been fought Earl back in 2018 when he re-signed with Top Rank. And everybody was telling him, the whole
Ugas was
boxing
calling
industry was
him
telling
out.
him,
He could have fought your name's Ugas.
yeah, he could. And I
He could
remember
have picked
on
up
one
another strap. He could have picked up another strap and made this a real 50-50 if he really wanted to, but
he
he
didn't
didn't
want
want
that
to
though,
risk
bro.
that bag. He didn't want to risk the
Yeah,
bag.
he
He was
Mhm.
chasing that Pacquiao fight, trying to get that money. I actually had the
If he would have got
opportunity.
that Pacquiao fight, Earl and him would have never fought. He would retired. See, Bud was looking
yeah.
for his way out, and he thought that
And
Pacquiao fight was going to do it. But when he didn't get
he
that
kind of ducked
Pacquiao
out of
fight,
that Pacquiao fight too. He got
Yep.
Y'all
that
feel like he
Pacquiao
retire after this fight?
he wanted that Pacquiao fight, but they weren't giving him the money that he thought he deserved. Like he was trying to
he was
make
gonna
his
take the Pacquiao for 10 million.
yeah, he wanted
He'll take
15 though. He wanted 15. That was
so
the
yeah.
whole problem.
Then
He
but
Well,
he kind
wanted
of
Bud,
played
the
himself out
Bud,
of the Pacquiao
Pacquiao
fight too.
fight.
well, Bud told people a while back he would have been retired, bro. He said, you know, if it wasn't for his responsibilities and people that depend on
Yeah.
him and stuff, he
So
said
he's
he would
looking
have
for a
been
retirement
retired.
fight.
That's dangerous
hmm
walking into a fight with EJ having that type of mindset. That's dangerous as fuck.
I
Do
mean,
you
he's
think
still
this
gonna
is
come
his
to Pit
retirement
fight.
fight?
That's dangerous.
Yeah, I think it's a cash out fight. I think he feel like because he tell. I mean, he you know people need to listen to Bud. He tells you everything. You know,
Exactly.
he said shit. You know, he didn't never thought that his career would have made it this far. He said he never thought he would have made it this far in his career, and he would have been retired if it wasn't for the people that was you know he was looking
Depending
out
on
for. Yeah, depending on him and stuff.
That's
that's like
honorable too
Keith
though.
Thurman. You see
That's
Keith
honorable. I
Thurman.
respect it.
I mean, that's why I respect Bud. That's why I don't take nothing away from him. I respect him. But that's the same thing Keith Thurman doing. That's why Keith Thurman trying to holler for Earl Spence fight. Keith Thurman trying to cash
Mm-hmm.
out. And you
He
know,
Mm-hmm.
need to get his ass in that
and
boost.
look,
He need to get
I'm
his
gonna
ass in
tell
that
y'all what
boost.
else that y'all don't see what's going on, but Danny Garcia trying to build up a 154
Yep.
Earl fight.
Yep.
Because you know, even though you fight early, you take that punishment, you get blessed on that back end.
He'll
Everybody
Yeah.
get
think
his
They,
they
ass
get that
way worse at 54.
Ugas,
54
Danny
be a lot
Garcia,
worse.
Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, they got their biggest paydays on that back end, over 10 million. Mikey
you know,
Garcia walked away with 17 on the back end. So you know, well, people will take that ass whipping to get Earl. That's why Danny Garcia got in that ring. After he seen Mikey Garcia and Sean Porter get that check, Danny Garcia said, yeah, it's time now. But you remember before that, Danny Garcia didn't want to have nothing to do with Spence. We had that belt. But now
well,
Spence is a cash cow.
if y'all notice, Danny Garcia, Keith Thurman, they're trying to jump up ahead of Earl up to 154 without taking that boost risk. They don't want to fight Boots. You know what I'm saying? They don't want to take that risk of taking the loss to Boots. So everybody's jumping up to 154. Even Keith Thurman is thinking about jumping up to 154. Unless
Because
he
they
get
know
that.
Earl want the belts.
Mm-hmm.
And so
Uh-huh.
if they get up there and get ahead, if Charlo vacates and Keith Thurman and Danny Garcia grab a belt up there at 154, then they guarantee the Earl Spence fight. Because Earl Spence
Uh-huh.
do the same thing Boots do, a 3-division undisputed. So Earl Spence
Mm-hmm.
is going for 154 and 160 undisputed. I don't think he got enough time to do 160, but I think he got enough time to do 154.
So in essence, they waiting for Charlo to drop them belts and for him to scatter. You know
And
what I'm
see,
saying? So
Charlo's
they
gonna do it after that Zoo fight. He wants to see Charlo wants to defend the undisputed one time, then he's gonna go up. And see now he's
Earl said he'll fight Carlos.
Hey,
huh?
Poor. Hey, Poor.
Earl
How high
yeah.
you
said
see
he'll
Boots?
fight Carlos because
Yeah, but Charlo
he
ain't gonna do that. And Derek
What you were
James
saying,
don't
yeah.
want to
Slim?
do that.
What you were saying, Slim? What you say?
I was about to say, how high you see Boots going up and being able to compete? I heard somebody say like
Who-
175 the other day.
You talking
I
about
Boots
think,
said he
Boots?
going
yeah.
Boots wants to be welterweights undisputed as well. Boots said he gonna get undisputed in welterweight, junior middle, and middle. He wants to be the first person to do it in 3 divisions, like Earl said.
Well, I think Boots. You know what I'm saying? I think he's gonna fare well at 154. His skills seem to translate. You know, he passed the eye test. You know,
And
we
he got
still
the
need.
size already. He's
Well,
5'10".
yeah, and we need to see him. In there
A
with
real
some,
fight.
And
yeah,
y'all
some
know what's
real
funny though?
talent.
Now
Hmm
y'all make sure y'all remember Upper Echelon said this. But the Boots and Spence fight gonna be bigger than the Boots and Crawford. I mean the Crawford and Spence fight, because look, Spence go ahead and get undisputed, and then he gets up there at 154, and he starts his undisputed run, and then Boots gets undisputed at 147, because you see he's the fighter that we know that he is, and he go ahead and clear out that division. Then he comes up there and catches Earl, or if Earl finishes 154 and gets started at 160 before Boots get up there and do the politics. And him and Boots is gonna be the end all e all. He gonna get Canelo, then he gonna get Boots. And by the time
But
him and Boots fight, that's gonna be a massive showdown right there. That
I
has
don't
but
to
know
But
if
make
see,
their
that.
timing will
I
ever
don't,
line up.
I,
yeah,
Because
yeah,
because
I
I
don't,
Boots
mean,
got
I don't
Boots.
know.
Because
if
once them
Boots is
once
chasing 147 and Earl is chasing 154, I don't know if their timing will ever line up.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
yeah
saying.
right.
One of them
yeah
gets
But
belts faster. Like
yeah because Boots once them
it's,
belts
it's,
scattered, it's gonna be hell for him to get them together. You know what I'm saying? If he's gonna be undisputed, you know what I'm saying? Because to get all them belts together, you got to go through a lot. You know what I'm
but you
saying? To
know,
get that.
go through that gauntlet.
Showtime is backing Boots directly, so
Hmm
they'll be able to offer that cash to make that money. And cause see, they gonna build Boots like Floyd as well. And Showtime, that's one thing about Showtime and the PBC. They not shy about offering that money. If Boots is willing to take less to get the fights made, he gonna get the fights made. And see, Boots done showed us it ain't about the money with him. So Boots will be like Haney and take less money, and people gonna have no choice but to take the fight. They got
Is
no
Boots a free agent? Who does he fight under?
PBC,
PBC.
but
Yeah,
but he has
he got like a 3 fight
fight.
deal over there or something.
Now he's with
Showtime.
PBC, but he has an exclusive deal with Showtime.
Hmm
Because you know he was a contender. You know him and Brandon Lee. You know they was on the Showtime contender, and you know Showtime has a direct promotional deal. He's one of the 3 people that Showtime has a direct promotional deal with. So you know Steve Espinosa, he has the power of Showtime behind him. So you know Steve Espinosa can do whatever the hell he want to do. And Boots basically,
Yeah,
like he was
that
talking
damn
about,
Showtime budget is
yeah,
hell, boy.
yeah, he even talked about giving Keith that 10 million. And now Keith, I don't know if Keith is backing out of it or not. But I think they call Keith Bartholomews bluff. It's up to Keith to accept that shit.
So let me get to some of these comments. People's Choice Conversation says, much respect. He said, my guy is talking about the heavyweight division. What's going on, Big Demon? He says, that's why he's not with Blu-ray. His body couldn't take it. And that
Don't mess up the
oh
record.
oh my goodness. Are
Get
you
this nigga out of
serious?
here, man. Get
Yeah,
him out
for
of here.
real. Yeah, man. What's
What
let
the
me
fuck
let
he
me
talking about? He talking
hey
about like
one of
his body.
one of my people, one of my people, man, get him up out of here, man.
That motherfucker talking
Bruce
like
Gas
his
Boxing,
body.
what's going on, my brother? And Eric R. Pillar of Pool Box. He said Julian Jackson looked invincible until he got touched by Terry Norris, too. But well, you mean Terry Norris? I mean Julian Jackson knocked out Terry Norris. You know what I'm saying? You know, he say Julian Jackson got stopped by Mike McCallum. I know what you're saying, though, bro. I know what you're saying. You know what I'm saying?
And
He got
Julian Jackson, we seen Julian Jackson. Julian Jackson wasn't the hell of a boxer at all. He just had a shot. Julian Jackson remind you of Deontay Wilder. You know, he had a few skills, but he had that show stopping, mind blocking, whole topping, body dropping power.
Mhm.
he
Yeah,
was big.
but he couldn't deal. He couldn't deal with Mike McCallum though, boy.
Mike McCallum
That
was boxing his ass, like
and
just
he
like
was
Tyson
on the
Fury.
inside too. They called him the professor for a reason.
Just
That
like
dude, that
Tyson Fury. Even though I hate to give it to him, Tyson Fury is a heck of a boxer.
yeah.
But he's also a
Boxing
heck of a cheater too.
his ass a cheater too. Yeah, hell of a cheater.
I already said that he's also a cheater too.
Mm-hmm.
But
Hey, y'all
the
Eric
see that
big
Carson.
Eric
boy
Allen move
in
though?
the
I see
in the
that
first fight, he was fighting Deontay after a 5 years. I mean, off a 500 something day layoff. You know that man had dropped there on 200 pounds to come in there and fight.
And my man Eric R says Bud looked like damn near ordinary versus Fortitude. He said he showed up versus Errol looking like that. He definitely. Let me see. Let me read that again. He said he showed up
Bud looked damn
versus
near ordinary versus Porter two. If he showed up versus Earl looking like that, he's definitely getting stopped. It was a
definitely getting
few.
stopped.
It was a few mistakes there. I knew what he was saying though.
He says
But doing what
Bud.
Sugar Ray did with Hagler, waiting for Earl to either look vulnerable or get beat.
Mm-hmm. Just do boxing said Eric. I agree, fam. You know what I'm saying I ain't gonna. Let me get this big demon dude up out of here, man. He tripping.
What did he
You know what I'm
say?
saying? I don't know, but I ain't even trying to see what he talking about. You know what I'm saying? With that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Salute Just Do Boxing. Y'all subscribe to Just Do Boxing, man. I say he said Big Demon out there. Oh, they talking to each other. Let me see. What's going on, Knockout 86 TV? He said Boots, he says Boots not a PBC fighter. He said he's promoted by Cameron Duncan and has a network deal with
with
Showtime.
Showtime.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
were
Shout
just
out
clearing that
Knockout
up.
Boxing.
What's going
Yeah,
on,
that's
Honey
why I
Money
said that and
Music?
said that's why I changed it and said he has an exclusive deal with Showtime. That's what I was
Mm-hmm.
saying. Yeah, I
Honey,
knew he had a
Hon-
deal with PBC, but then now he's got an exclusive deal with Steven Espinosa.
So
That's why I said he can
I
do whatever
wonder
he
who
wants to
they
do.
I wonder who Showtime, you know what I'm saying, gonna put on with Boots, you know what I'm saying, at 147. You know
Man,
what I'm saying?
basically, Showtime can do with
Stanny
anybody
Honest.
because
I think Stanny Honest
I
gonna
don't
be.
think they're gonna let Stanley on his fight, Boots. They already know what time it
Stanionis is
is.
not gonna fight Boots regardless because
Mm-mm.
Ain't nobody. That's why it's gonna be hard for
Stanionis is
Boots.
next up for the
That's why.
WBA belt.
That's why it's gonna
Stanionis
be
is
hard for
not
Boots to
about to
get his
fight.
belt.
Yeah, look, Stanionis is getting paid right now. He got paid for the daggone Ugas fight expense. Stanionis getting that step aside money, and he's getting he getting his fight each time Earl fight because he's stepping aside as mandatory.
Yeah,
So
he probably be on the undercard.
now he gonna be on. They gonna do like they did last time. You remember he headlined the Showtime card going into the fight. If you remember, it was Brandon Lee and then Duke first. Then it was Stanionis and Butayev as the main event, and then they went into the pay per view card. See, Showtime revolutionized some things because they did 5 great fights that night. You hear me? I'm talking about
Mm-hmm.
5 show-stopping fights. That Brandon Lee fight was good too. And then they had my boy Zaire Zender. Like they be doing their thing out there, and they
Mm-hmm.
made 2 separate events. Like Showtime made 2 events at one time. They
Let
had
me ask you a
You
huh?
question,
cutting
panel.
out, bro. Bro, you cutting out.
Okay.
Hey,
Says
panel.
I said
Showtime.
Showtime made 2 events at one time. They had a Showtime fights right there where they tuned in and got like 1.8 million viewers on the Showtime fight with Butayev and Stanionis, right? They was talking about the analytics on what they made. Then turned around and had the pay-per-view card come right behind it. So they killed 2 birds with one stone that night.
Mm-hmm. Honey Man Music says, salute passionate boxing fans. He said, I said, y'all got some background noise, man. Somebody y'all go mute, please. You know what I'm saying? If you got background noise. Let me see.
Somebody playing the music.
Let me see. Honey Man Music says, salute passionate boxing fans. I suggest Bud keep his tongue in his mouth. He says EJ is collecting body parts. That's what's up. And Runaway Slave says, he said, y'all continue to do the same shit as Bud. Boots never fought a B plus fighter,
Wrap it
and the
up. Come
media
on.
are already knighting him cap. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, nobody ain't putting Boots on the pedestal, but the man, we got to acknowledge his skills, man. The man, he is going in there fighting the step up fights. He got rid of
Exactly.
Lipinets. You
Like
know what I'm saying? He got rid of
his
Thomas.
resume looking like
Let me
Bud's
land. Let me
resume.
land the plane, bro. Let me land the plane. Thomas Delorme. He knocked him out like he wasn't nothing, bro. And that Castillo dude, he wasn't shit. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
And so he passed the eye test, bro. You know what? All these guys give other dudes, trouble. You know what I'm saying? Lipinets, he beat Lamont Peterson, retired him. We can argue that it was after,
it was
EJ took a
Earl.
lot. Yeah, we can argue that, but at the same time, Boots, he's going in there. He's making it look like they shouldn't be in the ring with him. He beat Chris Van Heerden. I mean, he just
Nah, they
destroyed
stopped that one. They
where
stopped
they
that.
stopped, but you seen where it was headed though.
That motherfucker, he called foul real quick. He wasn't about to fight
Mhm.
that. That first
Right,
round, he was almost gone in that first round, bro. Like, yeah.
right. And I think he set him up for that head, but you know what I'm
No, he
saying?
did that on purpose, bro. Like
Yeah.
he did a damn what's your boy name? Amir Khan. Quick.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So, Boots is heir apparent, you know what I'm saying, in my opinion. And I think he's gonna take over the 147 division. We don't have no journeyman like we had in the past that could like really test you like the drunken master tested Floyd Mayweather. We don't have no in between journeyman that's good. That's really going. So maybe a Rashid Ellis would be a good fight for Boots to see. Where he at. You know what I'm saying? Stepping up. And but that's I don't really see any other people at 147 that's gonna give him a problem. So that's why everybody see that and everybody looking at Boots like he's gonna do big things. You know what I'm saying at 147 and 154. You know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
agree. Depending on what Crawford does after the Spence fight, I think 47 is going to be wide open.
I think
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna take it, but the thing is, that guy who's saying that everybody just knighting him, I feel where he coming from to a certain extent with certain fighters. But man, at the
Mm-hmm.
same time, if you're a real boxing fan and you know what you're looking at, anybody who call themselves a real boxing fan, you know you're looking at a generation of talent when you look at Boots. Period.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't
Mm-hmm.
no knighting him too early. But the first time I seen that dude fight, I said that dude is the goods right now.
Yep.
I hear what you're saying too, but I think the guy was saying that, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of like with Bud, how he, the level of competition that he
His
fought to
resume is
get the
like
recognition
Bud's.
of number one so
I
quick.
think I think Bud and Boots' resume is kind of similar.
Yeah,
Like,
Mm-hmm.
that's the bad part
like
about
if
it.
we want to be, if we really want to be critical about it, like his last 5 fights were step ups. He fought Juan Carlos Abreu. Juan Carlos Abreu ain't really no slouch. Took him to the 6th round and took him out. Then he KO'd Lipinix, Delorme, and Castillo Clay. But like I said, if you go to Roof Chris, and you order that motherfucking dang on part my French. If you go to Roof Chris, and you order that cowboy ribeye, that piece of meat right there, that cowboy ribeye, that thing like 120, right? But it's seared so perfectly.
oh,
When you eat that thing, it melt like butter. You don't have to sit there and ask yourself, was it good? From your experience, you know what it tasted like. You know the texture. You know it was an event. It just wasn't an eat. It was an event. Like you eat that right there, you just created an event.
But
But
I
you
think he asking, can the guy take a punch?
okay, but check this out. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, you got the rice and the bread in, then you got a full meal off of that. So now you know what that meal was like. From you didn't have to take nobody else's advice. You didn't have to worry about nobody else telling you was that good or was that good. You know what you had, right? You know
Mm-hmm.
how that was good for you, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
So consider yourself a boxing pundit. You know from your experience, from your eyes, what you seeing. You know what the goods is and what's not the goods.
but that's
If you
like
seen it
he
over
passed
the
the eye
time,
test for sure. But it's
huh?
kind of like Amir Khan. Like you would think Amir Khan the good. If you see, he got hit on the chin. He just saying. You see how people talking about Boost
Amir Khan is washed out.
Bud, all the other shit. It just you don't know how good he is until you see him line up with somebody just as good, bro.
Okay,
That's why.
Thursday Lipinix was hitting them. He was catching them. And Lipinix is not no slouch. Lipinix only losses was Mikey Garcia and I think Boots. Like Lipinix, he beat Peterson. Lipinix was the bad man in 140. What I'm saying is he's beat who's in front of him in spectacular fashion. So that's all he can do right there.
That's what it is. He's beating him, but he does pass the eye test. Now, let me get knockout 86 in here. He says the guy that can give Boost problems at 147 isn't there yet. He said, but Gary Antoine Russell will have some smoke for him. You know what I'm saying? And I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? But he ain't in the division yet. But you know what I'm
I, I
saying?
don't I don't agree with that right there. Russell got him twice in the amateurs, but Boots done got a lot taller, a lot longer than when they first fought. And I don't know what it is about Antoine Russell. I'm not trying to talk jump, but his reach don't look right, bro. Like his
Yeah,
reach,
but
he got
that
the
dude
reach of a
explosiveness, man. His
yeah, I know
explosiveness,
that, but he look like
his work rate. You know what I'm
he got
saying? The
the reach
dude
of a
is, and
lightweight.
he got that afro. He can't hit that afro. He can't hurt him. You know
Yeah,
what
I
I'm
know,
saying?
but it's like his reach
Can't
is
hurt a
not
nigga with afro.
his reach is not as long as it's supposed to be. You feel what I'm saying? Which makes
Hmm
him ideal for inside work. So inside work, he's ideal. So yeah, he catch Boots on the inside. Right now, he's too light to tell to go miss some Boots right now.
But they got that that amateur relations, and I know they better now that they in the pros, but they know each other a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So there won't be an intimidation factor. You know what I'm saying? Against Boots like these other opponents. Like Custio was terrified up in there, man. And so that's why he couldn't even make it a good fight. He just went in there for a payday. But if you get somebody like a Gary Antoine Russell in there, he already know Boots. You know what I'm saying? He already know, what I'm saying? He's familiar with that style. And what's going on, knockout? What's happening, my brother?
Chilling, chilling. Happy Saturday to everybody, bro. How y'all doing?
Hmm.
Respect,
Oh, just
knockout.
chopping it up a little
Respect,
bit.
bro.
What's up?
Pick up, knockout.
That's
Chilling,
my
bro.
boy,
Chilling.
knockout.
Look,
So I'm
man.
gonna pose a question to the
What
panel
you
real
thought?
quick. Oh,
Look,
go
look,
ahead. I'm
man.
sorry.
This what
So
I'm hitting them
here's
for with that
the
that.
thing, bro.
Mhm.
Here's the thing with this, man. Like, you gotta understand, if you're gonna beat Gary Antoine Russell with his style, you're gonna have to hurt him. So if you can't hurt him, Boots ain't gonna outwork him. He ain't gonna throw more punches. And if Gary Antoine Russell get to his chest, we got to fight. I ain't saying Boots can't fight on the inside, but Gary gonna have smoke for him, bro. He gonna have smoke for him. Like I'm telling y'all right now, bro, because he not gonna go backwards. He got real good boxing skills to go with his pressure, and because of how relentless he is and how he just don't stop coming, if Boots crack him and he smile or some shit, or Boots crack him and his afro don't move, bro, that's a close ass 50-50 fight, bro. Boots is great, but there's some prospects out there like Gary Antoine Russell. They've been looking just as good. That actually been more tested. Because I love Boots, but I don't see no Victor Post style on his resume yet, bro. Like
Mhm.
Sergey Lipinets, he wasn't shit at 147. I'm just keeping it in the book. Like Custio Clayton, it say a draw on Sergey Lipinets' record. It say a draw. It say him and Custio Clayton fought to a draw. But Custio Clayton, if you go back and watch that fight, there's a very solid argument to be made that
Lipinets, I thought
beat Lipinets, bro. So Gary, like he ain't there yet, but he'll be at 147. They'll end up being at the same weight class at some point. Out of all them guys, the one that's gonna have smoke for him, the one that where it's gonna be like a toss up fight, is gonna be Gary Antoine Russell, bro. That's the only one I see.
I see
Everybody else,
Spence at 154.
well,
What
I
you?
don't think they'll level, bro. I don't think they'll level match up. By the time Boots be done built up and he done did what he need to do at 147 and he get to 154,
I think about
Earl might need to be at 160. Earl might be 37, 38 years old, bro, and Boots might be
I'm talking about 3 years
29,
further.
30.
Because Earl was talking, because I ain't gonna put this out there, but Earl want to get to get in three fights a year. Like that's where he gonna start. He gonna try to get in next year. He gonna try to get about three. He said he want to get one around the early spring, one around the end summertime, and he want to hit one near the end of winter. You feel me? That's the way That's the way his
Get that money.
No, that's true, but at the end of the day, 3 fights a year. If we being
I don't
realistic,
think it's
Boots will probably
realistic.
be Boots
No,
will
it's
probably
very
be
realistic. Canelo fights. How many times does Canelo fight a year?
no.
Yeah,
I
about at
No,
least
no,
understand
no. I
what
wasn't
you're
talking to
saying.
you. I wasn't
No,
talking to you, knockout. I was
Yeah, but
talking
he
to
fighting
boy that ain't
tomato
real.
cans.
but check it though. Even if Earl fighting 3 times a year at 154, you gotta understand to make that fight big. What needs to happen? Boots gotta dominate at 147. Then he got to get up to 154. His first fight at 154, it ain't gonna be Earl. So let's just run down the timeline. Boots, realistically, he ain't finna be champion in 2022.
I say about 3 years.
Best case scenario for him, he'll be champion by 2023. He'll be done cleaned out the division. He'll be done cleaned out the division.
He'll be the
by
IBF
2024.
champion. His
He'll
second
be moving. He'll be moving up to 154 by like 2025. Probably get a warm up fight. Then he'll be realistically trying to look at an Earl fight. Best case scenario towards the end of 2025. Well, shit, by then Earl 30 years. Earl, but shit, by then Earl 36 years old, bro. Like,
you know, Earl,
Bud 36.
Oh, Bud 30. Look at Bud. Bud 36. But one thing about Earl though, Earl done had that 3-year layoff a little bit, so you know his body is rested a little bit. You know, he ain't got as many miles as he would have had if not had that little layoff.
Yeah, he got just as much. He got threw out of a car, 100 miles per hour. Shit.
Man,
Yeah, I
look,
know,
that
but
father,
you know, that's
father time shit.
That's different, right?
That father time shit. I love doing predictions and shit, but that father time shit, bro. I can't.
Know, Father, that's what I was just been saying before you. Like when I was sitting there talking to him, and I talked about, I sat there and told him like, at any given moment, your body cannot react the way it normally react, and you know, times that he'd normally eat something, you know, it might shock his equilibrium because you know that age dispels, and nobody knows when their body's gonna fail or when certain things ain't gonna work. I say like with that shit happens in an instant. Like your body can just break down.
And that's what I'm saying, bro. Like I can't say that Earl gonna be the one to have smoke for him. Too much shit gotta go right for Earl, bro. Too much shit gotta go right for him. That's why we need to look at people that are around his age, that are in his era, because he kind of the era after Earl, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know if him and Earl gonna line up, but I can safely say I'm confident him and Gary Antoine gonna line it up one day. Him and Virgil will line it up one day. Him and that young cat Jesus Ramos, it looked like a real good prospect at 154. They probably gonna line it up one day. And so of his era, the people that's like around his age that he could potentially fight, that's around his weight class, the only one right now, until some new prospect come along or somebody that we don't see coming, some dark horse, or the fighters that I know, that I see, the only one that don't have any smoke for him realistically around his age that we can really see is gonna be that Russell brother, bro.
I think Rashid Ellis too.
Do y'all think that we're gonna get all these super fights?
Chaser, bro. He a clout, like, listen, he was calling for Boots. He said, I want to fight Boots when he had this little damn warm-up coming up. He said, I want to fight Boots. All before the fight. Boots ain't the boogeyman. Boots ain't shit. Boots ain't gonna do shit. And then I need somebody, after he beat that dude and just knocked him out in the first round. Great job, Rashidi. Great job. Somebody go find a clip after the fight when he ain't got shit going on. Somebody go find a clip of him talking about Boots in this. You can't find that shit. So I don't take him serious, bro.
Yeah. But I do know that Rashidi Ellis and his brother, they've been known to take on any challenges. Like his brother sat there and was getting destroyed by Mal Crawford, but he kept on fighting. And, you know, he was smaller and everything, you know. I mean, not Mal Crawford, damn Charlo. You know, his brother fought Charlo. You know, they used to be sparring partners. Like Rashidi Ellis and his brother are Canelo Alvarez's sparring partners. So, you know, they used to be in there with the smoke, though. So, you know, they know a little something. I think he will fight Boots. It won't go as the people think. But see, he got put on the shelf because he was supposed to be a stepping stone for Alexis Rocha. But he turned around and beat Alexis Rocha. And that was what they had called for. And Alexis Rocha is another good boxer that's out there. He's done got better since losing to Rashidi Ellis. So you got him in the 147 mix. You got Mutayev, even though he lost to Stadionis, he's still a good fighter. You got what's the dude name?
Talking about Elijah and talking about that the foreign dude. I know you're talking about.
You're talking about Abakarov, but yeah, Abakarov right there. But you also got Brandon Lee. Brandon Lee, he's 140, 147. You know, he's in between. But you know, you got him coming up there. He's a pretty solid welterweight for real.
Mm-hmm.
And like it's gonna be a scramble for the belts. Like we've been blessed because we got the welterweight division where it was a lot of supreme fighters right there. Like it was loaded. But we got that 135 and that 140 division that's loaded as well. That's coming up. And see, it's gonna take a little while, but it's gonna be some heck of fire fights though.
Let me get knockout thoughts on Tim Bradley. What he come out saying EJ can fight off the back foot. He finally acknowledging that EJ can box, bro. What do you think about that knockout?
I think when he a company man, bro. So
Mm-hmm.
when any fighter that he talk about that's still under ESPN and shit, he gonna big him up. And I mean, people get mad at him for it. Shit, I got mad at him for it, but he was gonna act like Terence Crawford was invincible, and the
Mm-hmm.
fighters that he could potentially fight against ain't shit. I mean, that's what company men do. But when Terence Crawford steps away, now he can really give his real assessment. And if you
Mm-hmm.
listen to Tim Bradley give a real assessment, and he like giving you his honest opinion, like he know his boxing and shit, bro. So,
Mm-hmm.
I ain't mad at him. That's why I could never, be a company man when it comes to this boxing shit. Like I'm going, like I got a job for real. So shit, like when it comes to this boxing shit, I ain't nobody gonna tie me down in no group or tell me what to think or how to talk or what topics to cover and all that shit. But Tim Bradley ain't in that situation, so he just telling the truth. Like just like
Mm-hmm.
Terence Crawford, like you hear Bomac talk about Earl. Bomac will make you think Earl is a drunk, can't do shit, ain't got no shot, garbage and shit. But when you hear Terence Crawford talk, and now that he really doing business with Showtime, all of a sudden now Earl can make adjustments and shit. Now Earl
Mm-hmm.
can fight. You know what I'm saying? So that's all that's going on with Tim Bradley, bro. Is that Terence ain't with ESPN no more, so now he can speak the truth and talk about some of those vulnerabilities he might have. Talk about some of
Mm-hmm.
Earl's strength, because when Terence was fighting Kale Brook and fucking Mean Machine and Jose Benavidez and Jeff Horn and fucking goddamn Sean Porter and shit, and you asked Tim Bradley about Earl, Tim Bradley was like, yo, he ain't got no shot against Bud. He garbage. He can't do shit, basically. Like that's basically what he was saying in a nutshell. Like Terence Crawford gonna walk through him and shit. But
Mm-hmm.
now that Terence ain't with ESPN no more, then shit, you hear a little truth coming out of it. And I know what people
You're
gonna
right.
tell. They gonna tell me I'll knock out, bro, you just an Earl fanboy. Anytime somebody say something good about Earl, you gonna act like it's all facts. Look, bro, I know what I'm looking at in the ring, and I know I watch Earl fight off his back foot damn near the whole fight against Mikey Garcia and fight behind his goddamn jab. So
Exactly.
you can tell me whatever you want to tell me and shit, but I know what the fuck I'm looking at. So at the
Right.
end of the day, bro, he just finally free to tell the truth about a fighter that ain't on top rank no more. And then just look at this example. Go listen to Tim Bradley when Teofimo Lopez was the man and shit at 135. Go listen to Tim Bradley talk about Devin Haney, right? You won't hear hardly no positive shit, right? But
Mm-hmm.
now the Devin Haney done signed the top rank, and he went over there to beat Cambosos. Now go listen to some sound bites from Tim Bradley talking about Devin Haney. You wouldn't even know that he talking about the
Get
same
off of that
fighter.
farm, son. Go get your
And
shirt
that's all
dirty.
I got.
Mm-hmm. What's
Let him
going
get
on?
in.
Is
Really?
it? You all
I didn't
right,
even know
bro?
it was raining.
Let me mute him. What's up? Eric said Boots versus Gary Russell is literally Bud versus EJ 2.0 in the future. You know what I'm saying? And Runaway Slave says he's a standing on his beat Boots. He says Cameron Duncan managed Bud also. He's running that same blueprint, fighting bums, and we get you a title shot. Math don't sell. Plus, not pay-per-views, no stocks. You know
Man,
what
this dude
I'm
out his mind.
saying?
That dude out his mind, bro.
Well,
Standing
they
on his
ain't go,
ain't beat no damn boots.
well, and plus they're not gonna let Stanionis anywhere near Boots, just like they're not gonna let Virgil Ortiz anywhere near Boots. Boots is that dude, y'all. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying? But, a lot of people, he's gonna get a lot of that EJ hate. You know what I'm saying? That's been popping up. And just because he's so good and he's so dominant and everybody see, you know what I'm saying, he's an heir apparent, you know what I'm saying? And people don't like motherfuckers like that. You know what I'm saying? He's scaring the division. And once them belts they scatter, you know what I'm saying, he's gonna get that IBF. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hell. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be hell to pay whoever get in there with him. You know what I'm saying? I see him being undisputed if he can withstand the politics. You know what I'm saying? He may get one or two and have to move up if he's going to catch Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? Because Errol Spence Jr., he's 32. You know what I'm saying? He probably want to retire around about 34, 35. You know what I'm saying? I don't see him fighting past that. You know what I'm saying? So, it is what it is. He just came in a little late. Right now, the 147 division going to be a little weak. in my opinion. I don't see nobody in there stopping Boots. You know what I'm saying? I don't see no threats. You know what I'm saying? Besides the strongest guys in the division, Virgil Ortiz, Stanionis, you know what I'm saying? That's all I could really see. You know what I'm saying? And them guys ain't gonna give him no problem. So, you might be looking at the next undisputed champion at 147. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So go ahead.
I was just I agree with everything you're saying. Then like what Knockout said, like you say, Gary, Antoine, and like I know you don't respect Rashida, but them the only two I see that might give him any kind of problems. Let alone you got to understand, a lot of people just don't want to fight Boots. Period. It's hard for him to fight. So I was
Well,
just
that's
thinking.
that's the secret to boxing. A lot of motherfuckers don't want to fight. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
so
saying?
I was
And
thinking about what you think about him possibly fighting some of them
still
UK
down
fighters
there.
like a Conor Ben to kind of keep his career
Conor Ben
progressing.
ain't trying to fight Boots. You know, Conor Ben rather fight a super middleweight than fight Boots. That's crazy. Because him and Conor Ben been
yeah,
trying to
didn't they
fight.
didn't they say somebody he was fighting he wanted to
Right.
fight
You
Banks Chris what's his name?
Chris Eubank Jr.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
Chris
talking
Eubank
about.
Jr.
That's what I'm talking
That's a
about.
super middleweight, bro. That's a
Middleweight.
bad
Chris Eubank.
idea, bro.
That's
Yeah.
Roy Jones
He
fighter right
gonna get his
there.
damn over the bone fucked up and
You
have to
hear
come
me?
back down. And that
That's
Bro,
he
Roy
the
he gonna
Jones
last
have
fighter.
thing you want to do,
But check this
the
out
last
though.
thing you want to do with your fighter, your star prospect, is have him move up in weight and fight a guy that's awkward, that's
But
proven
no,
to be durable,
no.
that's athletic, and
This
that will
Eddie Hearns
throw
though. This
with you,
Eddie
bro.
Hearns though.
Eddie Hearns is fucking like
But check
that's
this out,
bro,
knockout, knockout.
one at a
Watch
time,
this.
bro. One at a time, y'all.
I know.
Please.
That's
Yeah,
what
they
I'm
can't hear
saying.
I'm
you.
done. That's gonna fuck him up though, bro. That ain't
Okay, well check this out though, knockout. Like I was saying, he's trying to get Conor Ben to fight the super middleweight, right? But guess what? That's Eddie Hearn we talking about. You know, guess who else was a fighter for Eddie Hearn? Kell Brook, 38-0, welterweight. He fed him to a middleweight, Triple G. This is what Eddie Hearn does. He sat there and fed undefeated Kell Brook to undefeated Triple G. That's what he does, dog. But you got Conor Ben down there in the welterweight. You still got Keith Thurman and your Davis Ugas. Ugas is coming back and he still wants to fight. Then you got Abakarov. You got Cody Crowley. I don't care what you say, Pool Counter. Cody Crowley is still a pretty good fighter. I mean, he's 20 years old, but he's still a good fighter. You got Alexis Roach still in there. So it's a few good names out there. It's just they're going to have to do their fight. And I
or
feel like
if the zone fighter, if the zone fighter that already lost, they could probably put up a tough fight, but it's an easy fight to make because he a matchroom the zone fighter. Why the fuck you don't at least if you're gonna have him fight Eubanks, what's wrong with David Avanesian, bro?
Right. That's what I was
it's a
trying to
great
say his
fight.
name. I was
That's a
trying to say
great
his name. David Ajanesian. Can't
Avanesian is
remember.
a great fight.
Avenue.
And Avanesian ranked number 3 in a couple of the divisions.
But he gonna get destroyed if he fight Boots, though. You know what I'm saying? The dude
I
got
think
power, but he don't got the movement,
Avanesian
bro.
would be a good fight for Stanionis. He'd be a good fight for Stanionis, David Avanesian.
Yeah, for standing
But I'm
on
gonna
this,
tell you
yeah.
like
We know these promoting companies, they love the in-house shit. So you gotta welterweight that people consider number 3 behind Boots and behind Virgil, and that's Conor Ben. And you got a dude in-house that's a journeyman, but a world-class journeyman that's durable, that can give your guy some rounds, and he ain't gotta move up 12 pounds to fight him. And he's right there. And you so stupid if you Eddie Hearn, you like smart people, they learn from their mistakes, they learn from the past, and they make better decisions in the future. How the fuck?
But you know what it is?
But
You
he
know
don't
what it
care
is,
about black
knockout.
fighters, bro.
Hold
Black
on.
fighters.
You know what it is, y'all? It's that their daddy's fault, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. They trying to make money off that rivalry. You know what I'm saying? That Nigel Ben and
And
Chris
Nigel
Eubank
Ben,
rivalry.
yeah.
That's what it is, y'all. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
you right, Paul. That's 100% what it is. But at what point do you want to risk ruining your welterweight? You already ain't got a foothold in welterweight. PBC run there, but you got a guy Conor Ben that if you move him right, eventually these guys is gonna have to fight him, and you can make money off of them. Are you really gonna run the risk of losing out on that because you're trying to do some shit because of their daddies and shit against a guy? If he beat Conor Ben, people gonna be talking bad about Conor Ben because like Chris Eubanks, he never been considered a top fighter, but guess what? He is good enough to fuck with Conor Ben because he's so goddamn big.
Yeah.
No
Right.
one does that shit, bro. No
That's
one
weight
moves
division.
that way, bro. Eddie Hearn is fucking up that dude's career, man. If Conor Ben end up getting his ass whooped or getting stopped, because you got to remember, Chris Eubanks was at 168. He just went down the middleweight.
Yeah, that's what I
Right,
said.
So he
right,
gonna walk
right.
in that bitch. He gonna walk in that bitch like 170, 175, and he like Conor Ben's punches is gonna feel like little tickles and shit to him, bro.
You just see, I
That
just
shit
seen that
crazy,
super
bro.
middleweight fight he had on Sky Sports. The last one where Roy Jones was in the corner. Bro, that dude was hitting Eubanks with all kinds of stuff, and he was just walking through it, eating it.
Bro, that was Liam Williams. You know who Liam Williams? That was Liam Williams. You know who Liam Williams gave a tough ass fight to and looked like he could have stopped him at the end of that bitch? Demetrius Andrade, bro. He's the guy that was fucking almost fucking Demetrius Andrade up at the end of his fight 2 fights ago, bro.
Liam been on a tear lately.
Yeah,
Ain't
Chris Eubanks made that man look garbage, and you gonna bring your welterweight up to have him fight him? All right, bro. Well,
look, but Eubanks,
he just didn't Liam. One of them Liams just beat Jesse. What's his name? The welterweight. He went up to
you thinking
154.
about Liam Smith though?
but what I'm saying, but that Liam, you see how Eubanks was eating his shots. Eubanks was eating that man's shots and giving him some power. But Conor Ben is a lot smaller than that. So you should have put that man into a daggone situation like Kell Brook. But I got a video I'm working on about Eddie Hearn because he really don't care about the colored fighters under him. Like the way he did Joshua, and like Eddie Hearn does this. He does this repeatedly to his fighters.
I ain't even gonna put that bag on him. He just a badass matchmaker. Don't know how to make match. Like, look at what he did to Joshua Warrington career, bro. Putting him in there with fucking Mauricio Lara, and then put him in there again with.
He
be getting his fighters fucked up. He be getting his fighters fucked up.
That's what it is.
So he don't know boxing, dog. He need to hire. If he was smart with all the millions he got, he'd try to pull one of these matchmakers from Top Rank and let him work for him, bro.
Like the way he did Bivol and Canelo. Like, I would rather Canelo fall to a bigger name than Bivol. Like, that's, and both of them under him too. He got Bivol and Canelo.
Like Ray Ford, before this last fight, look at how bad he looked in his last 2 fights because of who Eddie Hearn was putting him in the ring with and shit. Like, I'm telling y'all, bro, Eddie Hearn don't know what he looking at in the ring, bro. And he make his own fights, and so that's why his top fighters get upset. Like, when you want to bet on the upset, bro, I'm telling you, don't look at no Top Rank cards, bro. All you ever look at no PPC cards. You can make some money off some DAZN cards if you know.
I do it every time. Every time.
Let me shout out this super sticker. Thank you, Don Spence, for that 149. I appreciate it, my queen. You know what I'm saying? Always a pillar of full counter boxing.
Hey, what that Evan Holyfield? What that Evan Holyfield on DAZN too?
Nah, that was like some other like low level card, bro. He ain't in the DAZN fight.
I thought he was on that Matchroom DAZN card.
He might. I could be wrong.
I think that was a Matchroom DAZN card. He was a 2000 daggone.
I seen him everywhere, bro. I seen him on the ESPN card before. I seen him on the Triller card before.
Yeah, I know he was a 2000 point. Favorite. He got truck drive.
Let me get a comment in. Let me see. It says, Honey Man Music says, Boots is a solid fighter. Say he would have been beneficial to his name and resume for Thurman fight have been made. Yeah, he need to get them names on there, bro. You know what I'm saying? LL says that's why Pac-Man is GOAT of this era over over Floyd. He says Canelo because he fought past, present, and future greats.
Can I respond to that real quick, Paul?
Go ahead, bro. I'm going to break that down. Go ahead.
Like, look, bro, like, I love Pacquiao, bro. I love him. He fought everybody. I ain't going to take nothing away from him, bro. But you can't beat a GOAT over somebody you lost to, bro. Like I'm sorry, bro. Like shout out to him, but we can't call people the GOAT just because they participated in shit. Like, basically, you saying he the GOAT because he fought people. Nah, bro, you GOAT mean you beat people, dog. Like, you got to win the fight. You can't get slipped by Juan Manuel Marquez and lose to Floyd and lose to Ugas and all the other losses you got and be the GOAT just because you fought more people. There's a fighter that's a 4-5 division champion that outboxed his ass and beat his ass. You can't be the GOAT over Floyd when Floyd beat your ass. That's like saying Usain Bolt won the race, but we gonna give the gold medal to the guy that finished second. That shit don't make no sense, bro. Get out of here.
They do it all the time. They keep trying to put Pacquiao legacy over Floyd, you know what I'm saying? Because he fought Keith Thurman and he fought some of the new, you know what I'm saying, the new school guys and stuff. So, yeah, that's just so they love Pacquiao, you know what I'm saying? They just don't like Floyd Mayweather. They don't like his brand, and they don't want nobody else like Floyd. That's why they doing the black fighters like they doing them now. Ted says matchmakers are there to give their favorite fighters an edge. So if Eddie put hard fights together, where don't where we don't know the outcome, he's bad at matchmaking. Don't we want to see those hard fights? Yeah, yeah, we damn sure do. You know what I'm saying? Bob Arum said it a whole bunch of times. He said, Eddie don't know the game, man. You know what I'm saying? So, he's new to it. You know what I'm saying? He's in here just to make money. You know what I'm saying? He got a big budget. Start snatching fighters and shit and not knowing the market, the American market. So he just started declining fast, and he's messing up a lot. He messed up one of the biggest fights, heavyweight fights in boxing history. Anthony Joshua versus Wilder. That should be in the book some goddamn well, but we don't have it because of Eddie Hearn. You know what I'm saying? So he messed up a lot of stuff on his way in, and now he's messing stuff up in the middle. You know what I'm saying? He's fucking up Conor Ben, who could be a great fight if he's moved the wrong way. I mean, the right way. You know what I'm saying? And he's just incompetent. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, y'all. What y'all think?
I mean, shout out to Teach, bro. Teach always on the real boxing channels with great questions and shit. Teach you right, but here's when we talk about matchmaking, bro. Here's what we're saying. Andy Ruiz was a replacement opponent. Okay, so if you're a matchmaker and you got to have a replacement opponent, and it's supposed to be Anthony Joshua's coming out party in New York, his first fight in America, bro. You got to know that shit. Okay, you got to know that that's a tough ass fight, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And then you look at Ray Ford. He's just a prospect coming up. Yeah, you want to see him in tough fights, but when you're building a fighter, you ain't supposed to be putting him in fights 8-9 fights in that's gonna make him look bad, right? You look at Josh Warrington. Mauricio Lara was supposed to be a no-name fighter from Mexico because that fight was in Leeds, where Josh Warrington was born and raised. Supposed to be a homecoming fight for him, because he was trying to make a big fight with Kid Galahad, but Galahad didn't want the fight. So Laura was supposed to fight stay busy fights. And Laura ended up not just barely winning, and you know what I'm saying, just escaping. Nah, bro, he beat Josh Warrington up. So the signs of a bad matchmaker is when it's supposed to be a tune-up, or it's supposed to be a homecoming fight, or it's supposed to be a development fight for a prospect. And you make that motherfucking prospect go in there and look bad and shit. So you right about like the tough fights, like the best of the best. We want to see champions fight champions and top contenders fight each other. But Eddie Hearn, his fighters don't be losing those type of fights. If those were the type of fights that his fighters was losing, wouldn't nobody have an issue with them. They lose fights that they supposed to win, or they got to get a gift decision. Because Eddie Hearn is like, yeah, bro, I know how to develop a fighter. And then he put him in there with somebody that's too tough too soon. So, it is what it is, bro. You see that shit too much with him, and you don't see it with the other promotional outfits. So, ain't nothing wrong with calling it out.
Since Eddie Hearn cool with Bob Arum, at times he need to go hire some of their damn matchmakers. You know what I'm saying? So they can look at the damn fights and get their opinion. They need to be consultants. Something for Top Rank, for the Zone. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Joe the Wise Crush? What's happening, my brother? You know what I'm saying? We just over here cooking a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Film study. I see you out there, Duck Nello. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. Jay and Cloud says, he said, who thought Andy Ruiz was going to beat Joshua the first time? Nobody. You know what I'm saying? That's true. You know what I'm saying? And, Eddie Hearn knows that he knows his fighter. AJ ain't got a lot of confidence. You know what I'm saying? And he let that man go out there and get his ass whipped. And it destroyed his entire mystique, you know what I'm saying, before the Wilder fight. It just messed up that entire ordeal. You know what I'm saying? After he got knocked down, got knocked out, then Wilder went and got knocked out by he lost to Tyson Fury or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it just kind of messed up. They just messed up the trajectory of that big heavyweight fight. You know what I'm saying? They just totally destroyed it by not being able to make a deal, all that capping and stuff like that. So he brought that to the game for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I mean, if it happened in the past, but with Eddie Hearn, you never get a straight deal. You know what I'm saying? Especially, well, maybe that's protecting AJ was his matchmaking. You know what I'm saying? Knockout. You know what I'm saying? Maybe him not making that deal so Anthony Joshua wouldn't have to face Deontay Wilder. Maybe that's what that was. You know what I'm saying? Him trying to protect AJ. You know what I'm saying? But he ran them into Andy Ruiz. So there you go. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? They did.
nobody thought Andy Ruiz would beat him. I feel what you're saying, but
Mm-hmm.
a good ass matchmaker would have
Oh, we
probably told
knew.
you, hey man, this guy got fast ass hands and shit, bro. If you
Oh,
gonna have a
we knew.
homecoming fight and he got good
Hey, hey,
power, so
hey,
if you
knockout.
gonna
You
have a
didn't think
homecoming fights like
you
let's just give him a tomato can, bro, because Andy Ruiz ain't that.
you
Like
didn't
somebody
think
would have
you
told him
didn't
that, bro.
think you didn't think Andy Ruiz was gonna get in that ass.
Nah, I picked AJ to win that fight. I picked
You
him to win
did.
that fight. Like nobody knew, but you gotta hire people job who it is to know. Like that's what I'm saying. Like nobody knew, but you gotta hire people whose job it is to know. And if you want to take that example out, what about all the other examples that we gave you? So it is what it is, bro. You can't tell
I
me
guess.
Eddie Hearn is a good matchmaker. You ain't nobody gonna convince me of that shit, man.
Oh no. Oh no. I was. I guess I could say I was rooting for Andy Ruiz. Let's say that. Let's say that I was rooting for Andy Ruiz. You know what I'm saying? And he came through. You know what I'm saying? So that's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Now, I didn't know he was gonna beat him, but I thought he would give him a lot of goddamn trouble. And he went in there and he beat that ass. You know what I'm saying? I was happy about it. I was jumping for joy. Okay, so Jalen says the shit people who they hire to know didn't know F about. He said didn't know F. Let me just read that
He
again.
said didn't fucking know. Nobody knew. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, then fucking nobody knew. And film
And
study
you're
says
right. You're right, Jalen. You absolutely right. Now, talk to me about Kell Brook and Triple G. Talk to me about Mauricio Lara and Josh Warrington. Talk to me about fucking Raymond Ford and his two horrible ass fights that he had. Like, talk to me about all these other fights. Then, like, I give you that point. I'll give you the AJ and Andy Ruiz. Now, talk to me about these other examples, bro.
who you talking? You talking to him?
Yeah. I was just telling Jalen. Yeah, just you okay. I give you the Andy Ruiz, Anthony Joshua. Nobody knew that shit. Nobody saw that shit coming. Cool. Now talk about them other examples, bro. The point is still valid, bro. You picking
Oh
out
yeah. No,
one
you
fight. You know
right.
what I'm saying?
No,
So
you're right. Eddie Hearn is a shitty matchmaker. You know what I'm saying? Especially if he allowed this fight to go between Conor Ben and Chris Eubank Jr. That ain't good right there, bro. That ain't gonna turn out good at all. You know what I'm saying? So, just so he don't have to compete against Boots, somebody down at 147 gonna have to fight Boots, man. It's gonna be hard for him to make fights. I mean, I don't know how he gonna make it. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. I know she got Showtime behind him. Give me who you think gonna fight Boots down at 147 knockout? Because I can't like really see it. You know what
I
I'm saying?
believe the cat from Lithuania. I believe Stanley Onis will fight him. That's a
Well,
realistic
you
fight.
think so? You think
Yeah, I
Stanley
think
on
Stanley Onis will fight him, bro. Stanley Onis a soldier. He was the underdog against Butayev, and he took a shot against Butayev, and they had to pay him to not want to go through with their tournament and shit. They had to make a whole bunch of deals with him. That's why he ended up being the main event on the undercard for the Errol Spence and Ugas fight. So he won't smoke. And with I think he got. Is he the one that's under shape? No, he a PBC fighter. Like that's the only one that I see a fight him until Stanley Onis start acting like a duck and start acting like he don't want to fight. I'm gonna say he'll fight him. I give fighters the benefit of the doubt until they show me something else. But Virgil Ortiz, he don't want no smoke. They talking
Mm-mm.
about 4-5 years from now. Conor Ben's calling out Adrian Broner and shit before he don't even mention Virgil or Boots or none of their names. So other young guns right now, I think Stanley Onis will fight him. I think when Gary Antoine move up, I think he'll fight him. And that's really
Yeah.
it. I don't think like
You
the
see what I'm
old
saying?
guard and shit, Keith Thurman, Errol Spence, Terence Crawford, they just in a different era. And then we want to see Errol Spence versus Terence Crawford, so it ain't gonna be one of them. Keith Thurman is the one where you feel like they should be able to make that fight. But Keith Thurman trying to sell himself and shit. He trying to let somebody put his scalp on their wall that's gonna make him the most money as possible. And unfortunately for Boots, he just ain't that big yet. So Thurman ain't gonna fight him. No way, no how. Thurman will
He
ever
said
step
$10
up.
million. He said they give him $10 million. He'll go in there and fight him. I think that's cap, but he said if they give him that's his price tag, $10 million. You know what I'm saying? You know, if Showtime give him $10 million, you know, say he go in there and beat up Keith Thurman. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, what's wrong with like five million and some pay-per-view back end money? He don't really want to fight that boy, man.
Shit, he trying to get some flute money up there to the mountains of
Exactly. Like I said, all he got is take 10, 15 and get the rest on the back end. But he want 20. But see, he's talking about 25 up front and back end money. Like, you know, bro. He really think that's why Steve Espinosa talking about he not about to pay him like he's Floyd Mayweather now. Like, if I was EJ, I would give him that 25 guaranteed. That's all you get, bro. You get 25, that's it. I give his money up front. I give up my salary and everything. But that back end, that's gonna be me and Steve Espinosa right there at the back end. I'm gonna get mine out of it. First, I'm gonna get my 25 that he got out, and then me and Steve and split the proceeds. That's how we gonna do that. That's how we do that shit.
Yeah, Ted says Stadiums has a lot to lose if he takes Boots. He said that's basically give up his shot for the WBA. He said good fight still. I like to see Boots and Boutier.
Ain't that
I
what I
think
said, Bull County?
They don't need to
you
fight right
said
now.
that. You said that.
They don't need to fight right now. They don't need to fight right now. Let them both get their belts. Let them go when they vacate. When Crawford and Spence vacate,
they're not gonna do that.
Let go his IBF route. Get the IBF. Let Stanley Owners go ahead and get the WBA, and then boom, in-house unification fight.
Yeah, then they can do it. But Stanionis getting that back end money right now. He gonna get that WBA strap before he fight Boots. He not about to waste it. Yeah, and that's what I've been saying. I put it in my video. Stanionis gonna get that WBA while Boots gonna get that IBF. You got Josh, what's my boy name? Damn, I forgot his name. Josh. He
Josh Taylor?
Josh Taylor coming up to 140 getting that WBO. And then you got Keith Thurman and Virgil Ortiz wondering about the WBC. But I'm thinking it's going to be more Virgil Ortiz because Mauricio Suleiman like to deal with his kind. So he going to really try to get Virgil Ortiz.
I don't know who, like that young guard. I hear you. Like they're going to give him the shot, but who the fuck Josh Taylor going to beat for that WBO strap?
Man, Josh Taylor got the first dibs.
Damn, I forgot about him.
You know, Bob
but who he going, like if they put him against the guy that's number one. If they put him against the guy that's number one in the WBO, like they have to do, it's going to be Virgil Ortiz. Who he going to beat?
Knockout. You asked me a question, they're talking over me. I'm trying to answer it, bro. You asked me who would he fight for WBO. Okay, that's Bob Arum's belt. They have a few people in the state. They can move Sabata up. They can move anybody up for Josh Taylor to fight. Bob Arum can set up the fights for the WBO. That's no problem. He will set that fight up for Josh Taylor, just like he did for other fighters of the past. That's Bob Arum's belt. Now, WBA, IBF, and the WBC, you know, that's where you can throw these other fighters in the mix. Like, you can throw Stanionis and maybe Alexis Rocha or somebody in there for it. You know, Boots. He take on whoever going to fight him, but ain't really too many people going to want to fight that fight. You got to get somebody that's... You got to
hope you're wrong, bro.
You said what?
Wrong. I said, I hope you're wrong, because if Josh Taylor get that hoe, he's
gonna
be over there.
Get it. That's what he waiting.
He's gonna be over there on top rank. He's gonna be over there on top rank.
That's what they
calling out
on.
everybody, but ain't making no move.
What you think he waiting? You remember he's already the super champion right now. He's already got the super champion. He's already done got it activated. He's waiting for this Spence and Crawford fight to be over with. Then he's going to go up there and get the damn thing. That's what he's waiting on. That's why he's telling you he can't fight at 140. He's coming up.
You got a good point, bro. You might be right. I just don't want to see that shit. I hope since Virgil Ortiz is number one in the WBO, if Oscar's smart, because you know the fucking the WBC, they love the Ortiz, Rocha, Garcia. So that's Virgil gonna get that shot anyway. If he's smart, if Oscar's smart to try to get control of the belts, he should be petitioning the WBO right now. Since Virgil Ortiz is number one in the WBO, they should be petitioning to make him a mandatory. Because if Josh Taylor got to
do that, but somebody like him, Josh Taylor supersedes it because he's the super champion right now.
Yeah, but if Virgil is the mandatory, and then the winner is Spence Crawford got the belt, then Josh Taylor had to fight Virgil. In that fight, he can't win that fight.
Well, okay, but
That's
you
what I'm
know,
saying. Like he
Pay
can't.
his ass some step aside money or something.
Versus also WBC's number one too.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying if Oscar Smart, kind of like we were saying about Bud, like look, you was undisputed at 140. Why not go get one of these other belts? You know the WBO gonna be there for you because your promoter run that shit. Why not move up, get one of these other belts, then come back and fight Jeff Horn? It's the
So which
same
one
thing,
to do
the same
then?
position that Virgil Ortiz is in right now.
Yeah.
You know one in the WBO, you know one in the WBC. You know the WBC love Oscar De La Hoya. You know they gonna
Yeah.
give you that shot. So why not be
But
doing
they
everything
also
you
love
can
Keith Thurman too,
to try
though.
to get that WBO belt first, and
Yeah,
then
Look,
he
boom.
like it old too.
they
He
also
love it.
love Keith Thurman too because they keep moving Keith Thurman up. You know, Keith Thurman been petitioning with the WBC a lot right now. You see, they done gave him that ghost rank, and they done made him a title eliminator and everything. You know, Keith Thurman is petitioning hard with the WBC right now, and the WBC knows that Keith Thurman can sell. You know what I'm saying? They know. So, you know, he's petitioning with that. So if Virgil Ortiz go that daggone way, then you know it's a chance of Keith Thurman scooping in and taking that belt. And you don't want run time with a damn belt because hell, it ain't
Oh
gonna be
hell
no hard
no.
fights. I hate when Keith Thurman. I mean, I used to love Keith Thurman, but I hate when he got a belt, man. Because it's hard to get that man to fight anybody, man.
Yep.
You mean you don't like a fighter that fight 4 times in 5 years and shit? They don't.
Hell
For
nah,
sure.
bro. I can say
For
what I want
sure.
to say about Canelo, but at least Canelo will give you a couple fights a year, though, man. Like,
You know, Keith Thurman, he be trying to little boy, trying to son every damn body and stuff.
yeah, like that's crazy. But yeah,
Mhm.
matter of fact, damn, Keith Thurman just moved to number one in the WBC. Ortiz number two now. Damn it, he just jumped up 3 spots. Wow.
I don't know how, man, cause he look
Whoa.
horrible. He look horrible in
Hey,
that goddamn
no,
Mario
that's
Warrior fight.
crazy. Look, he just jumped up 3 spots over Ortiz. They got him +3. Thurman number one. Ortiz went down a spot, -1. Jerron Ennis, he's still number 3. They got David Avenesian number 4. Conor Ben 5. Ugas 6. Benji, he's 7. Crawley 8. Vesputin 9. And Igas Kavalakis is 10. You got Ramos 11. Barrios 12. I forgot about Barrios. Then Butayev. And then you got Speedy Rashidi Ellis at 15.
Shit, I'm cool with that shit. Order make Keith Thurman the mandatory, and then order fucking Keith Thurman versus Josh Taylor. That's cool. That's whatever we need to do to keep that belt away from Josh Taylor. Because I feel another Terence Crawford, Jeff Horn situation, and then Josh Taylor gonna be running around with that WBO belt, talking about he the man and shit, saying everybody's name, not trying to make no fighting shit. Like I ain't trying to go through that shit again, bro.
Yeah, man, that shit was jacked up. You know what's going on? Renzo Patterson says he's talking to
That Mike
Tetch. This
McKinson person is damn ranked 5th on the WBO. And they got this Crocker guy. He 14. I mean, he number 8, 14-0. WBO got some crazy people on it. Oh, they got this dude named Santillian. He's 12. He's 29-0. They got a lot of people over here on the WBO that I don't even know about. They just
yeah,
drop
man, it's a lot
CL.
of I mean, especially up at 168, there's a lot of motherfuckers I ain't never see fight before, so I got a lot of fights to watch. I got to go back and study.
Yeah, but they
You know
also
what I'm
got
saying?
Josh Taylor. They got him as the super champion in coming up though. But right now it's Virgil Ortiz number 1 behind Terence Crawford. Ennis is number 2. Thurman's number 3. Ben's number 4. McKinson 5 and Crawley 6. But if you in the top 10, you can go for a title shot as long as you inside that top 10.
What y'all think of Virgil Ortiz skill level, man? Because
I think
you
Virgil
know,
reminds me of he reminds me a little bit of David Benavidez, like a little bit. But David Benavidez got more skill. Like Virgil Ortiz is like a front foot dominant, go get a Mexican boxer, bro. Like who the hell did I say he like? He ain't no Kodo, but he's like
What's going on,
what's
family?
going on? What's going on, lawyer to the game? What's happening, bro?
he reminds me of a
Good,
Mexican
man.
Stanionis a little bit, dog. He's like a Mexican Stanionis.
What you think, Knockout? What you think about Virgil Ortiz skill, man? I don't think much of it.
He's a very good offensive fighter. He got a nice, strong, stiff ass jab, and left hook.
Very good. He's good at catching. He's good at catching and countering your shots. He's a very good seek and destroy fighter with not a lot of defense, and he's also showed a vulnerability with his chin. So
Yeah,
you
like
know he don't show his defense of the footwork and the power and the skills at the top of 147. They're gonna give him major problems because this guy's like Boots, for instance. Boots can counter him off the back foot, and then Boots will also be strong enough to where if they do start sitting down and fighting, he can crack Ortiz. Like you can't tell me Mean Machine can hurt you, but you gonna just walk through Boots. So that whole seek and destroy style, it's great. It's fun to watch. Shit, he ain't never been in a boring fight. Every fight I've seen him be in, them hoes be exciting. That shit fun to watch, but eventually
that shit gonna break your
one-way fighters, they get exposed. If guys are too defensive, they end up getting outworked by somebody one day. If guys are too offensive with no defense, like Virgil is right now,
he gonna get dropped.
He gonna get dropped and he gonna get beat one day. So I think he good. And this Dallas, Texas all day. Shit, he right here from 5 miles up the road. So I root for him. He one of my favorite fighters. I love Texas fighters, but if I'm being real, I see him being world champion, but I don't see him doing the stuff that his fans say he gonna do. And then plus he with Oscar De La Hoya. We see how they move Zerto. We see how they move Kame. See how they move fucking Ryan Garcia. We see how they moved Canelo when they had him. So, I don't know if he'll ever give us the fights that we want, but he gonna always be an exciting fighter.
Zerto about to take an L coming up against Bivol. That 42-0.
Let me get Lawyer to the game in here. What's going on, Lawyer to the game? You there, brother?
Yeah, let me unmute myself. Yeah. Yeah, what's going on, guys?
Kwame, what's up with it, bro? How you doing, fam?
What's going on, Knockout?
Chilling, man.
Chilling, man. Yeah, Virgil Ortiz, I feel the same way Knockout feel about him, to be honest. To me, he's a one-way fighter. I think he's a better version of a Meat Machine type fighter, too. He's younger. He has good power. But I don't think that I don't think that he's at the championship level where I would bet that he could beat one of the champions, current champions. Where with Boots, I believe he has a chance of beating both champions, to be honest. Me personally, he has a chance at doing it. So the other tricky thing with him is he's having a hard time making weight too. So is he going to 154? So that's another question. And then with the whole Golden Boy and how they move and everything like that. I mean, I like Virgil Ortiz, but I'm not buying any stock in him, like long term. I don't. I think he's going to be a really good fighter, but I don't think he's an elite fighter. I think he's a really, really good fighter, a young, really, really, really good fighter, but I don't think he's elite.
Okay. Well, Virgil Ortiz, man, I just want to see him getting some good fights. With the welterweight division, dwindling down, after EJ and Terence Crawford leave this league. I'm saying? I'm just wondering what 47 going to look like, after the belt scatter, who's going to be holding them, who's going to be, what fights we're going to get with. We got Stanionis, we got Virgil Ortiz, we got Boots, And I just don't see the division. It's just not going to look that good. I don't think we're going to get any good fights. So, I'm glad they got the boxing minds here to see what that probably going to look like. Now, what's going on, Eric R? What's going on? What's going on, brother?
How's it going, man? I'm doing all right.
What you got on that? Well, I wanted to ask you, Lloyd, again. What you think about Tim Bradley and his newfound, understanding of Errol Spence Jr. abilities? What do you think about that?
Look, man, Tim Bradley, them black guys over there top rank cut from the same cloth, man. All this. See, here's the difference now. It's real. Now it's real. You know what I'm saying? There's no more promotion stuff. There's no more any of that. There's no more any of that stuff. So now the fight could actually happen, and motherfuckers got to keep it real. Because see, the main thing is that these guys. I'm gonna just go through the timeline real quick. When Errol Spence was going through 11 knockout streak, and when he stepped up in competition, he stopped Kell Brook, he stopped Lamont Peterson, Ocampo in one round like he was supposed to do. Terence Crawford then wasn't saying no Errol Spence name. They were not. They were saying, oh, this guy, he moved up from 140 and he needs to work his way into the weight class. Errol Spence is a big welterweight. Now, when Errol Spence started fucking off, Mikey Garcia fight partying and shit like that, and against what's his name too, Porter. Then everyone was they nuts dropped. Oh, we can fuck him up. He's a drunk, because truth be told, Terence Crawford is a fuck. He's a beast and he's a workhorse, and he's disciplined and focused and dedicated to the sport. But see, they like when they have an upper hand. See, when they have an advantage, they can put their chest out. But now that Errol Spence done rebounded, came back from the accident, rebounded, got some time to be healthy, and just walk through a nigga who beat him in the amateurs. Oh, it's real now. It's real. It's like, nigga, your face could get broke in this fight. Like, it's for real. So now everyone all of a sudden, oh yeah, Errol Spence, he's good. And what's interesting, and this is exactly why I'm betting that Errol Spence stopped this guy. It's interesting because isn't it funny that Bomac got on camera and said that Errol Spence, they said, what's the biggest thing you see with Errol Spence? Oh, he hasn't improved since the Olympics. But your fighter now is saying he makes adjustments. And the guy, Tim Bradley, now is saying he could do all this stuff and fight off the back foot. They don't know. They don't know what the hell is going on. They just know that now the shit is real and it's time to fight. And Tim Bradley, he's known to contradict himself anyway. This is the same dude who was saying no such thing as side the street. And when they asked him the question about him retiring when the WBC mandated him and Spence to fight, he goes, the other thing is here is since when we did business with Al Heyman. So this is just a whole contradictory type situation. But look, now it's time to fight.
Kwame, keep cooking, Kwame. To answer your point, though, remember with Tim Bradley, Devin Haney used to be trash as shit. Now Devin Haney is invincible around this motherfucker, man. But go ahead.
Yeah, man. Now it's, and I get it. I'm not saying Terence Crawford no coward. He's like he said he want to run to the smoke and all of that. I get it. It's a certain mentality to be the best. But you ain't been in there with nobody as good as you ever, or close to, or possibly better in some areas. So it's it's real, man. It's definitely real, man. I know we gonna get the fight. I can't wait to see this fight, man. Like I can't wait to see this fight. Me personally, I think the fight's gonna come down to durability, and that's why Spence gonna win. I think the fight gonna be very similar to Kell Brook, Spence and Kell Brook. Crawford's gonna hit him with some shots. I feel like in the beginning of the fight where he has this superior boxing, but I just feel like he's gonna get broke down because the activity. We could say one. You could say one thing: whether Errol Spence wasn't dedicating himself and doing fat camps, or he was dedicating himself. All his fights, he threw a whole bunch of punches. It don't matter. If you get in the ring with Errol Spence, you got to fight. Period. You got to fight. You got to fight. You got to fight, and you got to be able to take the shit that's coming at you too. So I just think over time he's gonna get broken down. I do feel Terence Crawford is skilled. I think his frame is not gonna be able to take the punishment, sustained punishment. He has a chance to hurt Errol Spence with something though, maybe coming in. We don't know. That's why it's such a great fight. But I just honestly feel like what they're talking about now, how he can make adjustments and stuff. I watched film on Errol Spence. He does a lot of shit that people don't see. A lot, because it looks so basic. But one thing that he doesn't get a lot of credit for is his IQ. He doesn't get a lot of credit. People look at him and say, oh, he's just throwing a lot of punches and pressure and this and that. No, this guy also has good defensive IQ. He gets hit with shots. He makes shot adjustments in fight to not get hit with those shots again. He does a lot. He does a lot of stuff right on the fly that a lot of people don't appreciate. So I just think the fight is going to turn out to be like a chess match for a little bit, and they're gonna fight. It's like the motherfuckers will try to swing for the fences on each other, and I just don't think Terence Crawford is durable enough to deal with that shit unless he hit Earl with something that wipe him out or take his knees from him or something like that. I don't think if he don't do that, good luck, buddy.
What's going on, Eric? You want to cook on that?
Yeah, I agree with much of what he said. I still see it kind of as a 50-50 fight, but going through everything and listening to you guys cook a lot, I agree. I feel like the only way I see Bud winning this fight is catching Earl and hoping that he makes a mistake like he did when he had his mouthpiece knocked out. But Earl's conditioning has been so good that he's recovered really fast. It don't take him a round or two or anything like that to get right back where he stopped. I think if Bud got hit or got hurt in a situation like that, I don't know. We don't know how long it takes for Bud to recover. And with everybody amping Bud up the way that they have been, I see him going into the fight and that whenever the adversity starts to kick in, he's going to be going through so many things in his head on what he needs to try to do. He's not going to have enough time to have a good enough game plan to carry him throughout the fight. And I think doubt's going to start to set in. And the damage that he's going to end up taking is going to be too much for him to do anything that he's normally capable of doing against the competition he's used to facing. Two things I was saying when Bud came up to 147. I'm like, Bud needs to jump in a fight with Earl before Earl gains the experience of fighting the different high levels of competition that he's done now. And Earl needs to jump in a fight with Bud before Bud gets acclimated to 147. The difference between the two is I think that those different types of fighters that Earl had to adjust to in order to defeat pushes his odds to winning this fight a lot higher than what the odds are for Bud being acclimated to 147. So I honestly see Earl pulling this one out. And I think it's going to end up being ugly. I don't think it's going to stop any faster than the Ugas fight. I think it being around that, I can't equate with how Earl's going to come in from, all the bullet points and stuff he's been keeping track of leading up to this fight. But I don't think that Bud is going to get stopped early. I don't see that.
If I could just piggyback off of something you just said, good brother, I do think it's going to be stopped faster than the Ugas fight, and the only reason is Ugas took a lot of big shots, a lot of punches, and one thing we didn't see with Ugas was his body never really disconnected when he got punched. You never seen the stinky leg or the wobble or his body do something different. We didn't see that. Like Ugas is a pretty big welterweight, and he's tough as shit. That motherfucker was doing voodoo and shit before his fight. So you know what I'm saying?
He sure was.
He took a hella some shit punches. If you notice though, he was still coherent. He never really wobbled. None of that. When Terence Crawford get hit, his body, it do its own thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why that's the only reason I think so. Like I don't think Terence Crawford could take the type of beating Ugas took for that long. Personally, just he's a smaller guy. He's coming up for 135. I'm not saying this guy is not strong, but biologically as a human, he's a smaller guy. And to take that type of to take that type of punishment, he wouldn't be able to take those type of blows. I'm telling you right now, Terence Crawford would not be able to take those type of blows and his body not do its own thing. I'm
Right.
just
When he got hit with Jose Benavidez, hit him with a body shot, man, his body looked like it was about to flip over. You know what I'm saying? Just one shot to the body. But go ahead. I just wanted to get that in.
yeah. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just giving my perspective. Like when I try to look at matchups, like solely at the matchup and attributes of what one person has versus the attributes of what another person has. And Terence Crawford's endurance, because he's such a beast in the gym, because he's, he takes his training seriously and has been pushed past many mental and physical levels, kind of like Floyd. When Floyd got hit by Mosley, yeah, Floyd was hurt. Like he said, the room was spinning, but he was able to recover because he was in tip top shape. Terence Crawford is able to recover, like even against Mean Machine, he got cracked, but he's able to recover because he's in tip top shape. I think the difference in this fight, what Spence will do with him, opposed to how Mean Machine or Gamboa, these other guys hurt him, is Spence is going to physically break him down. He's not going to hit him with flash punches. He's going to get broken down by body shots. If you look at the film with Terence Crawford and Sean Porter was inside of his wheelhouse. But we all know Sean Porter's not an accurate puncher on the inside. Smothered his work, not accurate, not really. The punches aren't really compact. And Terence Crawford goes into the same type of high guard on the inside. If he's not wrestling you to tie you up and hold you up, if you get anything off, he goes into the same type of guard Uga's going to. And a strong version of Errol Spence punches right through that all the time. The Mikey Garcia and the Sean Porter version don't. But if you look at the Lamont Peterson fight, he punched him through his guard. A lot of these guys he beat down through their high guard. And once Terence Crawford starts to slow up a little bit, I just don't feel like once he starts to take that beat, and he's not Kell Brook either. He's not as solid. I don't know if his body's gonna be able to hold up. I think it's gonna be over. Honestly, I think the fight will probably be over within like eight rounds, 9 rounds. I think it's gonna be over. I don't think he's gonna be able to take that type of beat.
Yep. That's what's up, man. Because Bud, he's gonna come in here. You know what I'm saying? If he gonna really sit down in front of EJ, that's gonna be a good fight, bro. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. If he actually gonna sit down and try to fight EJ, you know what I'm saying, face to face, mano, right in front of each other, that's gonna be fight of the year, bro. It's got to be. What's going on, Eric? I see you. I didn't know you had dropped off, bro. Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? We gotta factor in, you know what I'm saying? We don't know how Bud's gonna come in, what he gonna look like. He's been inactive. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was hoping he'd take that Keith Thurman fight. I was hoping that happened for him. When you come off a long layoff like that, you don't be as sharp. You know what I'm saying? That's why EJ, he was looking like he was looking at the beginning of that Ugas fight. You know what I'm saying? He was missing a lot of shots. You know what I'm saying? He had to get himself together. You know what I'm saying? And start cooking. I say by maybe the third round, second round, he started cooking. You know what I'm saying? He started looking better. You know what I'm saying? I'm wondering if what kind of Bud Crawford we're gonna see. He haven't fought the best competition. He fought a fate. To me, in my opinion, I know this is very controversial. You know what I'm saying? Sean Porter wasn't at his best. You know what I'm saying? When he fought Crawford. You know what I'm saying? He had one foot out, and that's not gonna get him ready for EJ. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think he's ready, you know what I'm saying, competition wise, you know what I'm saying, face an intensive EJ that's 100%. 100% now. He's got a couple of training camps up under his belt now. He done healed from the accident. You know what I'm saying? Now he's doing his strengthening and conditioning. He's doing nutrition. So he's facing a whole revamp Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I think EJ is gonna really end this thing probably by the eighth round. I think it'll take it to the eighth round. You know what I'm saying?
Another thing, I don't think people speak enough about the corners. I think the corners
Oh
will play
yeah.
a big part in the fight too. The corners, from what I can see, Derek James and Errol Spence have a great corner relationship, not just as a trainer, but just like in the corner in terms of he knows what he's seeing in his fighter. The message that Derek gives EJ, he follows the game plan. You know,
Yeah.
for the most part, he's following the game plan, just not showing Porter, but he follows the game plan. So I noticed even with Jamel Charlo, when Jamel Charlo had some issues against Tony Harrison, Castano in the first fight, Derek James gave him great corner advice in terms of game plan, what to do in the first Castano fight, but it just looked like Jamel Charlo couldn't execute it. He didn't know how to go out there and execute it and did his own thing. But I saw how calm Derek James was in the corner, not yelling, not uh, over emotional about what's going on in the ring. And one thing I do know about Bomac, because we watched quite a bit of his fighters, not win. With
Miracon.
man, he gets kind of worked up over there in the corner, and there's not really a message. Even when the Bud versus Porter fight, what did he really tell him to do? He said, "Bud, you down." People act like he gave him some Hall of Fame advice. I mean, that's Bud Crawford's athletic ability. That's Bud Crawford. It's mainly Terence Crawford is special, and you could get a lot of credit. I'm not saying he didn't help him get there. I'm just saying in terms of what he's executing in the ring, a lot of times you could get away with just being a great fighter and being special when someone's doesn't have to give you much of a game plan because you see things and you make your own game plan and make in-fight adjustments. But when shit gets tough and you in a space that you're not used to being into, can you trust what that guy is saying? If he's overly emotional. If you find yourself in a situation you haven't been in before, where motherfucker you beat up and you down on the scorecard. So
Right. Let me get this super chat in. Marcus Moore with that $10. He said, add the link in the chat. Good conversation always, fellas. He said, Errol, by brutal stoppage, let me join in. What's going on, Marcus? What's happening with you, my brother?
What's going on, big dog?
What's going on? Long time no see.
And we back like we never left.
That's what's up, man. What you got on it, man?
Hey, where y'all at in it? I just hopped on.
Oh, we just talking about the matchup and everything. You know what I'm saying? How we talking about strategies and what strategies Crawford may come in with and what may happen in the fight.
Okay, I think the guy that we're just touching on I gotta agree with him. Like we always talk about, I think it's bigger than just the fighters, man. It goes back to the corners. And like me and you talk, Pool, at the end of the day, if I'm in a bad situation and I don't have that true respect for my corner, I'm gonna go back to doing what I always do, fight to survive. And this is a fight where that ain't gonna work. This is a fight where that can get you knocked out sooner than what you could have. You see what I'm saying? Derek James, he instructs his fighters on what to do and what not to do. Bomac, on the other end, he asks Terence Crawford, what does he see way too much? And if he chooses to, then he can do this. I like Derek James because, as he say, I'm not a fan of Errol Spence and Charlo. I'm their coach. I'm here to tell them what to do, not be a fanboy.
Hey, I just want to touch on that, man. That like you right about that, as far as the coaching and the instruction that Buzz gets. Because when I see it, bro, what I see going on is, let's say hypothetically speaking, which I actually think is gonna happen, but Spence punishing Bud, round after round. Because like I said, I think Bud got 4 rounds to get Spence out of there. If he don't, the fight gonna favor Spence more and more as the fight goes on. By the time you get to the 6 and the 7, I think Spence gonna start to run over Bud, and I can just see the camera going to Bud in his corner, and I hear Bomac saying something like, "Oh, you're getting hit too much. You got to stop it. Fuck him up." Every time I hear Bud tell Bud something, all I hear is "fuck him up."
Right.
There's no instruction going on.
Or you got to find your rhythm.
Yeah, like that's not instruction, bro. It's like, tell me what you see that this dude doing to me. Where am I messing up? As a matter of fact, what am I doing good that I need to keep doing? What is working for me right now?
Hey, that's a good point, bro. That's a great point, bro.
That's you articulated it perfectly because that's exactly what I was saying. I notice
Yep.
what I see in both corners. So unless Terence Crawford is if Terence Crawford is cruising to a victory, then everything Bomac says looks genius.
Right.
Because we're looking at the outcome. But when the adversity come, I've yet to see when, and I'm not looking at just him with Terence Crawford. I'm looking at the other fighters because Terence Crawford really hasn't had much adversity.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
Exactly.
the thing is,
Two minds is
there's
always
a
better than one, regardless. It's always best to have another perspective, another mind in there. If you can't see what's going on, that's what you got to have your coach for, to see what you don't see.
Yep.
You have a coach that don't really understand what he's seeing. He's just there being your cheerleader right there, and that puts you at a major disadvantage going against somebody like Derrick James. Because every time a Derrick James fighter come back to the corner, he has instructions for them. He doesn't sit there and ask them nothing. He gives them instructions.
Facts.
No question and answer. This, look, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do this. Then they go back, implement it, and they see each round they get better as they go back in there because they
Yep.
making adjustments with Derrick James.
I'm with you, and I also agree every word you said, bro. Like every word. And I also think it's a thing as hanging with your fighter too much. I think it's a thing of hanging with your fighter too much. I think sometimes you can mess the bond up by being
Yeah,
with your fighter too much because now you're his friend instead of his coach.
yeah. Now he looking at you as a peer instead of
Yeah.
his mentor, his teacher.
Yep. Yep. And Derrick James always carried that mentor over Earl and Charlo.
Carlo.
And I'm not
Well,
saying that they don't get together every blue moon, but I could see Bomac at Bud House 3 times a week and hanging out on weekends. Like
well, the thing
sometimes
is,
that can no, I'm
like,
saying that can really hurt. That can really hurt the bond that you're supposed to have because now it's more respect. It's more respect where it shouldn't be. And I mean respect in a negative light. Like instead of you asking somebody what they see, you need to be telling him, hey man, you need to listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. So sometimes when you get in a position to where you don't trust your corner like that, and Bud is really going through adversity, something he's never truly gone through, I could see Bud getting himself knocked out quicker trying to get out of a situation than him staying calm, weathering a storm.
yeah, that's
Because
the thing
really,
about it.
what can he actually say? Because Bomac, if you go back and look at all his fighters. Look at Jamel Herring, Maurice. What's the dude name?
Hooker.
Yeah, Hooker. Look at them. Like he got another one that was getting thrashed too. And Bomac's their trainer, and he couldn't really tell them nothing. When the dam started to break, it just kept chipping away until it fell back. He didn't give none of his fighters no adjustments. They just kept getting their ass whooped worse and worse.
I agree.
And the thing about Bud, let me tell y'all why it's like that. A lot of that is the fact that Bud's so high headed, bro, that he have to have yes men around him. Bud wouldn't be able to train under somebody like Derrick
Yeah,
James.
Yeah,
hey,
he
bro, you
would
hit the
though.
net. Hey, bro,
But see,
you
that's
just,
the problem. That's the
hey,
type
bro,
of
you just
trainer
got
that
an
he
A plus.
needs.
You just got an A+ on the test, bro.
No,
Like you
no.
said, I don't think he could.
But no,
Right.
that's the problem. He has to have somebody like that. If you can't get Bud to respect you and listen to you as a trainer, then
Yep.
it's just like a pit bull. Like if you get a pit bull has to respect his master's dominance. If it
Yep.
don't respect your dominance, it's going to turn on you. And that's
Yep.
the problem. Bud got too many yes men. He hasn't had nobody that was dominant enough to tell him, look, nigga, you gonna listen to me. Because I'm the coach. I'm the one that's sitting here gonna get you right. Now, if he had a damn dominant coach that can teach him that, then he'll be a lot better off. But see, he got people that's wanting to be yes men. If Bomac would have came with a sturdy and firm hand and showed what he preached and worked out as well, then he had no choice but to respect him. But since he has himself in a playful, giddy light, you
Yep.
can't, once you there gonna do that, you can't come back to the serious teacher mode like that. You can't. You
Y'all
can't.
As
make
I
It's all
said,
about that first
a lot
attempt.
of great points.
That's why Derrick James don't be sitting there playing around with Errol Spence
hell
Jr.
no.
He
Yep.
keep it professional. He keep
Yep.
it business, and he keep it
Yep.
in the coach's mindset. That's why I like when you with your homeboys.
Yep. But
You
see
don't
again,
sit there and play
that goes
fight, and
back.
you don't
That
play
goes
fight,
back.
and you don't. Hold on one second, I'm about to be
Go ahead,
finished,
bro.
bro.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's why when you with your homeboys, you don't play fight and play wrestle. Because that's when a motherfucker trying to gauge you and see what you got. Because
Yep.
once you
Right.
do that, that's when somebody will try you. And that's why you gotta always keep that front on, keep that stage on. And when you do that as a teacher, you got to always stay professional.
This
And
what
that way they have no
and,
chance.
and to what you saying, bro. Me and Poole, and I think we all was on like a couple days ago. We was kind of talking about that. Bo Mac reminds me of that cool big cousin when we was little.
Yeah,
You
we
can
was
come
talking about
over and do
that the
whatever
other
the fuck you want to do at my house. You see what I'm
night.
saying?
Yeah, we
Long
was
as
talking
you
about
ain't
that the other
breaking shit, you could do whatever the fuck you want to. But then you got Derek James as that asshole supervisor that don't nobody like. But don't nobody like him because he does everything by the book. You know what I'm
night.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
And you
Don't
know what I
nobody get
see
no
now?
passes. Don't nobody get no passes. Don't even get this. Everything is by the actual instructions that your supervisor handbook say. You
And
see
you
what I
know the
mean?
worst thing about that? That's
Yeah.
just like your children. You
Yep.
got the one children that have no discipline and go up and they kill their parents and everything because you know
Mm-hmm.
their parents never disciplined. Then you got them children that get their ass whooped when they did something wrong and they did everything the correct way. And those are kids right there that succeed more because the Bible, not saying what y'all religious person, but if you spare the rod, you spoil the child. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
If we don't have discipline and correction, then we won't have boundaries and it sets us off. You got to have discipline and boundaries. You have to have correction. That's part of life. It's about growing and taking direction and correction.
Absolutely.
Like my kids, when I whoop my kids' ass, it hurts them for a minute, but they love me more because I show that I care about them to correct them when they're doing something wrong instead of letting
Yeah.
them run around being like some savage ass animals that nobody loves and stuff. You feel
But
me?
honestly, bro, it just come back to the fact that we could say all of this and that about Bowman. Honestly, bro, Bomac is in a position because he ran across one of the best fighters off the statistical standpoint, no matter what we think about him, what Bud has accomplished and done. Bomac has gotten lucky to getting taken under his wings by them. You see what I'm saying? As Terence Crawford, I can't
Just
respect
like
Bomac. So I can't respect Bomac as Terence Crawford because every fight you get bigger and bigger. You see what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong, he got more than one trainer, so I understand that. But Bomac is just lucky to come across a once in a lifetime fighter that took him under his wing. And Bud showed with Aram too that his loyalty can fuck him over more
You
and more.
you
that's
hit it
just
on the
like the
head.
Mexicans. That's
Kind of
like
like Eddie Roach
Eddie
and
Reynoso.
Pacquiao,
Yep.
and
Like Eddie
Eddie,
Reynoso.
yeah, mm-hmm,
Eddie Reynoso ain't
mm-hmm.
no damn coach. You see,
Yep.
all three of the people in his stable got washed down. They could use that do it fluid. You
Yep.
know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh, he specialized in that tainted steak because you know they own a butcher shop.
Yep.
If they can't get that clam baked, then they can't do nothing. Look at what
It's a fact.
happened to all of them.
You
You
know,
got
and
Anthony
one
Weeds
thing,
now.
yeah, did y'all see that Showtime that little intermission where Derek James said he was talking about I think it was Brian Custer, and he was asking him what did he like about EJ and Jamel, and he was saying how quick EJ, what I'm saying, picks up on things. What I'm saying, that he's telling them. He tells them,
Exactly.
he gives them instruction, and he's able to do it. You know what I'm saying? And Jamel, then they showed the next clip, it was Jamel, how he told him to go out there and what to do, you know what I'm saying? And he went out there and did it. You know what I'm saying? So
That's the difference between good and great. That's why I was saying how great fighters can make adjustments. And that's how Floyd is. Like if you hit Floyd with a shot, you ain't gonna hit him with that same shot again. Just like if you hit EJ with that, you ain't gonna hit him again. It's like chess. You learn from each move that you make. And that's why I say the stronger and better your opponent, the stronger and better you'll be because it's pushing you to be more smarter and more tactical.
Man, the scariest part about this is what people ain't really touching on, man. They touch on it, but they touch on it in the wrong way. When Errol lost his mouthpiece and got hit flush on the chin without a mouthpiece, could have got his teeth knocked out, got hit flush on the chin, bounced off the ropes, and the motherfucker still had a possible chance where he still edged out that round.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
With a
And he
boot.
was like,
You see
oh
what I'm saying?
shit. And look, he
He
took
got
a
hit. He
power punch.
he
clean
proved
with
that he proved that he has a real chin. And that's what I'm trying to
bro.
tell. See,
No,
that's
he
what I'm
yeah,
proved
trying to
that
Scary.
to
tell
That's
y'all.
big.
Garcia.
scary, man.
Yeah,
No, to
That's
because
That's
Garcia.
big.
He
think
got
about
hit
this.
by Garcia. He got hit with that no look hook that put Garcia puts everybody down with. It was Garcia was frustrated. He caught Earl with that thing at the end of the round, flush.
And he wiped it
Earl
off.
Right
just
on his
wiped
chin.
it off.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's what I'm saying. That's gonna be that's why I say this fight gonna come down to durability because Terence
He
Crawford,
wiped it
if he
off.
get hit, if Terence Crawford get hit like that, his endurance is there, but his body do different. His body gonna do what it want to do when it
Yeah.
get hit.
Like, look
And,
at Brian Castano. His body just melts.
Yeah.
His body melts it.
so when I
Yeah,
saw
I was
that,
laughing at that.
yeah, when I saw that, I was like, man, you're right. Like he has a hell of a chin. So with the way that, to me, one other
That's
thing you
scary,
said,
bro. That's scary, bro.
yeah, one other thing
He
you
got hit
said,
clean.
Yeah,
yeah,
Danny Garcia
on
hooked
the
him.
money.
Like, Danny Garcia was frustrated and just hooked him straight off. I was like, whoa. And
Yeah,
then
at the end of the round.
and
Let
Earl White.
lawyer finish
Oh,
land the plane, y'all. Land the
Yeah,
plane, bro.
real quick. So right before the Danny Garcia fight, I spoke to Derrick James for like an hour over like Facebook Messenger, like over
Wow.
the phone. And I asked him a lot of questions. And what the brother just said on the left with the M, he you 100% correct, because I remember after Jamel Charlo had beat Rosario and got all the belts, and he was giving Errol Spence all this praise in his post fight interview, how hard this guy worked, this, that, and the other. And I was asking Derek about it, and he was like, basically, they in the gym training, and Mel couldn't get something, and Earl could just get it like right away and help Mel get it.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So when you just said that, I'm like, that's 1,000% correct what you just said. Like, I got that out the horse's mouth. Like,
Appreciate that, bro.
yeah, like out the horse's mouth. Like, that's the other thing. He's a teacher still. Derrick James is also a teacher. I think the fact that he's working out is gonna help him, just because he's an ex-fighter too. That's also gonna help corner instruction on how he's seeing what's going on out there as an athlete, as a fighter.
Facts.
So things that he can understand at this point, maybe from a different level, than Bomac will be able to understand, because he's not there. You know what I'm saying?
That's what it should be.
Yo, full counter. Man, if you don't mind, bro, can you read the message you got up there? Because I want to cook this dude. I just want you to read it up first.
That's the silliest shit ever. Go ahead, Poole.
He said, will you stop comparing Errol to Duncan and Bradley? He said they never risk or hurt their career for a good time like Errol did.
Man, look, the reason I asked you to read it, because I just want to say something about a lot of fans. I don't know if they casuals or are they just real weak men. Or they real weak men. Let me tell you something. That's not thinking like a man, bro. That's a very feminine way of thinking. I'm gonna give you an example. That's like me trying to tell you. Now, I'm not saying who better or not, but if we had an argument about who's better out of Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, or are they similar? Now, we both know they're not similar, but I'm just using them for example. And I tell you that no, Kobe Bryant is not good as LeBron James because Kobe Bryant didn't marry a black woman. What they got to do with their skills on the basketball court?
Exactly. That's the same exact thing, like you said.
Like Kobe, you're comparing their skills, and he says, "Well, at least LeBron James didn't get arrested for rape." It's like you're right. That's real
stupidest thing ever.
Let me ask. So are we saying that EJ boxing IQ is higher than Jamel Charlo's?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah,
I think so.
Without a doubt.
No. I'm gonna tell you why I say that, because Jamel Charlo done said it so many times without saying it. And by him saying everything changed once he got with Derek now. You see what I mean? He's talking about IQ, fighting style, mindset. First everything he thought was a KO swing, even though he wasn't getting him. He was more trying to be more of a boxer. But then he got with Derek, then got stronger, got more focused. Everything he got a credit to Derrick James, and through Derrick James, you got to take your hat off to Earl, because he asked Earl first.
The reason I say his IQ is higher, because if you look at Charlo, and I like Charlo, I like Jamel, I got nothing but respect for Jamel. But his power, we know Jamel got, some of the top power in boxing right now. But he needs that power to win big fights. I mean, he absolutely needs it. Errol Spence don't need his power to win.
Right.
Hey, great point.
Great point. Yep. That's true, man.
Errol could brutal you. He could brutalize you all fight with a jab, with just a 1-2. how he calculated in them hooks and uppercuts. He don't gotta knock you out. He'll just destroy you the whole 12. Like you said, Jermel kind of is banking on that power. And that goes back to what we're saying now. Y'all can hear me clear still, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and that goes back to what we're saying with this Crawford thing. Crawford doesn't stand a chance because Crawford has to get that sneaky punch off. Earl don't need that. He can just beat you up all 12 rounds.
Right.
I think it's it'd be nice to say he don't stand a chance because I mean Terence Crawford throw punches from weird angles.
But he's banking on that.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not going to take away what he can and can't do because Terence Crawford's special. Like, I don't think
he good, but
you can't say he's good, brother. I mean, you gotta be real. The guy, he's
good.
He's a great fighter, bro.
We haven't seen him great because we haven't seen him up against nobody that's great.
I mean,
you haven't seen him against nobody great. So
Poole, what Bob Arum say, Poole? He got the what?
Best matchmakers around.
He got the best matchmaking in boxing. That's what that means.
Oh yeah.
So
look, I just say this. I like, for instance, I'm not saying Terence Crawford's on like the level of Kobe Bryant, but what I do know about Terence Crawford, like on day to day, is that guy is just as focused and work just as hard as like a Floyd Mayweather do. Outside, like without no one having to tell him to be like that. And this guy is a guy who is a naturally mean guy who was born as a fighter. He was born a fighter. This, like his mom said, they used to see if motherfuckers could whoop his ass. She would give him $10 in the hood, and nobody could whoop him. But he went to boxing.
Earl was that way too. That's why his dad.
It's not about Errol Spence though. It's just about Terence Crawford. I'm not trying to compare them. I'm just saying, like in terms of Terence Crawford, I'm gonna give him his props in that regard because if you don't belong in there to a Terence Crawford, he gonna get you the fuck up out of there. Period. Like that's just whether it's matchmaking or not. It's boxing is matchmaking. Like, period. Like all fighters, they do matchmaking and then they take the training wheels off. So I'm not gonna, because I want Errol Spence to get his full credit for what he did when he beat him. So he's a great fighter to me, and he hasn't proven at this point. He hasn't proven in the ring that he's not a great fighter. There's nothing you could look at Terence Crawford in the ring and say, okay, well, because of this, he's not a great fighter.
But see,
he's a great fighter.
But see, why he's fighting Earl, I want to see him make adjustments in the ring. To when Earl's putting this on him, I want to see him make them adjustments that great fighters do. I want to see him evolve in that ring because he's put to the test. That's what it's going to be, is the test. Can he evolve and make the fight last longer than what Earl's trying to make the fight last?
I agree. I agree with you. I just don't feel like he'll make the adjustments, but I don't feel like it's going to be enough.
No, it ain't.
What's coming at him.
Last a little longer though, to make it last longer than 6-7 rounds.
Yeah, we gotta stop throwing that word around, bro. Like, let me tell you something, bro. That's another pet peeve of mine. We gotta stop throwing that great word around. Every fighter in the world is not great. Let me tell you something. I remember back in boxing. Well, I'm not old enough to remember, but I just, I know my history. I know how the history of boxing. How we got to where we are today. That great stuff started with Muhammad Ali. After Muhammad Ali, every time you saw a fighter that had skills, everybody, if you like the guy, everybody want to throw that great label on him. Everybody is not great. You have to beat somebody who's great.
I say he's good. He got to show us that he can be great.
Yeah, the only way you get the great title is by beating other good. You beat enough. This is two ways you do it. You either beat enough good fighters to be considered great, or you beat a great fighter.
Okay, here's what I'll say. I agree to that, but I feel like you can have great in terms of you're great in terms of legacy because you beat a great fighter, which makes you great within your legacy. And I also feel like you could be great just within being a fighter yourself outside of it.
You can be. Hold on. Let me get this super chat in. James Kelly with that $10. Appreciate that. He says, what's up, everyone? He said, my concern is why Bomac states that EJ was one-dimensional and Bud came back and said, no, he's not. He acknowledged that ES is not one way. He says there is a major communication gap. What is ES? Yep. He acknowledged that ES
Errol Spence Jr.
Okay, EJ.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm used to seeing EJ.
Yeah, that's exactly. But that's funny. I mean, he's responding to our conversation, but that's exactly what we're saying. If your trainer thinks that you haven't made any kind of improvement since the Olympics, or you're a one-way fighter, what he get if Bud gets in trouble, and that's what your trainer think? What advice he gonna give him? What good advice
Mm-hmm.
can he give him?
Fuck him up, bud. Fuck him up.
What's going on, James Kelly? What's going on,
Hey,
bro?
And
What
that's
you got on?
and he has to give that advice because Bud. That's what I'm saying. Well, Bud is
can y'all hear me?
maybe
Well, we can hear you, bro.
yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Sorry about it, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, maybe we can. You know what, brother? Maybe we can substitute great for special. Then maybe we'll
Yeah,
say he's a special
brother.
fighter.
Yeah,
Not great.
yeah. So
But you
Let's
take,
say he's a special fighter.
you take away from the guys who earn that great talent title when you call everybody great. I'm not saying you specifically. I'm just
Right.
saying because I'm gonna give you an example. I'm on a lot of panels, and everybody who know who I am know that I'm on a lot of panels. It's not a panel you can go on that you probably won't see me on. But a lot of times you hear a lot of these guys like sometimes it's these racist fans, non-black fans. They have a lit fighter that look like them. They win one fight, they telling the whole world they great. Oh, we have a great fighter out here in Kazakhstan. You know, he won one fight, and now you calling him great. And everybody nowadays, every fan called their favorite fighter great, no matter what they did or what they didn't do in their career.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah.
I came on late, people, so I apologize if my comment is late. But yeah, I think you probably mentioned it, but I was transitioning over to your streamline. So, did you read my super chat? Am I on point with something? Because when I heard that, I was coming from the doctor's office, and Bomac was saying that he's one-dimensional, and then Crawford came back and said, "No, he's not." And you see, and this where I'm going. Crawford said, "I've been watching this guy since the amateurs," and I think a lot of people don't know that these up and coming fighters know he's been growing up together. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Of course, you're gonna know who you gotta fight.
Yeah.
If I'm about to fight somebody, I'm about to know as much as I can about him. If there's a chance for me to beat you in the future, I'm gonna find out about you.
I
mean, see, Bomac don't like giving Earl his flowers anyway. You know, Bomac always taking good jigs at him. But see, Bomac ain't the one that got to get the ring with Earl. Crawford does.
And I'm
not trying to piss that monster off before he get the ring with him.
Did Bomac ever box before?
Yeah, he did box. He got knocked out more times than he won.
Exactly.
What era? What era? Because I'm trying to remember.
The Butterbean era. He got knocked out by Butterbean.
What?
Yeah.
He was
so that's the Bomac.
Bomac was 5'5", a super heavyweight.
Oh man, no man, look. Hey, look, look. Now,
Brian McIntyre.
Look, man, please be advised. Anybody, I don't give a darn if you're a carpenter and you're a professional boxer part-time. You get in that ring, you can get killed. Let's clear that up real quick.
That's what I said yesterday. You know, it's a dangerous sport.
And check this out, y'all. We got to understand something. And you already know that I'm not a casual boxer, man. I was watching boxing daggone when on
hey, Kelly, are you subscribed to Upper Echelons, Kelly?
I think
I just put the link in the chat.
I think I am subscribed, man, because wait a minute, let me stand by. Okay. Do you want me to go subscribe to it now, or can I?
No, I was seeing you subscribe to me, you know.
No, I'll do it.
Yeah, subscribe to me. You know, I'll be having that content for you too, man.
Okay, I think we talked before though, man. For some reason, if it wasn't on this stage, I think, like you said, you were on all different networks as well.
Yeah, we was on everything boxing before.
Yeah. So I'll do that for you, my friend. I guess what I'm saying, man. Let me tell you what my concern is. Let's go back to the 80s. Remember 1984? You remember 1984? Holyfield, Whitaker.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Every last one of them won gold medals. One.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
That's right there.
And check this out. They weren't making the money these guys making now, but they fought each other.
You know what? They was trying to get in position to make that money.
But
Holyfield and Tyson revolutionized the game in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, because Tyson changed the game, baby.
He changed that game so bad. Let me tell you something. And everybody try to say he doesn't one punch. No, you look at Mike Tyson. His style is so technical.
Yes, sir.
This dude didn't just hit you just to be hitting you. He knew where to hit you.
He like Earl Spence. He brushed you up like Earl Spence does.
And see now this is the whole deal with the controversy of Errol Spence not being multidimensional. I spoke with BFTB. I love PFTP. I love them. I love BFTB. I love Blue Blood. But I made a comment. I can't knock somebody like Bud who had to show his diversity. You see, and everybody had a chance to see it because he had to do it. Errol Spence never had to do it. I mean, he's diverse. You don't go to the Olympics and not fight every style of fighting. You know, he just happened when he got in the ring. These guys that fought him, they walked towards him, and he just took advantage of what he could do.
I mean, but he showed his style against certain fighters, though. He showed that he can fight different dimensions.
Yeah. Well, yes, but
Bud ain't that technically sound.
Yes, he is.
So listen. So Bud ain't that technically sound. So he fighting off of his instincts. So you see him do a lot of.
You know what? Let's agree to disagree. Bud is technically sound, my man.
No,
and you can take that to the bank. But
look, Earl is technically sound.
But
he wouldn't get caught pulling back if he was.
I tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. And this is just us talking. We all
fight more of instincts.
But it's also psychological. Do y'all agree?
Yeah, I do.
You could be 98.9% physically fit, but 1% you don't have it. You look at Marvin Hagler. Man, I loved him. I love him, and I love Sugar Ray Leonard. But look, you looking at guys that was going 15 rounds? Yes, Marvin Hagler said, when I fight you, it's like I'm fighting you because you're taking food out of my kid's mouth.
Yeah, I remember that.
His mindset was strong. Mike Tyson, before he got up with the wrong group of people, daggone it, he refused to be knocked out. And he told you, I refuse to be knocked out. He said he was nervous. And you know what? I respect him because he was nervous, but the most dangerous man on the planet. But he knew it was a mental thing. Because you remember how he said he would go in the ring and you know how he would twitch his neck? You know how Mike used to twitch his neck, right?
Yeah.
He already had his opponent scared to death. You see? And even the ones that weren't scared to death, Bruno, all them guys, Tucker, all them guys, Mike said, forget it. Okay, you my way, I'm gonna take you out. It was mental. So, and let's look at Floyd Mayweather. Love him. And I don't give a darn what people say.
Floyd was a monster. He was an offensive juggernaut.
Who's that now?
Floyd Mayweather.
You doggone right. But look, he was mental. He would go to clubs and not take a drink. And he'll get out there and tell his boys, get your running shoes on. We're gonna run in 10 miles.
Floyd, you got to realize boxing is 80% mental, 50% physical.
But he knew the mindset. Look. You remember when he fought Shane Mosley? And maybe people say Shane was probably past his prime, but that corner had a lot of respect for Shane Mosley too. They didn't when it came to Floyd talked that jump. Floyd had to bring up the steroids, trying to get in
you crazy, dude.
To get in Shane's head because he knew Shane was no joke. Now, y'all saw that when he caught Floyd, right? Floyd, his composure, man, was so calm.
He grabbed onto that arm, boy.
But he knew what to do. He was so calm, and he was laughing. Everybody was like, "Oh!" He was laughing, and he took it. Now what?
He caught him again too.
He caught him, man. I mean, when I watch, you know how you watch something over and you see something different. I watched the fight. I said, "Dad, I know he." I mean, he locked his knees up a few times. That tells you the psychological thing of it. And Floyd knew, coming up as a kid, boxing gloves, whatever. He couldn't be putting that daggone dope and drugs in his system because you watch what happened to his daddy. And guess what? His daddy fought Sugar Ray Leonard, and honestly, before he got knocked out,
he got beat down.
But before he got knocked out,
he almost beat him.
He put something on Sugar Ray.
He'll beat Sugar Ray ass.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah, he had some hands now. He got some hands.
But see, that goes back to the mindset. Sugar Ray knew it, and he took advantage of it. And another thing, Sugar Ray and Hearns. Man, Hearns was kicking Sugar Ray behind. Sugar Ray went back to that corner. Who was his corner man back? Was it Dundee?
Angelo Dundee.
He said, son, you're losing. That's all he said. You're losing this one. And what did Sugar Ray do? 13 rounds.
He went out there and fought him.
Went to work. See, these guys now want they're so focused on money, man. Look, the money will come. Master your skill set.
Mm-hmm.
And see, and that's why I wrote that comment with about Bud and Spence. Spence and Bud been knowing each other forever. Remember that little hallway scene they had when they met in the hallway and Bud was saying, Spence, you gained weight, blah, blah. Man, them guys, they would joke, they talk like they've been knowing each other forever. And they have. They have.
All boxers know each other. They're around that circle.
Yes. Yes. And I know for a fact, that's why I believe Bud is confident in what he's saying, and so is Errol Spence. And I'm at the point, I just want to see a good doggone fight. I'm just going to be real.
We definitely going to get
that. Oh, yeah, that's going to be fight of the
I'm
year
just
right
you
there.
know, look, and I'm going to be honest with you. I love Spence, but I like Bud better.
I got you.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, man.
Yeah, right. You know what I'm saying?
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
But at the same time, I'm saying, hold up. I like Bud better, but I ain't gonna say Spence can't beat him. Huh?
Yeah, you gotta be realistic.
You gotta be realistic, right?
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I do with Terence Crawford. I'm realistic. You know, I'm like.
That's why I say he got a punch of chance.
Bud is a good
to be
boxer,
honest,
man.
You know what would impress me the most? You know what would impress me the most about Terence Crawford if he would have win the fight? How he would win the fight? It wouldn't be a knockout if he purely just put on a class and outboxed Errol Spence. That would.
That's why I said that's what Spence gonna do.
Right. The funny thing is, nobody picking Terence Crawford to outbox him. That's the crazy thing about it. You haven't heard one prediction where somebody said Terence Crawford was going to outbox him and win on points.
I believe it. I believe.
See, that's my thing.
I'm one of the few. I'm one of the ones that
I'm gonna have to see that.
And that's what I say. I think Spence is gonna put on a masterclass boxing clinic.
But
I think they both are.
Yeah, you're right. But my thing is, I don't think Terence Crawford is capable.
Terence ain't gonna be the last, man.
Oh, see, I tell you what, I disagree.
I mean, yeah, you can do that.
But see, that's what makes this thing great, right?
Yeah.
We're talking, we're discussing, we ain't cussing each other out. Hey,
right.
No, never that.
We got our own opinion. And if y'all like me, I'm yelling and screaming like I'm in a daggone crowd, man. My wife thinking I'm crazy, man.
No, you don't pull kind of boxing now, bro. You know, you ain't got to worry about that. You don't pull kind of boxing now. You can talk. Talk your stuff, my brother.
I be talking to him like I'm there.
Hey, look, we analyze boxing more than we think. Think about what I just said. All of us on this platform analyze boxing more than we think. If not, why would we say we pulling for Spence? Why would I say I'm pulling for Crawford? Maybe we see something that might can work. Because
now, we on this panel, most of us do analyze boxing. You know, I break down the films and everything. You feel
ready for this one? I'm gonna throw something at you guys that really I had to think about. Mm-hmm. I'm first of all, when Spence got in that accident, man, I was so hurt. I said, Lord, let him live. Please.
Me too, bro.
Let him live, man. Let him live, man. And he made it. If y'all look at it now, he was messed up.
Mm-hmm.
So now this is where I'm gonna go with this.
Hey, Pool County. Hold on for a second, bro. Pool County.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Drop another link in the chat. I'm about to switch devices, bro.
All right then. Go ahead, James.
This is where I was going with this. And I had to do a comparison. I know it's way different, but just hear me out. When he came back and he fought Danny Garcia, right?
Mm-hmm.
Danny Garcia is nothing but a daggone robot. He is not the real agile Philly fighter. He was walking to him, and Spence just took advantage of it. Now, I'm going somewhere with this. Do you remember when Marquez knocked out daggone Pacquiao?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Pacquiao was knocked out before his knees bent. His knees bent. He slipped on that rope, like he had a thumb in his mouth. And they asked Bernard Hopkins, what did that knockout do to Pacquiao? Know what he said? It took 10 fights out of him. Now let's look at that car wreck. Y'all saw that car wreck?
Mm-hmm.
Man, look. I like. Look, I'm telling you, I like Spence. I love him. I love boxing. I love this sport. But what if it is that day where Terence Crawford becomes that car wreck and catch him in spots? You know that that probably can shake him up a little bit.
Man, I think the whole car wreck thing, bro, and with all due respect, bro, because I think this your first time on Pool Counter, but people done brought this up before, bro. The thing is, whether it's the legends bringing it up or fans or different sports analysts, the thing is, bro, that car wreck was years ago, bro. Errol Spence is fully healed from that, bro. That's not it. Like the thing is, it seemed like only Spence detractors bring up his car accident. Spence don't bring up his car accident.
No,
Derek James don't bring up his car accident, and his fans don't bring up his car accident. Everybody's 100% sure that his car accident don't have no lingering effects on him.
I was in the Marine Corps. I did 4 years.
Yeah,
brother, went in there young buck. Came
Your
out.
device not connected up.
You can't hear me?
No, it's on the up. There you go. There you go.
Are we good? Okay. And let me tell you, I'm feeling the ailments from being in the
Okay.
Corps.
Well, I heard what you said when I was backstage.
He's still cooking. He's still cooking up,
brother. Yeah.
Well, no, I'm trying to make.
Okay, what if that fight is the same time when Bud took that bullet in the head? What about if he feels the elements for that? See, that's what we can do that right there, but we're not going to talk about what happened.
And that could happen.
Yeah, but see, that's what we said.
Yeah,
that could happen.
Both of them fight. We're not going to bring up stuff that happened outside of boxing.
No. Only reason I brought that up, please understand.
It's a legit concern.
No, it's a legit concern, but getting shot in the head is too.
I know. I feel you.
Why would it be a legit concern if it happened years ago and he had 2 fights since then?
No. You didn't let me finish. It's a legit concern. It's a legit concern for Buff fans who understand shit is real right now.
Yeah.
And they got to go back to the car accident.
Yeah.
We just got to call the shit for what it is. Look, I'm gonna tell you a real quick story. Y'all can take it how y'all want to take it. After the Ocampo fight, I partied with Errol Spence after that Ocampo fight. That's what that's basically, I'll show you right here. If I go back to this avatar right here, that's the press pass for that fight. So I was cool with IOTBA back then. So I got to hang out with them and everything. And I'll just put it to you like this. Errol Spence's father's Jamaican, my father's Jamaican. I don't know what that means to y'all, but to me it means something, right?
Yardies, baby. Yardies.
Listen,
I eat a lot of oxtail.
I was around Errol Spence to really check his temperature as a person. He's a lot different than what he portrays on TV. He's a lot more alpha than what he portrays on TV. And
I be seeing it.
Let him cook, y'all. Let him. We getting some good stuff here.
No, it's a lot more alpha than what people think. But I could kind of read people's spirits. There's something. I don't know if it's some Jamaican shit. There's something different inside of Errol Spence. I'm trying to tell you. When the car accident happened, I just want you to understand something. He didn't break no bones. He broke no bones with that shit. You saw how he looked. He broke no bones. He's been cleared by Cleveland Clinic, all this other shit. And I knew he was going to beat Danny Garcia. He wasn't fully healed, but I knew it. Errol Spence really believes that he's indestructible. I'm trying to tell you.
Well, it's a mind thing. Hey, if he thinks that way, so be it.
And see where he just went on in that right there. If y'all are Patreons of the Pool Counter Show, and if y'all come around here before, whenever I'm on here, the same sentiment that brother just said is my main focal point. That's why my page is here, and I let people know about the differentness and the greatness of Spence, because I'm a Haitian brother myself.
Oh, okay. That's what I say.
Yeah, not boule. You feel me,
right.
baby? Yeah, Yardies. You feel me? So we already right there. So it's always something different. Because getting that natural.
There's some
not all. That's why we're.
I got something for you. I got something for you both. How about this? If you notice, now listen to what I'm about to say.
Well, hold on. Let me finish what I was about to say first.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you do yours.
I apologize. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Then I'll let you do yours.
Sorry about that, bro. Forgive me.
Yeah. But you know, that's why he went back to Jamaica after the accident, because you know they're going back to that natural stuff.
Right,
you know,
right.
The food around here,
right.
Like everything we got here is processed. You know, they make
Yes,
food out of
exactly.
plastic and products and all that stuff.
Everything, right.
If you pay attention, they dumping fish into the oceans. I mean, into the lakes and stuff, like processed fish. Like they're not giving us real nutrients. Pretty soon it's gonna be they giving us substance that make us survive, but it's
like
not
a pill,
real.
a
That's why
pill
we
or
get
something.
all these sicknesses.
A pill or
Because
something.
if you fast for 4 to 5 days, you'll feel stronger than you ever felt because you got rid of all these poisons that's in your body.
Yo, it's so crazy you saying that. I'm literally today in the 5th day of a raw food and juice fast.
And you're as strong as you ever been right
Let
now.
me tell you something. This is the best I felt in years.
You know why? Because they poisoning us through this food right here, bro.
Yep.
And that's why Earl went back over there to Jamaica when he was healing, because he got the natural,
the real food.
And guess what else? And guess what else, Earl? Guess what else Earl said? He said, like after the accident, blase, before he fought Danny Garcia, he had a nutritionist. He got rid of all of those old habits, like drinking and stuff. Think about what I know. So you're right. You're right on that point. He had to change his whole mindset. Hey,
but he took it back to the essence, though. He took it back because if you read any religious text, they'll tell you once you give your body a chance to heal, you fast, you give yourself a body a chance to heal, and you get away from these impurities, and then you come back stronger. And I've been telling everybody that Earl's a strong alpha male. I could tell from his demeanor. And like I told everybody, when you in boxing, if you feel like you invincible, then you invincible. Once you start to doubt yourself, that's when it's the end of the road for you.
So, and you're 100% right, bro. You know what? That's with any organization. That's with any job. You work on your job, you go on your job, and your performance slip. That supervisor calling your butt in there, hey, what's going on?
Yeah, but once your shell, that's why when they see once a boxer get that loss, or once they get knocked out for that first time, they're not the same, because that invincibility is gone. They're shelling themselves. And see, Earl, he got too much riding on him. He's got a third chance at life. Most people don't even get a second chance. And he understands that. He has a third chance at boxing.
He's very humble too, man. I like him.
And he understands what has been given to him. And he's about to utilize that to the max. The man has a holiday name behind him. That man is focused. And he's going to put on a premium. He's going to put on the greatest show that he's put on, because all eyes is on him. Everybody's detracting, saying what he can and can't do. And he made a history, and he's made a career out of proving people wrong. He's going to go out there. He's going to outbox that man, unify, undisputed, go up and do the same thing. Watch what I tell you.
I think it's going to be one of the greatest fights. One of the greatest fights in history.
The partner ain't great enough for it to be that great.
Pardon me?
I said the partner is, this is another thing I said, like, you're great when you get great opponents. See, that's why I wanted Crawford to get in another opponent, like if you got a Keith Thurman or somebody else to show him what it's like when you're in that press.
Are you kidding me? Crawford or not?
I'm not kidding you, I'm saying, but you know, I seen Crawford.
He need the activity.
He needs the activity. Plus, he needs to push himself. Like when you play chess, if you play against people that's sorry, you don't advance your skills. You might advance a little bit, but when you play against a grandmaster,
I understand. Right. You pick your game up.
You can evolve, and it forces you to take leaps and bounds and progress yourself a lot better.
You know why it's gonna be a good fight though? Because these boys know it ain't. See, it's for the all the 4 belts. But I'm gonna tell you, these guys know each other, man. I'm telling you, they know each other. And honestly, even
this is Buzz Cash Out fight. This is Errol Spence fight. This fight means the most to both of them right now.
And I think it's gonna be a great fight, man.
Their whole career
is hinging on this fight.
Right here.
It is. It sure is. And I'm gonna tell you something.
That's not big.
Even though I love them both. I'm just gonna let that on the line.
I like all of them. I mean, I love anybody that's good for the sport of boxing. I love Spence. I love Crawford. If I would fight anybody else but Spencer Boots, he would have my nod.
Now, you just said another name too.
That's gonna be the fight. That's gonna be. See, Errol Spence gonna have 2 legacy fights. He's gonna have that fight with Crawford,
and then with Boots, right?
Before he steps off, before he goes into the Hall of Fame, he gonna cement it with Boots.
And that's what Crawford said. Crawford said the same thing. Crawford said he's gonna
Spence
go.
is two different
But
people.
but
No,
but that's
but
not
no,
that's
but
not
the
real though.
mindset. But the
But
mindset.
that's not real though with Crawford. That's not real. I'm
Crawford and
gonna
Spence.
tell you
See,
why.
with Crawford, I
But
would say
Crawford
yeah,
ain't gonna
but he
have no
got Spence
eyes.
in the story.
Real quick, I'm gonna tell you why that's not real with Crawford. Because look, Errol Spence has been in a car wreck and had a retina surgery, did a 17-month layoff, a 14-month layoff, 17-month layoff. Him and Terence Crawford have fought the same amount of fights that Errol Spence is going through now.
Exactly.
Period. Right? So he's been fighting once a year. Right? We do that. He had, Bob Arum was crying. He wanted the Spence fight. Heyman wasn't giving him the Spence fight. And he had no fighters to produce for Terence Crawford, which hurt in terms of the experience. So I kind of understand that part. So it's like the experience that Errol Spence has going into the fight is huge. Also, Errol Spence is he's like that. He the big moments he's cool with. When it was time to go spar Floyd, the thing that I listened, not just what allegedly happened in the sparring. Everyone don't know the details, but it's like we know what happened. And the main thing I took from it, he said when they did doghouse rules and they was banging on the mat, he was calm. Hasib Rahman Jr. said that. He was calm. He was just like laughing and smiling. And that's what I'm saying. I've been around him. His demeanor
Yeah,
is
some
crazy.
people
It's
come
like you
to
got
life.
a cool. What's that, good brother?
I was saying some people come to life in big moments, bro. Like he one of them
Yeah.
people, like Michael Jordan. The bigger the moment, the better he performed.
Yeah.
You know what? That's why I like what Crawford said. When that's why my concern is with Bomac. Why would you? How long is Bomac? Why would you even say that crap? And then hear your man saying no, he's not. I've been watching since the amateurs. Daggone. So, see, that's my point. He don't need Bomac in the corner. Now,
He got him. He got him.
But you understand where I'm coming from? If you thinking that way, how can I talk to you? You telling me one thing, and daggone, I'm saying something. No, I'm not listening to you.
Maybe they'll figure it out in camp because you know what? The last 4 years, the last 4 years of all this ducking talk, it shit it sound real different now. Shit is real.
But you know what I think too, as well? Maybe that was their way to build the fight because everybody's talking about it now. Even though they talking junk, it's still publicity.
But if you notice something,
you got the masses talking about who's ducking and who's not.
Nah,
now everybody wants to see who's ducking and who wasn't and who gonna win this fight.
But what I'm trying to tell you is it's deeper than that. Hold on one second, good brother. It's deeper than that because
because Bomac even said he streamed Spence fights and what?
Listen.
Terrence fight
on Facebook. I had a boxer group called Loyal to the Game Boxing. I had over 16,000 followers and subscribers.
Really? Still got it.
All of Terence Crawford family was in there.
You don't have that no more?
Still have it?
No, I don't have it though. I don't have it anymore. It's too stressful to run that shit. You know,
is it still up though?
No, wait a minute. Facebook is so censored now. There's so much people so ignorant and negative that it's going to get censored, and after a certain amount of time, they're going to shut it down.
I see what you're saying.
So it's just why put my energy into that?
No,
what I'm trying to tell you is that I have a direct connection to how they really feel and how they really think. Like his nephew Travion Crawford comes on my show, so and they can't stand me. So my point is they believe fairy tale shit about the fight, and what is so interesting is what Bomac said. He really believes that because when I hear from the rest of the people in there, they really think like that. They're like, "Oh yeah, Bud's gonna do this. Bud's just gonna walk him down." I'm like,
that bothers me, man. That bothers me because
it's like that Bernie the boxer. He really bothers me. Like
that bothers me, man. Because to me, you in my freaking corner. You can't tell me we ain't together after we spar, train, we eat together and all that. Why the heck? I said heck now. I didn't say
No, you good, bro. You good. Go ahead.
I'm like, why would this dude make that comment and not discuss it with Bud first?
Because he's been doing it. He's been doing it. That's why Earl came out and was and Crawford had to jump in there because Bomac always spouting out. Bomac hates Earl, man. Like,
yes,
you can see the jealousy. You can see the hold on, bro.
That's why we
jealousy and the
push
envy
this
on
behind
Bomac.
out. Get
He's
it behind
always
out of
did
there.
that.
Get his behind out of there, man. Because I'm gonna tell you what's gonna
You
happen.
can't do that. You know, we got beta males, bro. That's like the
Yeah,
world. No, that's the world, and not you,
yeah.
but the majority of the Bud fans, like they hate Earl with a passion, and he hasn't done nothing to none of these people, bro.
This is true.
But
This
it's
is
on
true.
both
But you know, that's
sides.
just us as some black people that was raised by women. They take on women. What I call it every time, Paul, kind of what I say is what?
Well,
You
it's
said they
It's
also
that
they
beta male syndrome.
beta
but it,
Because
male.
but it's
men
also
taking
that
on. But bro, this is what happens.
That's
We can
fact.
say it's not right. We can say it's wrong. It ain't gonna be like that. But
right,
you still gonna have these beta males that's out there gonna display the beta male characteristics. Just like
man.
it's another dude. I ain't want to pull him out, but like knockout boxing, he come through here, and you know we got a good thing going. Man, trying to break that up. Man, coming over here hating out of no reason, and we ain't have nothing to say to him. We ain't even looking at him. He's not even on our radar.
So
But you know,
Cornette,
just like that, when they see black people doing good, a lot of black people,
crab in the pot,
it's like
mentality.
crabs in a barrel. And if one crab holds on to the top, the rest
Yeah.
of them can get out as long as he hold on.
Hey,
Yeah.
do
But
y'all
they
notice?
too,
But do y'all notice something? Errol Spence and Bud Crawford are not putting each other down at
no,
all.
Bud says some slick shit too. Bud
Well,
been
hold
saying
on,
some
but
slick stuff too.
wait a minute though. Wait a minute though. Look, you know you got to throw a little slickness in it. Come on now, come
No,
on.
Bud was on that
But
crap
no,
too, bro.
But
Bud was on that crap too. Now Bud got a different tune because he know he gonna have to step in the ring with that man. We not gonna sit there making excuses like Bud wasn't doing the same thing. Bud authorized that. If they speaking for Bud, bro, Bud authorized that. They speaking for Bud, and they say they speaking for Bud.
But he didn't authorize Bull Matt to say
What you
that
got
crap.
to say, bro.
Listen.
You say what
Let
you
me
got
tell
to say,
let me tell you
but they
something.
not gonna talk for Bud. They're not gonna talk for that man,
He's
and he gonna
right.
correct it. If it
It-
wasn't
Hey,
out of Bud's
let
mouth,
lawyer to
he
the
would have
game cook.
listen, bro. He would have G-checked it. He would have G-checked it because if you representing me, because if anybody's representing me and they saying
I see
something
what
that
you're
has
saying.
something to do with
I
me,
see what you're
I'm
saying.
gonna shut it down.
Right.
Man, when you
That's
Hey,
got
hold
something
on,
to say about
hold
me,
on, hold
yeah.
on. Let lawyer to the game get that in. I want to hear what he got to say.
No,
Yeah,
I'm with
because
him.
I'm telling you, because through the group, that's what it is. You see that if Terence Crawford doesn't approve something, people shut up. Sometimes a person may
exactly.
say something, like out of reflex, like when his sister snapped at Bob Arum after he shitted on him after the Kell Brook fight, but then you saw how it stopped, right? It didn't keep going. So he's definitely in
Like when he
control.
said that so early, you must be drinking again. See?
Right. So
Yeah,
he's
he didn't have to
definitely
do that.
because like in my group, for
So he
instance,
pushing it.
when Errol Spence had the eye surgery, people was from his personal camp was coming on with patches on over their eye and stuff like that. Y'all don't,
Yeah.
so
Now if you gonna be a leader, be a leader.
right, right, because he didn't shut it down, and that does exist. That energy that right there that does that energy exists
Because
within
Bud
that
does
camp.
have secret hate for hatred. I mean, he hates Earl on the low too because
No,
Earl is
man,
doing
I
so
don't
much.
believe that,
No, he
man.
does.
No,
I'm telling
no.
you.
I don't
I'm
think
I
he
telling
mean,
you.
hate
because
him.
look, Earl making
He
that money,
respect
he
him.
did it
He
less time
respect
than
he
Bud.
respects him, bro.
You can respect someone and hate on them too.
It's
Exactly,
jealousy.
because Earl making
Can
that
can,
bread,
can we
and
use
Terrence
another
don't like
word than
that,
hate?
bro. I can show you instances where Terrence is mad.
You
That's
can
why he's
say
like,
a
man, I'm over
poor.
this fight. I'm
Let's
over the Earl fight. He thought he was gonna cash out with Pacquiao and he didn't.
can we
See,
use
he was
another
gonna retire off that Pacquiao fight.
can we
But
use
the
another
Pacquiao
term
fight
than
went
hate?
past him.
I just think
It's
there's certain things
jealousy.
you don't like about him.
I won't say like
Hate's a powerful word. I
this
don't
is
think
what
you hate.
Yeah,
why
but
I'm
when you
saying
hate
hate.
on somebody, you hate on somebody, bro.
We just saying
Like,
hating. We don't
I know
say
what you're talking
we don't
about.
think
I know
you
what you're
hate them
saying.
as the
No, I understand. I understand. I
I'm just
understand.
what I'm
okay, but
saying
you ain't
is
gonna bring
that
up something that you know that's real sensitive to somebody because you in your feelings. Like, if I know you done been something somewhere and I know something that's sensitive to you, I'm not gonna bring that up, bro. Just
I
because
just
we
want to.
having a damn
I just
argument.
want to know.
Like, you can't. The man was joking with that man and he took it all the way left real fast. Like real fast. Oh yeah, you out there drinking that stuff again. And yeah, it's not. Come on, bro.
with
Like,
that
it didn't even
yak,
have to go that far.
see
But Errol got at him too. Now, come on now, Errol. Look,
No, I
let me
said
tell
they
you,
was just
that's
playful.
another
I
thing.
said they was just playful at first, though. I said it was just playful. It was a playful banter at first. Like, I'm gonna beat you. You going? That was it.
you talking
That
about
was a
that
playful.
hallway?
Well, they take
That's
it
like
personal. He felt like he attacked Bomac when he talked about his
Okay,
record.
but Bomac attacked him first.
Right now,
So
it's
look, you're
true,
not gonna
but
sit there and let Bomac keep throwing rocks at me.
it's true is what I'm
And then
saying.
check
I'm
this
not.
out. They talking about they don't want to go to Earl fights and everything. Earl support all their fights. Just like they
I
were sitting there laughing and joking, talking about,
I
yeah, we
agree with
screwed Earl fight.
I
No,
agree
no.
with you.
Okay,
I
if
agree
you're
with
not with no hate, you making money. Why you gonna stream that man's fight and then say that?
I do
So
know
now,
this.
no, listen. Now you sit
Okay.
there. You are a innovator. People look at you as a boxer.
Right.
Like
right.
he has his fans. And what he just made it seem like it's okay to stream another man's fights. Because they sit there, they got money,
Yeah,
and they talk about streaming Earl's fights. And you heard what Earl said? He said, I support my black people. I bought the fight. But you
Well,
talking
that's
about streaming his fight.
Bud
so does
bro.
don't sell as much as Spence, so he trying basically what he's doing is he's saying that to put that out there into everybody else. He don't want everybody else buying Spence fights either.
Right.
That's why he put in your head stream his fights.
They did it. They did it.
That's where that hate come in.
There you go.
His people did it.
I'm
Hold on,
glad
his
you
people
see
did it in the
what's up.
Facebook group too. His people did it in the Facebook group too.
Exactly.
They
How
was talking
you
about
boycott this
doing
man trying to stop his dream?
boycotting the fight.
But
I'm telling you, there's a whole. I'm glad y'all brought this up. There's a whole other energy on why I choose Errol Spence to be him. Because to be quite honest, the way that even the reasoning for Terence Crawford wanting to fight
Hit
Errol
that
Spence.
super chat real quick, pool counter.
Yeah,
Hold on a
right.
second. Let me hit that super chat. That's a good one.
Ramona Emily Jones says Bud has professional jealousy because the fans respond to EJ the way he wishes they would respond. They would to
Get him,
him.
Ramon.
He said keep cooking, fellas. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
That's 100%.
I agree with that. And you know what?
Hold on 1 second. I wasn't done yet.
Go ahead. Oh, my bad.
Yeah. So one of the reasons I feel that I say that as well is because the reason why Terence Crawford even wanted to fight Errol Spence from the beginning, his whole reason from calling him out and all that, it was never about proving who was the best. It wasn't about that. It was more along the lines of he wanted to be in the same limelight that Errol Spence was in because he felt like he accomplished more. It never came from like, hey, there's a respect, you're the best, I'm the best, and that's why all that negative shit kept coming out. Because I remember the first time Bomac was ever asked about Errol Spence when they would have won for oh, we gonna tear a new asshole in him, and we gonna do this and that, this and that, and this and that. And it was like, well, damn, where all that come from? But now I realize that that's just his characteristic, where you could make him. If you get Bomac, you could get Bomac emotionally where you could bait him into saying stuff.
Yeah, right. I could go
because
right.
Hold on, what's that? Because on my show where he was the one who came out and BFTB made him say he took the easy route because we started making him talk, and the truth is they honestly really believe that Errol Spence they lied to themselves for so long that they started believing the lie. Errol Spence is scared. Errol Spence don't want to fight.
And then that Ugas fight opened it up.
Right, and now that you
it's
know,
a whole different energy now.
Because Terence Crawford, let me tell you something. Terence Crawford, think about it. Why he show up of all the fights? I want you to think about this. You want to be great. Of all the fights you could have showed up to Errol Spence's fight, you showed up to the one after the car accident. You wanted to see how he looked after the car. Oh yeah, let's fight. Let's fight now. Well, we know
exactly.
Like real recognize real, right? And Terence Crawford could look at Errol Spence fight Danny Garcia and say, yeah, he like 40, 50.
That's why people say they see something.
Crawford said he didn't want to fight Earl after the car accident. He said he wanted
he wanted to be fresh.
He said he didn't want to fight him coming back off the accident.
But he wanted him after the Garcia fight.
But he said, because I'm not going to get the respect if I fight him like this, but I'll fight him right after. And he went to go see what he looked like in an accident, and he felt like he still, because I want you to think of this. Errol Spence, think of the order of his fights. When he fought Mikey Garcia, Terence Crawford said he hit him with 300-something punches and then hurt his feelings, right? Sean Porter, they wanted Errol Spence because he took the most damage we've ever seen him take, the way his face looked after the fight and the performance, right? So they saw that, and then boom, he gets into an accident, right? And then now he comes back. They want to see what he looks like now, because they're gauging him from when he wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing in the ring and then getting into the accident.
See, and that's it. Spence knew he wasn't, how can I say, taking care of himself.
Right.
He
Spence said he was only 50% of himself. He was ballooning up.
Right. So that's what I'm saying.
I wasn't finished though.
I'm sorry, brother.
All right, everybody take your time now. You know what I'm saying? Let's get it in. We ain't going nowhere.
I know they haven't even signed the fight yet, and we get all excited.
So
let them finish.
I feel like now Errol Spence has had the time to heal. Because
Yeah.
the only real thing that heals you from pain, grief, hurt, anything is time is the real healer.
Yeah.
So
And yeah.
so he
And self-assessment.
so he wasn't fully healed when he fought Danny Garcia. The Pacquiao thing, luckily, it probably gave it gave him more time to heal on top of getting the eye fix. So everything, because if you look at the mugshot that he took, you'll notice that same eye where he had the torn retina was red, and that's where all the scarring and stuff was on his face.
Right.
So
Exactly.
so it looks like he got everything fixed, but it gave his body enough time to heal. And like he said, he's back watching boxing. He loves the sweet science. He's watching.
Yeah. And before you cut it off, let me ask you one question. You notice, like you said, Terence went to the Garcia fight, right?
Right.
But before that Ugas fight, have you noticed it was a lot of hype that Earl was in shape because he was in shape for the Pacquiao fight. He was already in shape for that Pacquiao fight, but he stayed in shape. He didn't balloon up. And then, it was all the videos showing how Earl was in training, how he was stopping. And, all the people was talking about how his power has returned and how his sparring partner was like, man, I used to go 6 rounds, but he got me in 2. And then, a lot of footage was getting leaked to them sparring. And, Bud and them understood that. They said, okay, we missed our window. Because now this man back to strength and conditioning.
What would make y'all
he
think
didn't
that?
show up at that fight. He knew Earl told him to come to the
That
fight.
what
He
makes
knew
you
what
think
was
that
happening.
the whole time that Spence been fighting, bro, nobody was chomping at the bit to fight Errol Spence, bro. That dude had to beg for fights. It wasn't until they saw that man get through a windshield
No,
and
sir,
everybody
buddy.
claimed they
No,
wanted some of
Bud
Errol
ran
No,
Spence.
sir.
down on
Bud
Earl
been
and been
calling Spence
FaceTime.
out.
Let's try to do one at a time, because you got a lot of people on here.
I
So
know.
yeah.
I know we do.
Bud didn't run down. Let me tell you something. Let me correct you on that. Bud didn't run Spence down. Spence was at an event, a top rank
No,
event.
I didn't say ran him down. I said he ran down on him. You scared of somebody, you see him, you go the other way. You don't run up to him. You're like, man, I've been FaceTiming you all day. You didn't answer the phone. Spence said, I
Bud's
didn't
like
have your
that
number.
though.
I didn't know that was you. He
Yeah,
said,
But
Bud's
well,
like
that's
that.
me.
how many times before
Lock
that did
in.
Bud tell World he didn't want to fight Errol Spence?
You said
How
what?
many times?
Hey, man,
Stop that, before he ran down on Errol Spence, did he tell the world that he does not want to fight Errol
No, that's
Spence?
not what he said.
No,
It was
sir.
a point where Earl was
That's
like,
not what he
I'm
said.
about to 80-20 him. I'm a 70-30 him. And then Bud was like, well, I
Bro,
don't
he
need
talking
Earl
before
Spence.
that. He talking about before that, bro.
And
When he
plus
talk,
that
when
No.
he
It
talk,
was nothing before
that
that. It was all
wasn't.
Earl
Hold on,
Spence
hold on.
until, it's been 4 or 5
That wasn't
years.
a real platform though, bro. That they took that off Instagram, boo, on some Instagram crap.
They went on. They
You know
met in
what
the
I'm saying?
hall in a lobby, a hallway somewhere.
Yeah, they met
No,
in
no,
the
Bud
hall.
and
no,
Red
no.
And
was
Terrence
I'm talking about that
FaceTime.
60-30, 70-30, 20-80
Well,
thing.
I mean
That was just an
I
Instagram.
don't think we need to harp on that because to me that's like the soap opera part of all of this. It's
Right,
not like
right.
real,
I'm just saying, my man
I
brought
think
it up.
money is money, though, bro. Like,
right
money
right
rules this
now,
thing.
hold on,
No, I'm just
No,
trying
my
to say
point is that's
how can
why.
all these Bud fans say that Bud always wanted Errol Spence if Bud himself said
but
multiple times he don't want to fight Errol Spence?
No, he
Bud
never
didn't
said he
always.
don't want to
He
fight
never
Earl
said it,
Spence.
bro.
How he
Right.
never how
He
he
said it
didn't
when
say
it
that?
first came up. When it first
When
came
he
up,
first got
he
to
had a chance to
welterweight,
fight him.
he said he
Man,
want Keith Thurman. He do not want Errol Spence because Errol Spence is not the man to beat. You telling me
Yeah,
I'm
100%.
he
making that
said
up?
that when he first came
100%
up.
he said that. 100%.
And
He
no,
said that. He said
100% he
that.
said that. I agree. But at the time, Keith had beat everybody that Earl had beat. He beat Danny
They
Garcia.
asked
No,
He
him
no,
beat
again.
no,
He
They
no.
asked
fought
him
Earl.
again after
Oh,
the
this
fact,
was
and he
before
told
that,
He
bro.
didn't
the
beat
whole
Kell Brook.
world that the
And
Errol
Kell
Spence
Brook was
fight
trying
is
to fight
past
with
him.
Keith Thurman, and Keith Thurman was ducking Kell Brook. So when Kell Brook was the A-side boogeyman up there until Earl Spence beat him. Didn't none of them fighters want to fight Kell Brook, especially not Keith Thurman. That's why Keith sent Earl over there. He said, man, if you go over there and beat him, then I'll fight you.
Man, y'all making that up. y'all like
No,
y'all
no,
ain't
no.
seen
I
the
got
Say
I got
what?
go look at my
Keith
videos. No,
Thurman
go look at
also
my
the same
videos. I
one.
got
Wait a
all
minute.
that.
Keith
Let
Thurman
him cook. Let
always,
him cook, y'all. Y'all got to let him cook, y'all. Be
but
quiet,
Keith
please.
Thurman
Let
the
him
same
cook.
one that said he didn't know Bruce Ennis too. Yeah. So just think
No.
about what Keith
We know
Thurman do.
Keith Thurman got to the
No.
point and
Just
started
Just
funny
look at
act
my
ducking.
yourself.
videos on my page. I got it all documented and
Yeah, we know
cataloged.
Keith Thurman got to a certain point and started ducking. I'm just trying to what would convince y'all that somebody as skilled as Bud and Earl is skilled too. I don't think neither one of them was ducking. I think Spence was trying to get the leverage. He wanted all 3 belts first, so he had more leverage. And I think Terence Crawford was just waiting around, waiting on his turn.
I
What would
think
think y'all?
Bob Aaron.
What
I
would
think
convince y'all
Bob
that 2
Aaron was
fighters as
messing him
skilled
up.
as them be afraid to fight somebody in the same weight class.
Well, but because that's because Bomac trainer Bomac already told
Bomac
the
is
whole world that they
Bomac
had a
ain't
chance
Terence
to fight
Crawford.
Spence and they chose Jeff Horn. Bomac said that we had a chance to fight Errol Spence. We took the easy right and we chose Jeff Horn. I didn't make that up, brother. Bomac said it.
Yeah. But
Bomac
Bomac
runs
said
his
that.
mouth too much, man.
That ain't come out of
Terence
Crawford.
Crawford mouth. That's
No,
That's
but we
Bomac.
gotta
Bomac
keep the same.
trainer. Bomac telling you what they did. Bomac telling you what they plan was and what they did.
Hey, we're gonna have to
And
get
we
some
gotta
structure on this thing right here,
we
bro.
gotta keep the same energy.
We're
We
gonna have to
gotta
get some
keep the
structure.
same energy because over the last 4 years, a big portion of what people say about Errol Spence, they use that easy route shit. So if it
No,
worked for
the
one
easy
side,
route for Errol
it
Spence.
worked.
The easy route for Errol Spence is the easy route was making the fights with fighters that was already in the PBC, not ducking
Exactly.
Terence Crawford. He said, "I
Exactly.
want to be undisputed. Why would I waste my time with you when I got 3 belts I can make easy and
No,
then
but
fight you?"
You know that was Bob
that's what my
Arum.
That's still
point
the
is.
easy route.
That's
Bob Arum had a lot to do with it because Bob Arum is a lawyer, and Bob Arum been around a long doggone time, and he cut Bud down so much it ticked me off. So that's telling me that there was something behind the scenes above Crawford's team where Arum, I believe Arum was holding up a lot of stuff. That's just me.
Well, of course he was holding. Well, his beef with Al Heyman is what the whole holdup was. I mean, you called a man a cancer. You sue him after you do a fight with Floyd and Manny Pacquiao, the biggest fight. Al Heyman had the leverage, and the problem was no one wanted to talk about that because fight fans want to talk about fights and fighters. So what they did was Crawford fans
I got
took
some
that as Errol
background.
Spence. Crawford fans
Everybody,
took that.
everybody go on mute so he can be heard.
Oh, wait a minute.
Everybody gonna start that on.
I think I'm on mute. Hold on.
Everybody, go ahead, cook.
Yeah,
Floyd.
I was gonna say Crawford fans ran with the whole easy route stuff. That's Crawford fans. The whole easy route thing. If you go to anyone who's been wanting to see the Spence Crawford fight debate, that the easy route phrase exists because they use it to say Errol Spence ducked, right? So we were saying it was a business reason to go get the belts and fight, the PBC fighters. Dave said he took the easy route. So
That's
now
Bomac,
Bomac
though.
says,
That's
but now
Bomac,
Bomac is being honest and he's talking real quick again and says they took the easier route, which was the WBO.
They
It's not to
need to
say
shut
no
him
one
down.
was
That's the
not. It
same.
wasn't to.
The
Hold
WBO
on,
was
hold
with
on one
Top
second.
Rank, so that's the
It was
same
not.
logic.
Hold on a second. It wasn't to say that they took the easy route. It's just to state that there's business in boxing and there's politics and
Let them
there's
cook.
certain routes you got to go. So no one took the easy route. They took the path that they had
to take.
They had to go through.
Exactly.
But one side kept a false narrative through the whole thing. Now, me personally, my personal opinion is that they clout chased Spence for 4 years to get into a fight. Because
Exactly. Because
he
wasn't
won.
nobody checking for
won.
Bud.
Yeah, because Bud was undisputed at 140, and they gave Lomachenko ESPN Fighter of the Year. They never he was never a real popular fighter for whatever reason, even though he was a special fighter.
He's an Olympian.
Crawford's not an Olympian.
No,
but
Crawford's not an Olympian.
Yeah, but we're talking about Crawford.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So my point is at the end of the day, their energy existed on that side about easy route and it being negative and painting a narrative that he don't want to fight me and you was gonna go down in history as ducking me and all this stuff on Twitter and pull your panties up and sign contracts. That energy has always been from that side, right? But now it's time to fight. And now that it's time to fight, like they say, whatever goes into the wash, it come out in a rinse. Now it's time to fight. A lot of contradictory statements. A lot of contradictory statements about, if it was me, if I thought that, I was going, I didn't have nothing to win and I know I was going to win, I just take whatever, right? While Spence is, from what people hear, they've been ready to go. It ain't on me. Weeks ago, ain't on me.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Say now what you were saying.
With me?
No, the one that was rebutting old boy.
Oh, BJ. All right. So Like I was saying, both of them took the easier route. That meant that the belts was there. They didn't have to deal to reach across the aisle and try to fight nobody. That's what
I
the
got
easier
it, bro.
route meant on both sides. You can't say,
Nah, it
"Oh,
wasn't on the
Terence
both
Crawford."
sides though.
No, that man, both of them want to fight each other. If you listen to
Bro,
EJ has
okay,
even
first
said,
off, bro, you know on the PBC, it's easy
"Here
to
we
make the
go."
fights. Earl was trying to fight any and everybody that had a belt.
The one
He
he
was
fight
trying to
Crawford.
fight any and everybody that had a belt. And
on
didn't nobody want to
PBC.
fight him until after Mikey Garcia went 12 rounds with him.
Facts.
When
100%
Earl, I
facts.
think that was a strategic move as well because everybody was scared. Danny was like, hell nah. Sean was like, nah, I'm
Facts.
good. They all had a chance to fight Spence and didn't want to fight him. And then Mikey Garcia said he saw something. And then when they seen that Mikey Garcia went
Went
12
12 rounds.
rounds and he
Yep.
got 17 million on the back end, that's when people said, oh yeah, I'm about to fight Spence now. So don't act
100%
like it was
facts.
an
I'm
easy route.
gonna say
Nobody
this.
want it.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes,
Cause
you
I'm gonna
can,
do
brother.
because I got to go real quick. But I first of all, thank you for allowing me on the show, man.
No problem, bro.
Yeah, man, I enjoyed this. And y'all can see we all get passionate now. So
Yeah,
so
go
Oh
ahead and
yeah.
so so
unsubscribe to me
so
too, Unc.
so I will. Let me matter of fact, hold up, man. Look, is it 678-683-8569 put counter boxing
Yeah.
slash
Oh yeah. Don't say it over.
huh?
That's in
Yep.
the private chat.
That's in the
That's
That's
in
the
the
private
Well,
private
chat.
private
well,
chat,
chat.
man.
I'll just go subscribe to you. Don't worry about me. We good.
That's in the
Close
private.
it out, Unc.
Now, y'all let me finish. I'm an old
Subscribe to
geezer.
Upper Echelons, man.
Close it out, Unc.
All I'm saying is, look, I'm ask, and this here what I'm about to say. If y'all notice how when Andre Ward interviews Crawford, you see a different side, correct?
They was on the same side. They both was top ranked
Because if you notice,
ESPN.
no, check out what I'm saying to you. Because really, uh, Spence and Crawford are really they got the same personality. They laid back. They don't like this
Mm-hmm.
limelight. They like fishing. They like doing all kinds of. That's why my man went and bought a daggone farm, man.
I wouldn't say that though.
My
Crawford got
point.
that Me Too
No, the
attitude.
point I
Like
make.
he
My
always got
point.
a chip on his shoulder, like he got something to
No,
prove,
Now
sir.
you
man.
know him
No,
personally.
sir. No, sir. What I'm saying to
He
you
don't have to
is
know him personally to know he got a chip on his shoulder. Anybody who's been paying attention know that. Shit,
Nah,
Kenny
Crawford
not
got
Porter
that
told
Me
you he
Too.
tried to
Like he
fight him,
can't
and
do
he
something
tried
without
to
him having
fight
to
him when
go
he wasn't
back.
number 15 years old.
but the chip on his shoulder ain't because of Spence. It's because of the people that he's got pulling the strings behind him. That's my
Now
You
he's
point.
know,
just
it's also with
he
Spence too,
like
because
he was
Spence is
raised
getting
like that.
more than him,
Well,
and he feel like Spence shouldn't be getting what he's
he
getting,
the
and he's
boss
not.
though.
He
He the
felt like
boss.
that
I don't
he
know.
felt
No,
like that
no,
he been doing this.
nope. He just.
He
I
feel like
think,
he been doing this longer than Spence, and he feel like
bro,
that, he should be having the fans that Spence got.
Crawford has been with this guy since the amateurs. I'm telling you. Everybody know anybody that's an
But man,
Olympic
he actually
boxer.
brings
Now let me finish. Now,
success
come
though.
on, let me finish now, please.
Y'all let the man finish the thought,
Yeah,
y'all.
because I'm about to throw a scenario here that all of y'all probably recall.
You doing these crazy scenarios though. But go ahead.
But
Let him roll.
why is my scenario? My scenarios are my scenarios. All I ask you this, listen and analyze and see where I'm coming from. It's all in the background. These two guys want to fight. Let's get that out the way. Sugar Ray Leonard,
Why they signed you?
Can I listen to me now?
Let him roll.
Sugar Ray
Let
Leonard,
him cook.
Sugar Ray Leonard, pretty boy, Olympic fighter, came out, drew the crowds. Golden Boy, De La Hoya, pretty boy, Honey's coming to his fights. They pimped him. Spence, another nice looking dude, and also Olympic. So you're looking at these guys who coming out of Olympics, and then you look at the guys that have to be considered like the blue collar workers, like Hagler and Sugar Ray. So if there's a chip on his shoulder, it ain't against Spence. I'm just being honest with you. I just think it's just the way he's been handled. The way he's been handled is probably more of a chip on his shoulder than anything else.
I
So
believe
you
it.
kind of saying like when like Marvin Hagler, like how he was moved up, and then Sugar Ray Leonard came, he was the Olympic golden boy,
Oh yeah,
and
and
Marvin. That's why.
if you notice how Hagler had a chip on his shoulder, but it wasn't against the fighters. It's against how they treat him like he wasn't nothing. This dude fought 3 fights he should have won, but then came back and avenged them.
But guess
So
what?
I would agree
But
with.
like you said though, he that translated to Sugar Ray. He
Yes,
wanted to
but
get
later
Sugar Ray
on, because Sugar Ray got
Bud.
in the ring, had everybody in the freaking ring touched down and said, as much as the world would love me to see me fight this great fighter, that would never happen.
But that's what I'm saying. The
He
same
watched
way
that
that happened.
He watched the Mugabe Hagler fight. He said he saw something. Talk to me now. I was there.
I mean, I'm trying to talk, but every time I talk, you keep cutting me off.
No,
I mean, you keep cutting me off every time I try to say something, bro.
Cook.
No, he said talk to me. He asked me to talk to him, but then he gonna sit there cut me off.
I say that figure of speech.
Hey, Mr. James, let Up get his off. We just let you get off. Let Up get off.
But have I said anything? No.
Okay, this is what I'm saying.
Let him
right
rebuttal
here,
you. Let him rebuttal you. He'll rebuttal you.
Dang, bro, like
Go ahead.
you keep trying to control. And see, that's what I'm saying. You keep trying to control the narrative, saying something, then won't let nobody say. What I'm saying is, what you said is correct. Yes, Marvin Hagler had animosity because Sugar Ray was viewed as the cash cow and not him because he was an Olympic specialist. The same way Errol Spence came from the Olympics, and Crawford was kicked away from the Olympics. And the way that Errol Spence is blown up and Crawford hasn't been pushed that way.
Hey,
and so,
was that the same way with Golden Boy?
I gave you, hold on,
hold on, James.
I'm gonna let you go. But what I'm saying is, it translates the dollars with Spence. Spence from 168 down is the money man. You feel what I'm saying? Besides Canelo and Deontay Wilder, everybody's calling Spence's name because he has that pedigree. He's been pushed, and Crawford feel like he's been doing it longer, and he feel like he has a better record, not resume, but better record, and he feel like he should be where Spence is at. And that creates jealousy.
But he's not blaming Spence.
Jealousy and envy.
Let me finish.
He's not blaming Spence.
Bro, can I finish? Dang.
Again?
Can I finish? I'm almost done.
You
Let me finish. I'm gonna let you have it. I'm gonna let you have it.
Yes, sir.
Let me finish. I'm in the middle of my statement and you cut me off. I just gave it to you.
Okay, Bishop.
I just gave it to you, I just gave it to you.
Okay.
Let's be cordial. Let's do the same thing.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is, I mean, you're not letting me finish my statement. I'm in the middle. I'm about done. But what I'm saying is the same way Errol Spence is getting pushed and he's got the accolades, Crawford feel like it's supposed to be him. And that raises jealousy right there. That's why, he may be mad at Bob Arum, but he's also mad at Spence because Spence is the key to that right there. He is the one receiving the gold accolades and holidays. The man got a holiday name behind him. That will make anybody jealous.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, bro.
Go ahead.
That's all I want to say.
I'm like a little kid. My man shut me down so bad, like a little kid. I'm asking
go ahead, brother. I'm letting you go now.
Now, check out what you just said. Spence also has the Dallas Cowboy owner behind him at that stadium. No. This is where I'm coming from. If they fought with in Nebraska, he would have that same backing as well. So they both got it. Only difference is that Spence came through the Olympics. Hey, accolades, all that. You don't go through the Olympics and look what my man did. Mayweather. He went through the Olympics and he didn't care he lost. He said, bet I'm going pro. But he did it right and exact. Nobody was pushing him. He had to push himself and do it right in the mindset. Crawford, hey, I don't think he's mad at Spence, man. I really think he likes Spence, honestly.
They still talk to this day.
Yes, they're friends,
and both of them
man.
will admit that they call each other. So I don't even know what the narratives even come from.
But that's not true, though. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Bro, I just watched the Crawford interview. He said he talked to Spence. He said
listen, bro, I got a Facebook group. His cousins, his uncles, all of them be in there. There's a respect, but this whole friend shit about them calling each other.
Nobody said they was friends. I said they talked.
Certain lines that have been crossed, you can't uncross. And Crawford and his people have crossed lines with
I can tell you like this: if
there's you can't cross them lines, and then think we're gonna be friends. Because
I can tell you right now, if there was a phone call about anything, it was business.
And be advised, it wasn't Crawford. It wasn't Crawford cutting Spence down. It was celebrities cutting Spence down.
No, it
was Hall of Fame.
No. He was shot.
They'll rewrite history now. They'll rewrite some history.
Make that fast,
Okay, you say you were not a casual. If you're not a casual, then you see it was Crawford and his team, bro.
Yeah,
It was
nah,
Crawford and
I
his
mean,
team.
don't you ever tune in to
You
Bernie the Boxer, man? Don't you ever
didn't
know
Yeah,
that?
bro, like, come
Bernie
on,
the
man.
Boxer is
Like
not
you said,
Terrence Crawford.
everything you said,
you didn't hear what I
Yeah,
said.
he is.
they called them fags and bitch ass motherfuckers and all kinds. Derrick
Look,
James, they did all that.
look,
Yeah, and
man.
they talked about his wife and his kids, bro.
Listen. Spence was upset when Sugar Ray
Bro,
Leonard
okay,
made his
man.
comments. Why don't
All
y'all
right,
listen now? Come on now. These is
and
idols.
they talking about
They ain't
the
about
man,
to
but
listen.
You
We
ignoring
but
the
the
you
man
You're
ignoring
not
the
trying to hear what
facts,
we
All
talking
you
about.
right,
old
y'all. We
head.
got 2 men at one time. Let's get one.
But
Let's
I'm
let
just,
my
I'm
man
just saying,
cook.
hold on 1 second, But you ignoring what we're saying and you bringing up your own point.
That's
exactly.
every Bud fan. That's literally every Bud fan.
Are you stating that? Are you stating? Are
What's
you going to
going
sit
on?
here?
Shout out to Joe Turner in the chat, man. I know Joe Turner. I know you listen. He done came in on the tough end. What's going on, bro? Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, I'm just saying. If you were listening to the banter between Spence, going back and forth for the last 4 years, can you honestly sit up here and say you didn't see shit coming from his side that seemed personal or wasn't hate and shit?
No, I'm gonna tell you.
Can you
Now
really
hold on.
say that?
I'm gonna tell you what I did see. When Spence was talking to Crawford,
I didn't ask what Spence. I need you to answer my question first.
Bro,
Then you
now
can
you
tell me
doing the
that.
narrative.
Do me a favor and answer the question I just asked you first, because it's simple. You can say yes, I saw it. No, I didn't see it.
I saw a little bit of lot on both sides.
I didn't ask about
That's not
both
what
sides.
he
We can
asked.
talk about
He
Earl's
asked me
side
a
later.
question.
Hold on, good brother. We can talk about Earl's side later. I'm just asking about Bud's
See, now
side.
you trying to control.
Nah, bro, you
No,
been a
but I
typical
asked you a
Bud
question.
fan,
I
Corner.
bro.
asked you a
You got
question,
to
and this is the
corner think
thing.
about the out swinging.
Right.
Look,
This is the thing.
y'all
This is the
gonna eat
thing
me.
that this
Yeah,
is a pattern.
he don't
There's
want
a
to
pattern.
admit
Listen,
that.
there's a
That's
pattern.
all right. That's
Y'all
all right,
crazy,
James.
man.
That's all right,
Y'all crazy.
James. Hey, you
I
ride
love
for
you.
your boy.
I
Hey,
love you. I
I
love
ain't mad
y'all.
at you.
I
I
love
ain't
you.
mad at you.
There's a
Shit.
I see
pattern.
both
Hey.
sides. I'm
You
seeing
ain't
both
hear
sides.
nothing. Why you
There's a
didn't tell
pat.
him? You ain't hear nothing.
Hold on.
God
So
Let
damn
me
it.
tell y'all something.
There's a
Like,
pattern with Buff fans. There's a pattern. There's
They
a
do
pattern with
that.
Buff fans. What y'all do is y'all just ignore y'all just ignore the truth, or if it's not favorable, then y'all don't want to answer the question.
Right,
You know,
right.
I
the
tell you
truth is
what.
Facts.
Listen, Pete.
Facts.
Ask the
Okay, let's
question
just say
again.
all the banter's coming from Bud's side, right? All the banter. None of
It's
that
all
got nothing to do with
all
who's gonna win.
with
I like
rebuttal.
both. I like both
Give us
fighters.
rebuttal.
I like both fighters.
I do too.
And I wouldn't doubt if that fight wouldn't go to distance. I wouldn't doubt if that fight wouldn't go to draw. I wouldn't doubt if one of them get knocked out 4th, 5th round. Probably be the best fights going, and they'll have a rematch because it was good.
mm-hmm.
That's how I feel about that. Now, can I
But you
get
still
credit?
keep making
Can I get
excuses on the
credit for that?
narrative.
No
Like,
shit.
that's
See,
just like how the Caucasians trying to make it seem like we wouldn't put through all this horrendous stuff in the
oh man,
past.
I
They
can
trying
never
to make
win.
it seem like, oh,
Brought
y'all
up
all right,
slavery.
that stuff didn't happen,
Oh,
but
I
it
threw it
did,
away.
bro. Like, you can't change the past. You can make
No,
a better
no, no,
future,
no. I
but
understand what you're
your
saying.
transgressions in the
Yes,
past will be held accountable.
but you do
And
learn.
him and his team have transgressed in a major way. They brought his family, his kids, his wife into this. They brought up his accident. Like, yes, they did that because they felt like they wasn't getting the fight. They said Spence was ducking.
Yep.
And Bud and them, he got to take care of a lot of the people, so he needs that payday. He wasn't getting the payday because he wasn't getting no big fights.
But
And
Bud was.
Bud, no, bro, hold
But
on. And Bud needed that money. And so Bud was trying to get that fight.
Bud
He
don't
was
need no
pushing
money
for
Said
for
the
like
rap.
bro. Can I
gas
finish?
station. Both of them got $15-20 million in the bank.
They loaded. Them bad boys buying up blocks. I can't
Bro,
buy no
okay,
block
but he
up.
has a lot of mouths to feed. You sitting there saying that, but when you fight Spence, you getting 10, 15 million on the back end.
And I'll take
So
it.
you can't compare their
Them
wealth. You
boys
can't
hungry
compare
in
I do
their
know
Omaha.
net
this.
worth, bro.
We do know this. Can we
Okay,
all agree
bro.
on this?
Them
Can we
boys
all
eat
agree
in
on this?
Omaha.
Okay, well, why the fight ain't signed right now?
No, we don't know.
Let's say that. Why the
It's
fight
the
ain't signed right
background.
now?
I'm not in the background. I can't see that. I do know this. Those two fighters want to fight each other.
Yeah.
Bro, what's the payday?
Now, I don't care what nobody says. Y'all
You
can
ain't
hunt
allowed to
me
say that.
down.
Bud got to be scared.
See,
I don't think so.
No, he not scared.
I don't think nobody on this panel
I don't
think
think
Bud
no
is
one's
scared.
scared. No.
You
Bud
know
is
what I'm saying?
Ain't
terrified of
nobody said
Spence.
Bud scared, but Bud trying to get the biggest payday because he know this is a
let me
cash
tell
out
you.
fight.
Let me tell you what I believe. Can I
I'm
say this before I get go off? I mean, not cussed out because you
You
guys
been
been
talking about
very.
going on for a minute now,
No,
bro.
man,
You
come
still
on. See
pushing
how
this
you do
narrative.
me. You see how you do.
Man,
You
won't
See,
still
be
here
high.
pushing that
no, not going off in a negative way. I respect what we discussing, man. It's positive heat, and I love it. So don't get me wrong. Well, come on, just allow me, bro. Come on now.
Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
You on me like you ready to kill me. Anyway.
Nah, bro. Like you said,
Yeah.
you get passionate. I just don't like when people push the narrative.
Are we gonna be the preliminary fight before the butt fight? Come on, man.
I mean, we can.
All I'm saying, everybody.
But see,
EJ gang gang.
I think we all have good points, and we all have our personal.
What's up, John Turner?
We all have our personal, and we all have our way of feeling, and I think it's great that we all are able to agree to disagree. Okay, we know there's a lot behind the scenes that's screwing up boxing. Period.
Mm-hmm.
But the key is those two fighters. I don't. I know you all play sports. I play football, stickball, all that. There's a competitiveness that exists that we don't give a darn about nothing else but just to play and see what happens. The people behind, when I say the people, the business side of it is looking at the money and how many butts you can put in the seats.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for real. Because I honestly believe to this day, man, that these two will get in the ring and fight and then hug each other and fight again, and then hug each other and fight again. Because honestly,
I don't know about no
think it's
hug.
gonna be a whole lot of hugging. I don't think.
Bro, you I don't know what word you
I really
bro.
don't. I don't know
about no hug.
shit you think going on there.
No, it's a boxing match. They hug each other.
Let me tell you something.
Mike, no, you gave me the floor. You gave me the floor.
Them bodacious bud fans.
You gave me the floor. No, I'm gonna go with boxing in general.
The buddy system.
Listen to me. You see how you do me? See, the key is, let's be real.
I said the buddy system. You said some stuff that's outlandish right now.
It's outlandish, but it's outlandish. But you're not letting me speak though. I gave you respect. You got on me because I guess, interrupting you. So let's do this right.
Come on, man. We got all the alpha males in here, man. Y'all let each other talk.
Y'all been having a one-on-one. Y'all been having a one-on-one for
the whole show.
Can I finish? Oh man, I love everybody's comments because I'm learning from everybody up here. I'm gonna just tell you this. This is what I believe is more political and business than anything else, man. Because honestly, if you look at what they're trying to do, they want to become undisputed. Really. These two fighters want to become undisputed.
He want to shut that man's mouth up too. He want to so bud that.
Do they really both want to be undisputed? Because from I do. Errol Spence got hurt. Errol Spence. Listen, Errol Spence had 2 layoffs, and Terence Crawford sat on 1 belt that whole time. Do they really both want to be undisputed? Because if Terence Crawford wanted to be undisputed, he could have collected the other 2 belts before Errol Spence could.
Exactly.
But wait a minute. See, now. You're not finishing. You're not gonna let me finish.
Let James rebuttal. Let him retort, y'all. Let my man retort. He's a guest. Y'all be here all the time.
I'm a family. I'm family now. I ain't no guest no more. I'm a family.
Okay. All right then, goddamn. That's what I'm talking about. If you gonna get in, then let the dogs go. You know what I'm saying? Okay. All right. Go ahead, James. Go ahead. What you saying?
The reason I went back to the history side of things as far as boxing goes, because you see it all the time. It's just like being in the military. Okay, you got your non-enlisted and you got your non-commissioned, then you got your commission. That commission got the bars and stripes, right? The bars and the non-commissioned got the stripes. But you got to salute that doggone one with the bars. So let's look at this in this aspect. Coming out of the Olympics, man, look.
Yo, he froze out, or that's me.
Who?
No, he's still the fan. You can see the ceiling fan.
What? I ain't froze out. No,
you good.
No. He thought you froze. That's all.
No,
go ahead, James.
I ain't freezing. I'm just gonna be. Look, I'm enjoying you all. First of all, let's clear that up. I'm enjoying what's happening because I think it's needed. The thing is, we all have our own personal opinions about things. But now, if you just look at the whole concept of it all, the fighters want to fight, man. I've never seen Bud handled the way he was handled with his freaking lawyer, con artist, promoter. Talked down on him like they did. And I'm gonna tell you something.
He sounded snitching.
That's Bud Crawford. That's Bud Crawford fault.
He signed
I
the
agree.
extension.
He re-signed, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's
Right,
right.
so
That's his
everything
fault,
you
right?
saying is void for the simple fact he signed back with them. He didn't
Right.
care how he was treated. He didn't care how he was treated or what they said about him.
I think they
You
lied
care
to him.
more. You care more than what Terence Crawford cared because he signed twice.
I think they lied to him. Look, I told you.
he signed back
I
for the
don't think
money, for the
I don't think
guaranteed
that's
money.
the issue. I think that what happened though is when all this was going on, that Terrence Crawford side was screaming ducking, ducking, ducking. And I'm not saying you was saying this, but now when people were saying when they were saying, oh, the easy route, we were saying, oh, it's business and politics. Everyone said Spence was ducking. Now all of a sudden the fight started to happen. Now Terrence Crawford side's talking about business and stuff. I thought motherfucker just wanted to fight.
I'm telling you that's what I believe. Crawford and Spence want to fight, but daggone, if something holding you back, who talked about policy? Who talked about policies and regulations earlier? Huh?
I'm gonna tell you who. Crawford sat there and said if it was on him, it wouldn't be no arguments about the split. If you confident about yourself, you just shut up and get in there and fight. Now he's sitting there arguing about the split up front, everything. Policy has changed.
Okay.
Hey, but like they say, it's always easy to say something until it's you. He had the right answers for everybody else when he was trying to pay them $1 million and for them basically to duck the fight and not take the fight. Now he in the same breath and he like, hell no. So how your words go to everybody else, but it don't make sense to you and you the one saying it.
Right.
I do believe this, and I'm gonna say this, and this ain't no argument, and you guys can relate. Period. Nothing against Mayweather at all, but Mayweather changed the doggone game. So now all these billions, all this money, man, is all this stuff. And you're right. I was upset with Crawford for re-signing. That was a dumb move. I hope he probably got that from Bomac crazy behind. But anyway, what I'm saying is, people, the fight is going to happen. The fight is going to happen. The key is how the fight happens and what happens when it goes down. That's where I'm at. That's all I'm with. That's all I'm with.
You funny fool.
I'm a Crawford fan.
I saw that too.
I'm a Crawford fan. I'm a Spence fan. I want a good fight.
Hey, pool boy, you funny, man.
What?
I read in the comments before you even put it up.
Either way, man. Thank you, everybody. You know what? We're gonna get together again. I already know
That's what's up. Hey, Jay, hey, man. Salute to Jay for standing on his square, bro. That's old school energy right there.
My videos so you can get the truth.
I'm gonna throw this at you real quick. I'm gonna throw this at you real quick. Now, I need y'all to listen to me.
Well, that man been waiting for an hour for that bin left.
Come on now.
God damn, now.
Well, send him a super chat.
That's that old school energy right there,
He
bro.
been leaving for the last hour.
Look,
let me say this one last thing real quick.
Send him a super chat. We'll take care of it. I guess I'm gonna share this with everybody. This is what I believe. It has gotten so bad, man, to whereas you got pay-per-views that's what $100-something now, and then they get mad when people streamline.
With Floyd, what you mean?
No, I'm just
let him
cook. Let him cook.
The whole concept of boxing has changed. Period. Not just because of Floyd, because you got people that can't afford $80 or daggone pay-per-view, so they get together, they stream and all that. They need to break that up quickly, because honestly, you tap into somebody's cable around here, they can see it and they can find it. The point is, they can stop that streamline crap. The thing is,
they can't. There's too many people doing it, bro.
People, and you know, you got people like Bomac that's endorsing it.
Yeah,
Bomac endorsing it.
Well, if he is,
but now they want more upfront money.
But I do believe. I'm gonna share this with all of y'all. I think we're gonna have a good fight. We're gonna have a good fight. But I'm gonna tell you, if Crawford listened to Bomac while he's fighting, he's gone.
Well, I guess he's gone. I mean, that's who's in his corner.
That's his trainer.
Nah, but Bomac.
Shit, I don't think he'd be listening to Bomac anyway.
I don't either.
What Bomac gonna tell him?
How can you do that?
To find his rhythm?
You're down on the card. You're down.
Honestly, Crawford don't need Bomac. Y'all know that?
Yeah, he don't.
No, he don't.
Bomac just getting a free check, basically. Bomac getting a free check.
This is what I see. I see two fighters gonna go in there and throw down.
You see
That's
a
what I
lot though,
see.
old school.
Hey
You see
man,
a
I
lot.
see one fighter about to beat the shit out the other fighter. That's what I see.
And look at this though. But look at this. Both of them, Crawford and Spence, they know Boots is the real deal.
Yep.
And they preparing themselves for him. Now, I
Hey,
don't give a darn. Y'all can say what you
I
want
ain't
about
trying to
me.
make fun of nothing, but what you had to do wasn't that serious, was it?
Pardon me?
I said what you had to do wasn't that serious,
Man,
was it?
everything in my life, everything in my life is serious. But I didn't want to leave the show with you guys thinking
I feel you, man. I feel you.
that I was ignoring your comments.
We didn't think that.
It's the point is I do got to go. My wife just texted
Nah,
me.
I enjoyed it. I'm just saying.
Look, I just hope we can do this again.
Yeah,
Oh,
salute to you,
hey,
OG, for sure.
Oh yeah, we always
always.
do.
Matter of fact, look, I'm gonna tell
And
you the truth.
hit that reminder on his page, and you can get it every time. You'll notice anytime he go live.
Look,
Hey,
man,
poor caller shocked me this morning though. I ain't never seen him again.
we all in this together.
Yeah, I usually be working. That's why.
Yeah, you got me too, fool. I was like, what?
And see, I don't catch that. I just retired from the federal government.
Salute to that, man.
Marine Corps, 4 years, 35 years, naval aviation. So I've been missing a lot of shows. Hoorah!
Thank you for your service.
Hey,
Appreciate your service to the country, though, brother.
And maybe I get passionate about a lot of stuff, man. But I'm a boxer.
We all get passionate. That's the difference between fans.
And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Let's be honest. Even though we don't want to be biased, sometimes we do. I'm gonna tell you what messed me up.
Facts on feelings.
Well, yes, and we got to, and that I can't allow that to mess with me. I just want to see a good fight.
We all do.
I don't think we will though, man.
That's why we
I'm
all.
afraid we might not see a good fight.
Is that what you think, bro?
I'm not being funny.
Well, Mr.
I'm afraid.
James,
Really?
Mr. James, long as you pick EJ to win the fight, man, you're not biased over here. Okay?
No. Look, I told you both.
We feel you.
Joe Turner.
Either one of them.
Either one of them can beat him. Hey, Kelly, you can get with Joe Turner in the comments because Joe Turner he stands on that Bud Square too.
Oh yeah, salute to you too though.
Well, I guess let me tell you something. I've always been for both fighters, but let me tell you what got me one day, and it kind of disturbed me. When you got good commentators like you guys, good analysts. I got a problem with them saying, look, I ain't got no problem with you saying that Spence can beat Crawford. No problem with that. But when you tell me that he's going to demolish him, I got a problem with that. I do.
I'm sorry, bro, because I ain't gonna lie.
You got a problem with what? Say that again. Hold on. You got a problem with what? My phone beat out.
The problem is when people saying it's like, okay, we know Bud and Spence are going to be a good fight, but why say one fighter going to demolish another fighter?
I kind of think that, bro.
I just think that with my experience,
I think this fight gonna be easier than the Ugas fight. I'm gonna be real with you.
But Ugas ain't no doggone Crawford, man.
But Ugas could take more punishment than Crawford can. Crawford think he's gonna run the whole fight.
Fight on the inside better than Crawford too.
Okay, I tell you what. We're gonna be dad. I wish you could.
Crawford's not heavy enough to take those shots. He's not heavy enough. He's not thick enough.
His skin is not.
What's going on, DJ Black Charm? What's going on, bro?
Floyd Mayweather fought most of his fights when he was at 140, 147. He was fighting 154.
He is not Floyd Mayweather, bro.
No, I'm not saying
Crawford is not Floyd Mayweather.
But we can't talk about he ain't heavy enough. We can't do that.
He doesn't have Floyd Mayweather's defense. Look at
if Floyd didn't have that defense, they would have told Floyd their ass up too.
Look, man. Let me tell you this.
All right.
And I'm gonna go this route. I believe they both can bring it.
Joan, I'm gonna drop the link for you, bro. Because you know, my man, it's too many EJ fans up here. Man. I'm gonna drop the link.
Joan had to come up there and help.
Oh my gosh, boy! You know what?
Let me drop the link, man. Let me drop the link.
I hope we can do this. When the fight is over, whenever they make it, that's kind of ticked me off. We can come back and say, it ain't gonna go be. No, I told you so. Blase.
It's gonna be a little bit of that.
Matter of fact, if any of y'all can get some tickets, if any of y'all can get some tickets, if any of y'all can get some tickets for us when they make the fight, we'll be right too. Because I retired. I retired July 6th. I got a lot of trips I got to take my wife on. I'm working on my PhD. Man, but that would be a fight I would love to be there. I would love to be there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get there too, man. I need to find out how much the tickets is.
And we got to see, but this was scary about it. If they don't sign the fight, we don't know nothing.
They gonna fight. I believe it's. I just seen a picture on Derek James' Facebook where he went on vacation. He went on vacation. Earl just went on vacation too, and he said it's time to get one more belt. So the fight's happening.
And Crawford and Spence always said it. Spence always said it. He always said he's going for number
Look how
4.
quick that was, Bud fans. How quick it is when someone's been ducking someone for 4 years to agree to fight and get it done.
He wasn't ducking. I don't believe that to this day, but man, I really don't. But I do know this. I'm gonna go down and we're gonna throw down and I'm gonna let it go at this. When you get in that doggone ring and throw down, a fight can make you or break you. And that's just the bottom line. Because honestly, I think they both gonna go in there and put their whole heart on the doggone stage. Now look, you can try to compare Porter and Spence and Porter and Crawford. Okay. There was a reason why Crawford didn't want to fight. Crawford didn't want to fight Porter. There was a reason. His father knew there was a reason. His father knew. When he walked up on him in the alleyway and he was clinching his fence, his father threw that towel in real quick because his son saw hitting the daggone canvas.
Hey, don't do that, bro. Sean Porter was not hurt. He told the whole world.
No. That's not what he said. That's not what he said.
That's not what I said.
That's not what he said.
I believe Porter was more upset with his daddy than anything because he hit the daggone canvas and got back up and then daddy throwing in the towel. I think it was because daddy saw something in
Bud's eyes. Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Bro, it's hard. But let me tell y'all something. Let me say this, bro, because every time I talk, y'all cut me off. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm trying not to curse, but that's bullshit. Because the moment that Kenny Porter signed his son up to be a boxer, he knew his son was in danger every fight. Don't tell me that Terence Crawford is just so goddamn dangerous that he had to throw a towel in.
No, that's not what I'm
man.
saying. A man can project his fears onto his kid. He
father-
tells the story.
He
Hold on a second. He told the story of him and Crawford going into a back alley and they met eye to eye. And I think that feeling that he got from Crawford back there is what was in his gut when he was in the corner. It had nothing to do with
So why did he say he was gonna throw the towel in before the fight even started?
I mean, people say, listen, when you take a loss and you do some shit like that, that's like his father screams, "Uncle Forehand, please don't beat my kid up." You're gonna say anything.
Look,
that's not a position.
What I'm trying to tell you, that's bullshit. His son is a professional fighter on the biggest stage in the world.
Yeah, but
that's not the first time he thought his son could get hurt in the fight.
Yeah, but Kenny Porter is a control freak, and he believed that he made Sean sign a lifetime contract to him, bro. So he believed he's the
y'all not making sense.
No, but you need to listen.
If you just hear it, hold on. If you just hold on a second.
All the fights that Sean Porter matter of fact, look at Sean Porter's style. Sean Porter's style is a style that's right in your face, taking punches and giving punches. And y'all trying to tell me that when he finally walked up on Terence Crawford, Kenny Porter just couldn't take it. His heart couldn't take his baby boy getting hit by Terence Crawford.
Listen, well, here's the difference. There's two main things, right? Number one, Kenny Porter ain't walking the back alley with the rest of Sean Porter's opponents and had that type of experience.
I got some background. I got some bad background.
Because he
got everybody mute.
Because based on look, real recognize real. Basically, he got gut checked back there because he's older than him and everything like that. And he got gut checked. And that's something he carried with him for the rest of his life. That shit happened to men. You know what I'm saying? He got gut checked. So number two is none of them other opponents that Sean Porter fought had him in the position Terence Crawford had him in either. No one ever knocked him down twice. You know, and he was ready to get fucked up. Let's just keep it 100. He's ready to get fucked up, and instead of his dad allowing him to be that dog, he projected. My opinion is he projected his own fear that he felt in his gut. He projected that on the fight and threw the towel. That's what. What
you mean he was about to get fucked up, bro? One more knockdown, the fight would have been over with.
There's no 3 knockdown rule. That's not true.
Yeah, it wasn't no three knock. There wasn't no three knockdown rule. But he wasn't hurt. He wasn't hurt though.
Even if they didn't have a three knockdown rule, shit, Sean Porter was never hurt. He told the whole world he was more hurt against Errol Spence.
That's what I'm saying. It wasn't even a dog fight at that point.
It wasn't that he was hurt. It was that his equilibrium was off from the first shot.
It wasn't. It wasn't.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you.
No,
Kenneth
I'm
Porter
not
throwing the
saying
towel
his-
in and have nothing to do
I'm
with
not-
Phil and his son being hurt.
I'm not
That
saying
was Kenny Porter trying to be in control of his son.
Look. This is what I'm saying though, right? When Adrian Broner knocked Sean Porter down, it was a flash knockdown. He got up. Adrian Broner was still trying to land punches. Sean Porter wasn't in a place where something that hit him in his neck or something put him back down on the floor. Like when your head gets shaken up like that, maybe his knees didn't respond the way it was, but his equilibrium was off.
It wasn't, bro.
Those were balanced knockdowns. Those weren't
the
even.
first knockdown was a flash knockdown, and the second knockdown he just caught him clean.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm just trying to say, bro. Let's stop with this narrative that Terence Crawford is this mythical being, like this mystical being that strikes fear in people. Kenneth Porter saw him in the back alley and it changed his life forever. It changed his life forever. He was never the same after he saw that teenager in the alley. Like, no, brother,
I'm just saying. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when he's seeing work get put on his son, and he felt in his gut, this a real one. He felt like he didn't want his son to get fucked up. That's what I'm saying.
And no, let me tell you what happened. Let me tell you the truth about what happened. I was trying to refrain from. I wanted y'all to come to the conclusion yourself. What really happened?
Go ahead, King.
I was saying, I was just saying that what the truth is, everybody coming up with these, like I said, they're coming up with these mystical stories and these legends they create about Terence Crawford. The truth of the matter is, Kenneth Porter has controlled Sean Porter his whole life. Sean Porter has never been his own man. Kenneth Porter bought a house right across the street from Sean Porter. He would never let Sean Porter be his own man. Errol Spence brought that up in their post-fight press conference that you're not your own man. Your daddy tell you everything. Sean Porter finally got to the point where he ready to be his own man. Him and his daddy was bumping heads their whole training camp. And everything came to a head when Sean Porter didn't want to listen to his daddy that whole training camp. And Kenneth Porter told him, since you don't want to listen to me, I'm going to show you how much power I got. I'm going to call this fight no matter what the fuck you do.
Peace, y'all.
Boy, you hear Mike drop. What's going on, DJ Black Charm and Sweet Sign? What's going on, y'all?
I hopped on to speak to that point. So to that Sean Porter and Terence Crawford, that's what y'all was just drilling on, right? All right, so with the Terence Crawford and Terence Crawford and Sean Porter, the Kenneth threw that towel in because that shot that Adrian Broner exposed with the left hook and dropped Sean Porter. EJ stepped in to do it, but Bud Crawford was doing his signature step back shit, and he did it twice. You know what I'm saying? And that's why. And the second time he did it, Sean Porter's legs was shaking, and he knew that Bud had done. Bud, Bomac, well, I know y'all don't like Bomac, but Bomac got Bud trained for. He had Bud trained for that shot, and he was too pinpoint on with it. So at the time he was doing it, he wasn't gonna survive like he did with Errol Spence, or survive like he did with Adrian Broner. So that's why he threw in that towel. Now, granted that they was going back and forth. Sean even said on his podcast and on Nestor Gibbs, the boxing voice, that Kenny was always told them to train with 800 punches, 800 jabs, 800 straights. You know what I'm saying? And he say he didn't want to do that, so he would go to the gym and defy his father by he wouldn't do jabs, he'd be doing feints and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's one way he's supposed to be training for. So that's why he got that semi Tyson Fury herky jerky rush in style, because he don't train like his father asked him to. I think Kenny is a cool trainer, but I think Sean is more stubborn and spoiled because that's his dad. You know what I'm saying? Like, so his dad gonna kind of, not tight, loosen up the chain a little bit. You know what I'm saying? And allow him to. And so that's why. And when the Terence Crawford fight, he wasn't prepared. His dad said, "Man, I was ready to throw in the towel before we walked to the ring because he knew he had that gave him that type of line of a passive line of being a passive coach. You know what I'm saying? That line of being a father, the father coach type thing, and you put the father to the side, and then now you just straight coach. but for some reason that's his baby, and he even said it after Sean got his ass knocked out. Man, I want to talk to my son 10 years from now. Fuck y'all. He got into that kind of shit. But
I don't believe that. I don't believe that though. I understand.
Let me get this super chat in, my brother. Let me get this super chat in, fellas. It's a big boy Scoop 92. Thank you for that $9.99, my brother. He says, no. He says Sean Porter wanted to be an analyst and shit.
Right.
He said his dad didn't like that, and that's in that Crawford fight. Kenny showed the world in that heat. In that
the
what?
head nigga in charge.
The head nigga in charge of his team. Yeah.
I agree.
So what Derek said was true. It was a power struggle. You know what I'm saying, going on over there. And Sean hadn't trained properly for the fight, and his daddy wanted to show him who was in charge. So
because
he
he
just
trained
messed
hard
up.
as hell for EJ. He trained hard as hell for EJ.
That's what I tell people, man.
Terence Crawford. So
He trained for EJ like he was going into D-Day, bro. Like it was
I
his
feel
last
like
fight.
this. I can never judge that fight just off the fact that y'all call yourself being best friends and all this. As a Terence Crawford, if I was a Terence Crawford fan, I'd be more mad that Kenny Porter stopped the fight from Terence Crawford doing what he can do. But in my mind, with y'all being friends and all that, and his dad stopping the fight, and this fighter wasn't even hurt like that, even out of Sean Porter mouth, and all he does is cock ride Terence Crawford, literally.
Let me ask you, M. Even after you see that left hook, the one that shot, the one that Adrian Bronner did was a flash.
Listen.
The one that EJ did. The one that EJ did was it almost got his ass out of here. The ref gave him a little time with how he counted and did the little finger point or whatever.
You gotta unmute yourself, James.
And then Terence Crawford catch his ass with it.
Terence Crawford missed that shot 187 times.
Oh yeah, he did miss it a bunch. He did miss it a bunch, but when he landed that motherfucker.
But we over exaggerating all that shit, man. He got him flush on the second one. We got him flush. He got him flush on the second one.
EJ was overthrowing his shots too on Ugas. They got good trainers, man. And when Bomac adjusted, Terence Crawford was placing those shots on Sean. It was pretty much over with Sean Porter down there 7th round.
Bomac didn't adjust anything.
Everything
man, come on, man. Bomac tell that man what to do. He
don't, bro.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We hear you.
Everything y'all just said at this segment of ours, Porter and Crawford, Daddy stopping. I think we all on the same page. You know why? Because based on what we were talking about, how Daddy didn't see him training like he's supposed to. Okay. Right. Then walked up on my man in the alleyway. That's 2. And plus, be advised.
Bro, let's stop with the alleyway, please.
Huh?
Let's stop with the alleyway, bro.
That's just a narrative people putting out there, huh?
Why can I bring myself into my comments? See how you do, Bishop? Deacon?
Go ahead, brother. I apologize. Go ahead.
No offering plate. We good. What I'm saying is, his daddy switched off the coach role to daddy role when he saw his son get down and hit that dog on canvas because he said if he wasn't,
legs started shaking.
right, and if he wasn't prepared like he was supposed to, his daddy saw what was about to happen to his son. Because Crawford is considered one of the best finishers in the game.
You see how he pushed the man? The only thing that could have happened to him, mad that he couldn't catch, he couldn't stop that shot. The same time he was pounding him like hell.
Right.
Listen, the only thing that could have happened to Kenny Porter's son is what he understood could happen to his son the first day he put him in boxing. You don't think what? How many? No, listen to me. How many of y'all dudes got sons? How many of y'all dudes got sons that's actually boxers? The first day you allow your son to box, you understand your son can get knocked out and he can get killed in that ring.
And Holyfield's son got that proven the other night.
Well, I feel what you're saying. My sons don't box; they play football and track and stuff. But I feel what you're saying. When they get out there, their opponent can fuck them up.
That's what I'm saying. Guess what, brother? One thing, you love your son, right? I know you love your son, but by him playing football, you know you might watch your son break his leg out there.
Right.
You already came to terms with that, right?
Right.
Yeah, and so keep putting them out there. and as a parent, you keep putting them out there because you came to terms with it. I agree with that.
But I think
Sean Porter was the gatekeeper.
I think Kenny saw his son. I think Mr. Porter saw his son about to get demolished and destroyed. That he wouldn't be able to talk no podcast.
Who has Bud ever did that to? I hate when y'all say that. Who has Bud beat up and sent them to the hospital on a consistent basis?
He ain't did that to nobody. He ain't did that to nobody. But what I'm saying,
y'all be tripping with this. He was gonna break all of his teeth and make him swallow his tongue.
He ain't did that to nobody. But if you watch the fight, and if you watched all 3 fights, and I ain't do the triangle shit like everybody do. That's why I added Adrian Broner in there, who exposed that shot. If you watch the fight and you see how Terence Crawford was landing the shot as a professional, you know what I'm saying? You don't want him to keep getting hit with that shot that he can't stop.
And hold on. I'm listening to y'all. And that 8-piece combination that Terence Crawford threw, he landed 3 of them when he knocked him down on the last one. What are y'all talking about? I done watched this fight like 12 times.
What shot knocked him down? What shot knocked him down? What shot knocked him down?
It was the left hook.
Right. And what shot when EJ knocked him down, what shot was it?
It was a left hook because he caught him coming in with a left hook of his own.
EJ stepped in with his, and then when Adrian Broner did it, how Adrian Broner did it.
Listen. We talking semantics. What I'm saying is, you guys talk about this whole he gonna hit him and break his first front teeth and make him swallow his tongue. He'll never be able to talk again. Bud ain't displayed that power on nobody. Bud has
I ain't said that. I ain't said that. What I'm talking about is I'm talking about his skills, and we know he got that. We know as. I don't know how long y'all been watching Terence Crawford.
I just can't grade Bud on this fight how y'all did. I just don't. That was your best friend. Y'all got a bag together. Salute. You knocked him down. You won. Okay, cool. But I'm not going. Hold on. I've been listening to y'all, bro. But I can't just hop on this bandwagon of this marvelous. No.
There you go, big boy.
The first was closer than what the fight was closer than what it was until he was told, like they say, he's down and all that. And when you go back and watch that fight, how fucking Sean Porter winking at his dad and yeah, like right now. Like, bro, this shit just seems so staged to me, bro. Sean Porter was on his way already out, and you got a bag with your boy. Salute to both of y'all, but I'm not judging that fight like that. And Terence Crawford don't got the power that they be talking about.
Big dog, all due respect, if we could ever get on the podcast
hit the link,
some type of thing and watch this together, I would like to see that. You know what I'm saying? But for my boxing eye, you know what I'm saying, and been watching fights for as long as I've been watching fights. I've been watching boxing. Like my first fight I sat down and watched was Sugar Timmy Hearns. That's how you know what I'm saying, and I was damn near 10 years old then when that happened. So you know, I've been watching boxing for that long, you know, and when I see certain shots happen, I know everybody feel like they wanted that quote unquote Deontay Wilder go out on your shield type thing that happened with Sean Porter. But those shots was solid shots, my man.
It never hurt the man, bro.
A lot of solid shots in the fight. It wasn't a drag out, dog out fight up until that point. And how much time was even left on the clock? He could have got out that round and then regathered himself, man. Those were leverage knockdowns.
Y'all don't think it was? Y'all don't think his leg was paralyzed? His leg had a slight paralysis.
He got twisted up in his leg. And Bud hit downward and he just fell. You look at it, bro. His legs were never in jeopardy.
His legs were twisted up. Well, why he couldn't just uncross him fast enough?
Going down.
I watched Porter.
Hold on, fellas. Let me get the super chat in.
My
He
boss
says, Big Boy Scoop 92 said, how do I get on the panel? Hold on, bro.
I just want y'all to know my boss walked in, my wife.
Okay.
Your fault. Someone protect me.
All right, bro.
Take up for me, please.
All right, let me. Big Boy Scoop 92 said, how do I get on the panel? You just hit the link, my brother. You know what I'm saying? I had to read that.
I think I'm in there.
Oh, okay. Let me ask y'all this right here. Now,
I
know y'all Spence fans. I know y'all are Spence fans like I am.
What's up, bro?
But when y'all looking at boxing, right? And y'all look at when they say styles make fights, right? And you know, EJ got to come forward, you know what I'm saying? The different jabs, the different combinations behind the jab and stuff. And then we know Bud got his step back, hook, step back, uppercut shit. But do y'all think it'll come down to Bud clinching and EJ catch and shoot?
I tell you what, if they use their boxing intelligence and they get caught and get hurt, they better learn how to clinch.
So you can see it.
Let
Well,
that pride.
Bud, all Bud do is clinch. Bud a clinch step. Bud clinch quarter 100 times.
This is my point. If you're a professional boxer, these are techniques. These are techniques you'll learn, man. You got boxers in there that they're gonna be getting beat to death and don't know how to hold and keep from getting knocked out.
Right. Who refuse to hold?
I understand that.
Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Bud don't know how to properly do it.
Bud is gonna pay.
Man, I'm gonna tell y'all something.
One thing
we're gonna say this. It better be a good fight.
It's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a good fight.
I don't think it's gonna be a good fight.
I'm gonna catch a helicopter.
It's gonna be good for as long as it lasts.
And I'm gonna
right, I'll go for that too. For as long as it lasts. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully it don't get boring later on in the rounds because they playing too much of chess. You know what I'm saying? But you know.
And would
I want to answer the dude question. He said how this fight gonna go for as Errol Spence, coming forward and Terence Crawford off the back foot. The first thing is EJ is a come forward fighter, right? And EJ has the better jab and the more active jab. Terence Crawford naturally likes to be on the back foot. So you know what that tells me? That leans towards telling me that Terence Crawford's gonna spend a lot of times against the ropes and in the corner. Because he naturally wants to step backwards and EJ wants to push him back.
I see what you're saying. You're saying EJ gonna make that ring short for Terence Crawford. It ain't gonna have that much.
What's gonna happen is EJ jab gonna force Terence Crawford right back into the ropes.
Can I ask you something? One more before I go.
I want to see that.
Cause you know my boss just walked in. But check it out. This is what I asked BFTB when we talk. This what gets me. People don't understand. Do we really know how strong Crawford is? What if Crawford catch What if Crawford catch Spence and make Spence start thinking, "Hey, I better hold up."
Well, on how he come in.
Nah, that ain't gonna happen.
I think Spence absorbed shots pretty good though.
Yeah, I've seen Spence he got hit by the hardest welterweight, and that's Danny Garcia. Everybody know Danny Garcia is the hardest hit welterweight.
Man, Danny Garcia a punk. Danny Garcia would never see a championship box ring again.
Okay,
I don't know if that's the hardest hit. He called EJ flush. He called Keith Thurman flush, and he called Sean Porter flush.
But you know, Keith Thurman said Danny was the hardest hit that he had.
He damn sure did.
And look, they had a damn contest. If y'all go look back at the PBC where they was doing that punch gauge, Danny hit for over 900 and some pounds of pressure.
And Tank do that too. And guess who hit close enough? A girl, Clarissa Shield. Boy, she'll knock a nigga ass out. Boy, she hit up.
That's about technique more than punching power.
She about to get knocked out.
Hold on 1 second. He took a clear flush.
Don't talk about baby. Don't talk about baby.
He took a clear first shot.
She about to get knocked out.
First shot with no guard from Danny Garcia. No look left. Because Danny Garcia was frustrated. He hit Errol Spence clear on the button. Earl wiped that shit off. He wiped
and walked and came forward to his ass. I said, this nigga.
And that's just what I was saying earlier. Like, Earl has never been in jeopardy of being knocked down. Period. Terence had already gloved and already hit the canvas, man. So Earl is not in jeopardy of being knocked out by Terence Crawford.
So y'all don't think Bud gonna show EJ the adversity? You think EJ? So I'm gonna ask y'all. So y'all don't think EJ gonna meet the adversity until he at 54? When he at 54, then he gonna meet that adversity.
Yeah, I think for him and Fundura fight, Fundura gonna make EJ bring more of his skills out. You know, he gonna beat Fundura, but he gonna bring out a little bit more skills.
I'm gonna go this route.
He's gonna go through adversity in this fight against Terence Crawford.
Remember we were talking about the side.
Kell Brook gonna be his hardest fight at welterweight. Just mark what I tell you.
We don't know that.
Well, Kell Brook was beating
I know that. I'm telling you. I'm guaranteed. I bet the bag.
Kell Brook was beating Errol Spence till he got caught.
You know what? It wasn't. Kell Brook was beating Terence Crawford too before he got caught. No,
right, yeah.
Earl was putting Earl
can fight though.
Yeah, he was. He definitely was.
He was beating Terence Crawford in debate.
Man, Terence Crawford looked like he was winking at some girls or something, man, after that fight.
Earl Spence put in debate versus Kell Brook. Kell Brook
put the chair on Terence Crawford.
Yeah, in 2 rounds, he had Terence Crawford looking like a damn a damn raccoon, bro.
Kel
But Earl Spence is putting in work. Earl putting in work on Kel Brook to the word go. That's why Kel Brook broke down. That's why Brook broke down.
When
You know that's
Old
bad.
school. That's why Brook broke down in the later rounds, because from the first round, Earl was pounding that body. He was putting in that damn work.
Y'all see that chat, right?
It's called an investment.
Y'all see the chat, right? The chat say, Bunton. I know this shit. My bad, D. I don't want to mess you up, but he said, be careful of what y'all say. That Danny Garcia did beat Bud in the amateurs.
In the amateurs.
So what?
Exactly.
So what?
He say so what?
Why y'all act like that don't count?
It don't. Daggone, if you haven't improved since the amateurs, then something wrong with you. And
Hey, I told y'all.
I think amateurs do matter because Ryan Garcia got damn near 100 over 100 fights. That's why I feel like he ready for tape.
No, listen. I said this once before. I said it again.
Judah almost knocked out Danny Garcia after being rocked throughout the fight. Zab Judah
not
almost
Zab Judah
Okay, Gamboa almost knocked out Terence Crawford.
Zab Judah great in the ring, man. Then that was an old Zab Judah. So Big Dog, you trying to say Zab Judah because he was older that he didn't not older, but because he got beat by Floyd. I guess that's what everybody gauged on. That he ain't supposed to.
He was winning against Floyd.
Danny Garcia.
Yeah, he was.
He was winning against Floyd.
He was beating Floyd.
Danny Garcia hurt Zab Judah because
at one point Zab was more athletic than Floyd. The only problem was that Zab couldn't hold on to it. He was beating Floyd.
And that's why Danny Garcia was able to do what he did to Zab Judah.
He got tired.
But daggone, if it would another round, Danny Garcia was gonna get knocked out. Come on now, what?
No, he wasn't.
Did you see the fight?
Okay, so that brings the point though. But Bud had a chance to get his get back with Danny. He didn't do it.
Yeah.
Danny was trying to get that get back fight with Bud.
Danny Garcia, man. Danny Garcia is a Herman monster fighter. Danny Garcia will never see a belt again.
He at 54, he might. He just might.
From who?
Nah, he ain't getting no more belt, bro. Earl coming up right after this, so he ain't getting no more belt.
He might see a belt because Charlo going to 160.
Yeah, I was just about to say when Jamel go to 60, he gonna be them belts gonna be available, and that's why.
Well, we advise everybody. You know, my wife came through this room, gave me that little crazy look, so I gotta put Scotch tape over my eyes to keep my eyes open.
Yeah, you said you was going an hour.
I enjoyed y'all.
Yeah, you said you was leaving an hour and a half ago.
I know, but I love y'all. This
hey
is
man,
a great
man,
show.
enjoy your day.
Yeah, man, enjoy yourself.
Be blessed, old school, and go subscribe to Upper Echelon.
I will do that. You ain't got to worry about that, brother. I enjoy
this.
this.
I'm about to do it right now.
But look, it's like this. Just remember this. You see how we all excited now, right? Once they sign that daggone contract,
But who we waiting on to sign that contract, though?
We don't know, bro. We don't know.
I don't think EJ signed no blank contract. I think he way smarter than that. I think he watched Terence Crawford a little bit on that. I think EJ watch it like, come on, man. A fight of this magnitude, EJ better not let that ink dry on that paper.
Nah, it ain't that right there.
But you know he ain't gonna hold it up though either.
Once Terence Crawford signed the offer, then they can put the contracts out. But the offer has to be signed.
That's it right there. He got to do the offer first. He got to take the offer first.
They waiting on him to sign the offer, then they can go ahead and finalize the contract. That's it. As soon as he accepts the offer, then both sides get it. Boom, boom.
Right.
EJ
I think he gonna accept the offer, man.
Right after that,
y'all think he and EJ worth 10-15 mil a piece or no? Nah, they still ain't built up yet.
What?
Oh,
easily.
Right.
I ain't talking about back end money. I'm talking about upfront money.
This fight gonna generate so much. It already is.
This fight
we talk about
if
it's
in Vegas, bruh. This fight gonna make at least 100 million easy, bruh.
Easy,
just
right.
on merch and everybody coming there, flights and all that. Everybody gonna get
the
paid.
They should get a cut of all that shit, but them niggas ain't that famous yet to ask for them cut. No,
I mean,
Earl good, man. Look,
it'd be bigger in Dallas though. They should have it in Dallas.
Yeah, then he can get a cut on everything.
Oh yeah,
Terence
right.
Crawford ain't going to Dallas.
You know good and
I know he
well.
ain't going, but just think about it, bro. I'm talking about
I
all of the
think about Dallas,
concessions, the
not with
seats.
this
He'll
fight.
sell out the
Oh,
whole stadium.
if it was at
Well,
Jerry
if
Jones wanted that.
they fought Nebraska, they'll sell out that whole stadium. And it may not be as big.
But 150
Somebody go
seats
to
compared to what?
Nebraska, bro.
That's what I'm saying. I know it isn't as big. All I'm
Ain't no
saying,
Jerry World, that's
I'm saying if he want that 10 million, he gonna take the man, go and fill up the 150 seats. Everybody gonna come out from the surrounding areas, even from Nebraska,
Dallas
bro.
right
They can
there.
make it to Texas.
Dallas
that's
is,
why
is
they
a
got
good
to go to a
spot.
neutral. They got to go neutral. They
Well,
can't
shit,
be.
how
I mean, if
Bud
you want
say that
25
Nah, it
nigga
ain't
need
million
got
to
to
go
be
to New
neutral.
York.
Earl got 3 belts.
It needs to go neutral, bro.
If you
Bud
want
It,
say
it
that
25
should
nigga go
million
to
though.
up
New
front,
York.
then they
It
go to
should though.
Dallas.
It
New
shouldn't though.
York
It
is a
should go
good
to
spot.
Dallas.
New York
If
is
you
a good
want
spot, but
25 million up front, I'm pretty
Vegas
sure
the
Jerry
money.
Jones will put that 25 million if you go to Dallas.
Man, Jerry Jones will
Easily.
put up the
Man.
whole
Easily.
motherfucking
I'm
farm
saying
for
if he want
EJ.
that big bag, go and go to Dallas. Get the money,
Yeah, I
man.
said Jerry Jones will pay for all
Hey,
that.
I'm about to
Jerry
tell
Yeah,
you
Jones
this
that'd
will
be
give
right
you
now.
big,
25
man.
up.
In Dallas,
Gonna,
in Dallas,
I'm
well,
gonna
yeah,
say
that'd be
something.
big numbers.
Y'all think I'm
It'd be
crazy?
Hey,
huge number. It'll be. No, I wouldn't say record breaking,
I'm
but
gonna show
maybe
you.
for the gate, I think the gate would be
No, it
record
would be
breaking.
record breaking.
I'm
Oh
It
gonna
yeah,
would
show
be
you.
it'd be
record
record
Jerry
breaking.
break.
Jones.
If
I'm
he
gonna
if
show
he
you.
could do
Put the money up.
47,000 with Mikey, imagine what he'll do with
Look,
Terrence.
I'm gonna show you my.
Everybody gonna come out, bro.
You see
I'm
what he
gonna show
did
you.
with Garcia? He broke the gate with Danny
I'd
Garcia
definitely
over
be
there
in there.
at Dallas.
I'm gonna show you my sneaky side. I'm gonna call her, yo, Errol, yo, man, look.
Still here, huh?
Your
Let's
sneaky
make a good
side is
fight.
you not listening to your wife and talking to
Yeah, you
her.
still here.
She
2
out the
hours.
room. She out the room. Be quiet now. She got Jay.
That's your sneaky side
Let me
right
go.
there.
Let me say, yo,
Well, ain't no
Errol,
fried chicken for you.
Errol.
Say
Go
she
back.
gonna bring in
Tell
she
her
gonna
you
bring in a hook
back
like
to
Sandman here in a minute.
Yeah, she might bring it a doggone 38. Anyway,
Oh,
Well, Bud did say he and EJ they do chop it up.
they
You know,
friends,
so
man. I'm telling you.
They
Look,
ain't
not
friends,
friends,
bro.
bro.
they ain't
They
friends.
not
They
They
friends.
talking about
peers. They
business,
boxing
look.
peers. We get what you're
Oh,
saying,
no doubt.
OG. We get what you're saying though.
Call them up. Say, yo, let's make this a good fight. Make it with a distance. Maybe try to get a draw. Hit each other. Blah blah blah. Then we get
In
another
Dallas.
set. Then we go to say it again. Then we go
In
to
Then go to
Dallas. Go to
Dallas.
Dallas. And then make that another little close deal, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Then we go to Nebraska. Them bad boys can rack up 3
bro. Ain't
fights.
enough people in Nebraska.
He said 3 fights. Now, you know what?
Ain't nobody else going to Nebraska. Everybody go to Dallas though.
Right. He
And
got to
Bud's
beat Bud.
body,
He got to beat
and
EJ and
Bud's
Dallas to
body
go
is
to
not
Nebraska.
gonna last 3 fights. I don't care what you say. His body is not gonna be against Spence for 3 fights.
Nah, I don't think so either.
But I'm gonna
His
tell you
body
this.
be good to go through
He got
one.
2 in him.
Let me tell you what's
I
happening with
thought the
that fight.
fight was in Las Vegas, though.
It is.
It is in
It's
Vegas.
supposed to be. It is.
But
But
we
that
don't know
fight,
that yet. We don't know that yet. I think that could be a hold up on the fight.
They ain't got the venue
Just
yet.
thinking about all
Bud
these
made that
venues
clear. He
that's
want that
bidding
shit
for
in
that
Vegas.
fight too to increase that money, and they just not gonna ignore that. You know what I'm saying? Showtime's
That's
gonna
what I
shop
said
that
too,
fight
bro.
it don't
everywhere. They're
matter.
not
Jerry
just gonna
That's what I
Jones,
settle
said
on
too,
Jerry
bro.
one
Jones
place.
put up enough.
Yeah, it may
Jerry
not
Jones
be
been
Terrence and
grooving
EJ. It may
enough.
be the vendors that's holding it up. All those bids that's being put
You
in.
know
And
what I'm
it's
saying? Think
okay
Jerry
for
about
them
that, bro.
Jones,
That's
boys.
you
big
know, Jerry
business
Jones
right
been
there.
wanting
Plus
that
the
fight there
gambling
for the
involved.
longest.
Yeah, you're right. The gambling, there's so much money involved, man.
Jerry
Look,
Jones been wanting that fight there. He already said it.
Ben won. I think
Earl
that's
beat
why he gave
Ugas.
Earl that fight in the beginning, just to set up this fight to be in Dallas.
Exactly.
I'm gonna tell you this. I think they both it's gonna be a good fight, win or lose. But I think they're gonna do something to each other's
Jerry
bodies.
Jones do whatever it has to do.
Listen to me now. No, come on now, Bishop. They're gonna fight their hardest because they're gonna give a fight regardless. But that fight gonna take something out of both of them. And when they meet Boots, that's it.
They not gonna meet Boots, Pop.
They gonna see Jerron Ennis at 154. They ain't gonna see him at 47.
Yeah,
Now he might be.
Ennis gonna have to play hopscotch and jump straight through. He can't get all the belts if he want it like that.
Nah,
He's gonna go ahead and grab
he
him a
wants
title
all
and
the
then
belts.
go ahead and be a contender to come behind that.
But if they think he's like a youngin and don't know nothing, they might try it.
No, Ennis said he gonna be 3 division undisputed. So he's not gonna jump up till he's ready. He getting
And
all these
that's
belts
what I'm
now.
thinking too.
Okay,
So they
before I
not
go,
they timeline ain't gonna match up.
can I ask y'all something
I
real
mean,
quick?
if he gets the belts quick enough, if he get them belts quick enough, he can catch up with EJ around the 160.
I
But think about how he's gonna do that with all them people at 47. There's too many people at 47 that's going to grab them belts once EJ let them go.
Okay, but when he let him go, you know he's gonna get one off the gate.
Can
And
I
he
ask y'all
just need to
something?
make 2-3 fights and he can get him
Before I
up.
go, please hear me out.
He got
But at that
Showtime
same
before.
time,
Bro,
Earl
hold
at
on,
54 gonna
you
be
been going
grabbing
the
2 or
whole
3
time.
fights and moving to
Look,
60.
but you know Showtime, he got Steve Espinosa.
What y'all think about?
Espinosa gonna put that money
Yeah,
up. Hold on,
yeah,
you've been talking the whole time. Look, Steve Espinosa gonna put that money up.
He is.
So they can offer people that money for fights. People gonna
It's
fight
gonna
for that
happen.
bread.
Can I ask y'all something? Can I get off of?
Yeah, they gonna fight for that bread, and then you got the WBA with Stanionis. Stanionis gonna take that fight. If he got the WBA and Boots got the IBF, if Steve Espinosa, because they work good with Stanionis, Steve Espinosa put up about 10 mil for Stanionis. Stanionis gonna do that fight, and the WBC.
By them time, them boys that's down there at 40 and 35, they gonna want to come up. It's gonna be too much competition right there, 47 for them to just walk
it's
through.
all about
All
that
that
bread,
money is
though.
back
Whoever
that
got
way.
money.
And that's what they. You know what?
It's about the money.
Real quick, Dimitri Andre. Just me asking. I think he beat all of them 160 on up. 154 on up.
Well, he got to get a fight first.
No.
He ain't in 154.
So let me ask y'all something. What do y'all think about his
the narrative, man? You keep changing up the narrative and stuff, man. Come on,
I'm trying to bring something together here.
I know, but you're supposed to be gone 2 hours ago.
See?
I'm trying to keep it together.
Don't leave James alone, man. James trying to put it together. Let James put it together. You won't let James put it together, man. Let him do it.
I'm trying to keep him together, though. We want him to come back, right?
I'm bringing
him to come back.
What you mean you don't want him to come? What, you gonna kick me
I
off?
said we want you to come back.
No, Bishop. That's kind of sound like you don't want me to come back up
Bishop.
Here.
No, I said we don't want
We still pushing to try to get this fight in Dallas. Everybody started talking about this fight in Dallas.
I'm trying to
became Bishop. Goddamn.
I'm trying to bring a point together. We're talking about Spencer Crawford and why the thing hasn't happened, right?
Okay, but you brought up Andrade.
Can I say something? Hey, baby. Hey, honey. All is good. They love me. They love me. Honey.
See, I'm trying to
don't bring the wife in there.
She only want to give a tap bill. You gonna squeal on me, see? But it's all good. All I'm saying, I'm looking at something. Is all based on boxing, how things are working. I mentioned politics, regulations. Dimitri left the zone, and you don't hear nothing else.
You talking about Spencer Crawford?
I asked to come off of that. Remember, I said.
You said it's all about Spencer Crawford.
No, I said. Now, see, Bishop, you're not listening. I said, can I get off the subject?
All right,
I'm trying to make a point,
right?
Because remember,
look, Bishop, stop interrupting them, Bishop.
All right, go ahead, Raheem.
I'm reducing the offering. No ties this week. Anyway, look, I guess what I'm asking is, we talk about Spencer Crawford and why it's holding up so long, and I'm saying like the regulations and policies. Could that be the same deal with the Dimitri Andre?
No,
they just not promoting him right.
Eddie Hearns is just told Dimitri Andre he can't do nothing with him no more. See, what happened was he took that.
Didn't he have opportunity?
Eddie Hearns be paying the black fighters not to give them good fights, and see they see that money. And they happy about that because they get $3 million. You know, they fight these bull crap fights. And while they doing that, they sell their soul because they get non-legacy fights. And then, you know, the interest in them ways while they protecting their good Caucasian fighters like Triple G and Canelo. And now, after he done used them to the side, now he just told Demetrius, I ain't got nothing for you.
Isn't that the same with Arum and Bud?
You don't raise his value down to the Bud.
Isn't that the same with Arum and Bud? Because Bud is suing Bob Arum for the same reasons. That's why I'm trying to connect the two.
But Bud didn't have to sign back with him, though. That's the problem.
But now he's suing him for racial issues. I believe Bob Arum.
I mean, race been in boxing for years, man.
We know that, man. Daggone it.
Stop trying to give Bud excuses, man. Bud don't need no excuses. The fight is here now. Bud don't need no excuse. The fight is here.
Floyd told you how Arum was. Floyd been told you how Bob Arum was.
That's it. That's it. I'm gonna start training for 13 weeks, and I'm getting in the ring with somebody. Not you guys. But when I good ring,
I'm gonna push your fight. I'm gonna push it for you.
Hell
push
yeah.
the fight. But bet on it. But bet on the other guy though.
Oh, I am. But I'm gonna promote you.
But I gotta get a piece of what you win. I'm
Blair Cobb.
That's cool.
Blair Cobb.
Oh my God. Mayor Khan. Why you?
I said Blair Cobb.
But I think that is one of the holdups, though. I think the venues are bidding on this fight too, increasing that money pot. So they just got to go back to Crawford and be like, "Say, bro, you know what I'm saying? This, if you want that money up front, like you saying you want it, you got to go on and come on over here because they offer more money, and you know ain't nobody gonna bid Jerry."
They said Dallas offered a hell of a. They said Jerry Jones offered a hell of a damn incentive on that fight. They said that already. They said Jerry Jones was trying to get that fight.
But the one thing that I don't understand is that these motherfuckers is not even going and asking Al Davis' son. Have that shit at the Oakland Raiders Stadium.
Watch the language. No cussing channel, brother. No cussing.
Have that fight at the Oakland Raiders Stadium. How beautiful that building is, and it ain't even been broken in yet. Break that in.
Yeah, not with no fight. That's true. But I'm saying I think they got such a relationship with
Errol.
Errol is
with T-Mobile Arena. Like I think it may be a conflict.
They better figure it out soon because football damn sure about to crank up. So
and see, you know what? One brought up the conversation that's probably why the fight hasn't been set yet, because there's different sporting events that's taking place between what?
And another thing that messed it up now too is Deontay Wilder coming back too. And you know Deontay Wilder is a pay-per-view star.
He stole one of them dates, right?
Yeah, he's a pay-per-view
star. He got one of those dates. You know, I think that's why Adrian Broner mad, because they kicked Adrian Broner off his date.
I think he going back to fight Robert Henley.
I thought Floyd
and Deontay Wilder fight the very dangerous fight too. He fight that man that beat Adam Kowalski twice. The undefeated Adam Kowalski.
Robert Helenas.
He can fight though.
I believe if Deontay fight this dude you're talking about, like he fought Severn, because he can box, whether people know it or not. He just rather bang and try to knock out.
He can box. It's just he run away from his jab so fast.
Right.
He stopped using his jab. In that Fury fight, in that last Fury
with his power.
Yes,
man.
Yes, exactly.
He got to go with the
stamina up, because it looked like he had got tired so quick, man.
But he should have
listened
to
he was boxing
Breland.
King Kong Ortiz.
Yeah.
Ortiz is out boxing. He had to go back to the power.
He wouldn't listen to Mark Breland. Mark Breland, daggone 84 gold medalist, daggone champion. One of the best out there. He wouldn't listen to him. What? Fired him, and then kept the other dude who never boxed a day in his life.
JD.
I just want to throw this out. I know people don't like him, but Floyd offered to teach him some stuff, but him and Floyd got beef or something.
Yeah, they got into it.
He turned it down. He turned it down because he was like, so the whole thing was he was like, he don't do what Floyd do. He not finna run 9 miles a day, and you know what I'm saying. He not finna be on the speed bag for an hour. Like everything that the way Floyd trained, he was against it. Yeah, he was against the way Floyd trained. I think
he need that running though.
So he don't want to
run down
do what it takes. He don't want to do what it takes.
Right.
He don't want to sacrifice to be better than his old version of himself.
He's not
I think what got him in that last fight too was that extension that he had, that extra layoff. He didn't continue his running in his training. He just went on what he had done and burned out.
My thing is, how do you expect?
You have to put yourself through the fire, and you have to evolve. You have to push yourself to the limit, and then you got to push past that limit. And when you push past that limit, you have muscle memory. When you exhaust yourself, or when you max out, when you working out, the next time you come back after a race, you will be able to do more than you did the last time. That's muscle memory. That's making yourself better.
They need to put emphasis on death, because you saw what happened to Superman, right? From Canada, Stevenson.
Yeah.
He stayed away from a lot of people that could have knocked him out.
What happened to that African?
He walked up on what was the guy? What was the guy that did it to him? What was
he got knocked. Yeah, he got hurt.
Stevenson.
Yeah. Oh my God.
He got beat down because he didn't elevate. He kept staying away from fights that would have made him better.
Right.
And and that's what I've been saying about Crawford. Crawford staying away from fights that's gonna make him better. He stayed away from the big fights that's gonna make him better. And he could be a lot more better if he would have took them tough fights, but he didn't. He tried to go off his athleticism and his past accomplishments. That's why I said they give Spence the edge, because Spence has been fighting fighters that can actually win the fight.
Man, hey, and I'm just saying this.
Tank too. Tank going into not fighting.
I'm gonna say this. You know, people might not like what I say, man. Bud reminds me of Roy Jones, and I say it like
that's
this.
what I said. I say that all the time.
Yeah,
Roy Jones was whooping motherfuckers, was whooping people just with his athleticism, and then when he met somebody, when his athleticism left, and he was just a normal person, he got smoked like a Cuban cigar.
And he was warned
back to back
and
to back.
he was warned. He was warned about that. But see, let me tell you what did it with Roy.
They be passing Roy around.
Roy was told that Larry Merchant said Roy using his athleticism. In other words, he can get away with doing things wrong because he's so quick. When McCullum got headbutted by Nigel Benn, that messed Roy Jones up. Period. Roy would never go overseas. Remember that? He stopped going overseas because he got robbed out of the Olympics, right? So now he started fighting these guys. Okay, Tarver.
Now a lot of things is when he went up to fight John Ruiz and he came back.
That's and came down and look,
put on all that muscle.
Yeah, took it all off. Right.
5 pounds of muscle.
He should have came down to cruiserweight.
Right, he messed up his athleticism because he had.
Well, you know the partying and all of that too.
And that messed him up right there.
I really don't even want to talk about Tarver because Tarver has no weight with me no more. After I read all that stuff where he broke it down, the man was juicing. He was juicing.
Did you see my video about Tarver?
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
Man,
go if you sign up to my page, you can go see.
That's why he talked shit about EJ because EJ
everybody who bet against EJ was a juicer.
Yep.
You got James Tony was a juicer. You got
Roy Jones.
Tarver was a juicer.
Yeah.
Even Roy Jones was a juicer.
Yeah.
That's why Roy Jones gained all that weight and muscle to go fight John Ruiz. The boys was juicing back then.
But wait a minute. But see now there was only a certain amount of there was certain steroids that was prohibited.
Illegal steroids. I got it all on the videos. Go look.
They was using the same stuff that they was using in baseball. The stuff that you can't really detect, it wasn't detectable back then.
They was cycling in and out of it. So they could go.
Yeah.
How you think Roy Jones put on 25 pounds of weight of muscle to go fight?
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't know who was in his corner, but they should have told him, no, bro, you're gonna fight Tarver, bring him up to cruiserweight. Because daggone, you lose all that muscle weight. And look, he was when he fought Tarver after coming down heavyweight, he was so tired. He was through. Then he fought him again.
He was done. He was cooked meat. He messed up his body.
Buddy McGirt told him.
Whoop Tarver though. When I seen Richardson beat Buddy McGirt, I'll put it like that.
Yeah.
Well, look. I do know this. Buddy McGirt got in that corner when told Tarver, man, he doing it. Don't you ever say that to me again. Don't you ever say that to me. And
he damn sure did.
And look, then he went over to them ropes. And what he did, just start punching with Roy. Punch with him. Because Roy lay on those ropes like that and got caught. But the killer was not daggone Tarver's knockout. Was that daggone
Glenn Johnson. Glenn Johnson and OG.
I got scared. I got scared.
His head snapped back and laid out.
Oh, man. I thought he was
but
gone.
Glenn Johnson was doing that to a lot of people.
Except Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins put some work on him, Jack.
Yeah, he became an execution.
Right. Bernard is bad. Now look. Check this out. Do you notice after that Johnson fight, Roy started going overseas, right? And them Europeans was knocking his behind out, man.
Yeah, man.
They're a lot younger than him. That's why. They're a lot younger.
Yeah, but Roy, like I said, his athleticism lost. He never stuck to the fundamentals, and it caught up with him. And I'm surprised he ain't brain damaged. Because them boys was knocking it. He went overseas after saying, I would never go overseas again. Well, he had no choice and went over and fought and got knocked out each time.
Hey, I would tell you, you know what? I was thinking about this, right? I think the Errol Spence and Terence Crawford fight, I got a feeling it's going to be like that Floyd and Gotti fight, where Floyd just out the gate, just cooking.
It's going to be like Floyd and damn Corrales.
Oh, yeah.
He I saw
Yeah,
that
nigga
one.
spinning on one knee.
EJ gonna be Floyd.
And that's a good one now because I saw
Yeah,
that one
EJ gonna be Floyd.
because I thought
Yeah.
Because Corrales at that
that was a
time,
damn good ass fight.
I thought
Corrales at that
Corrales.
time was a killer.
I
Was a
thought
straight
Corrales.
killer.
I thought Corrales was gonna beat Floyd. Between
Everybody
us.
I
did.
did too because
Everybody.
Corrales was
I
considered the
did.
knockout
Oh my
puncher.
gosh, man!
That's
Because
no, I
Corrales
didn't
was
think
considered
so.
the
I mean,
knockout puncher.
everybody was.
My age,
Larry Merchant,
I was
damn
going
sure
off
thought he
the
was.
I do know
Larry
this.
Merchant was salivating for that fight.
He signed, sealed, delivered me when he did what he did to Morales, and I'm like, oh my gosh, man! I mean,
But now
but
that
see,
you said something cool about Larry Merchant, man, I really looked at like YouTube videos of that. Larry Merchant really from the jump didn't really like Floyd Mayweather at all.
he did.
At all.
Roy.
And guess who else did?
At all.
Guess who else didn't like him? Rest in peace. A man from the Kronk Gym, the brother.
Emmanuel.
Yeah, but you know,
Man,
pretty boy was different though. You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
had that mouth and everything.
Yeah,
Pretty
but you
boy
know
He
was a
what?
used to
different
talk
cat.
crazy to the boys.
And but that's not that he wasn't right because he was right in what he was saying. But you know, he was gonna say it.
But
You know what I'm
and he
saying?
gave.
Oh yeah, he didn't care who you was,
Are you
what kind of
putting all the
accolades
clothes in
you
that
had. He
bag?
was gonna tell it like it was from his standpoint.
I think it's because Floyd didn't sign up for his gym. That's one. And another thing, he always gave De La Hoya credit.
And Vernon Forrest.
And De La Hoya.
Vernon Forrest.
Vernon Forrest too. Yep.
Well, I like Vernon. Sad the way he died, man.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna tell you something.
Yeah.
They always pumped De La Hoya up like he was the best, but he lost almost. He got the win, but he pretty much lost every major fight on pay-per-view. Daggone. Cortez should have beat him. Huh?
Purnell beat him.
Purnell beat him.
Purnell beat him, and
Purnell beat him.
Purnell beat him.
And
they took it from Purnell, didn't they? They took it from Purnell.
I mean,
Yeah, they took it from
good.
Because of that last round, but he had whooped him so thoroughly before that, man, for that last round.
But you know,
that broke my
Oscar was
heart.
the golden boy.
Hey, look, and Steven Byrne. Steve, what's that?
He made his name off of that.
What's that?
Yeah, he was the golden boy. They couldn't let Purnell beat the golden boy. You know, America loved Oscar De La Hoya. He had that face, and he had that look.
Felix Sturm beat Oscar with a jab all night long, and they let him win because they wanted him to fight Bernard.
Just how Wiki Wright beat Trinidad with a jab all night.
Oh my God, man! Wiki was so underrated, man. But you know what?
I mean, he couldn't. That fight was boring as hell, man.
De La Hoya, I hate to say it, but De La Hoya beat the hell out of Trinidad, to be honest.
Yeah,
no,
he did. Yeah, he did.
Well,
he broke
Did
Trinidad.
he or did he?
He broke Trinidad pride.
No, he didn't.
In that fight.
When Trinidad started catching this crazy behind, he started running. See what it is? Oscar was like the pretty boy of boxing, good looking, all the girls coming, right? Well, Trinidad was undefeated for years and was running daggone.
They both was undefeated, weren't they? They both was undefeated.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
they both was undefeated, but they just gave it to Trinidad.
No, that's because De La Hoya ran 4 rounds, bro.
De La Hoya,
yeah, but he thoroughly outboxed the dude. The dude couldn't even touch him. You know what I'm saying? He thoroughly outboxed.
Yeah, but he didn't outbox him like Bernard did.
He outboxed that man.
Man, he outboxed the hell out of Trinidad. They gave it to him.
But he didn't outbox him like Bernard did. Bernard beat Trinidad.
Dude, he outboxed him.
But Bernard had power. You know, he was moving up.
But Bernard used his footwork. He said every time Trinidad planted his feet, he moved. And his father and Trinidad's father really got him knocked out. He gonna knock him out. He gonna knock him out. Oh yeah. Well, look what happened.
Bernard was gonna knock him out anyway. He's just a better fighter. You know what I'm saying? And he bigger.
Man. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was gonna knock out, Oscar, who was at the end, you know what I'm saying, of his career anyway.
Was he really? But Bernard was older than him. So we can't even blame him.
But Bernard is a all-time great. You know what I'm saying? Well,
he's a different type of cat to go as long as he
Bernard had to get his win back and get a run. He had to get some get back.
I know this though, but you look, Roy did good, but I'm gonna tell you who was a bad dude. I don't give a darn what nobody say. James Toney. Now.
Oh yeah, James Toney bad boy. James Toney beat himself. James Toney beat himself, man. He never stay in shape.
Right,
he never trained.
I was gonna say that's the same thing.
Did Roy really beat him? Did Roy really beat? He got this point.
Yeah, he beat him. He brought his back. He probably
Man, he beat
spat
the
butt
hell
in
out of
there.
Tony,
Yeah, he
bro.
beat him.
What the
I
hell is
watched
you
the
talking
fight.
about? And
I
he
watched
beat
the
Bernard
fight.
Hopkins with one horn.
But they both they were mostly off balance the whole fight. Both of them. James Toney was off balance, and so was daggone Bernard Hopkins.
Yeah, but that's Roy Speed. That's all his shit. That's how he got down.
Yeah. Well, he got down all right because somebody too he got down on.
Yeah, but it wasn't
Oh my God.
Hopkins and it wasn't James Toney though. You know what I'm saying? They had to wait for him to slow down.
I'm
Like
starting to hear.
Lomachenko.
I'm hearing some
They had to
ages
wait.
up in here. I got some old people up in here. Y'all going far back. How far back do y'all go?
Oh, man.
Oh, I go back to Ali.
Ali Joe Frazier was my I saw reruns because back then they didn't have, like they got now.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget a commercial. I was 4 years old. And back then you got your butt whooped. Wasn't no spanking. Your mom took that belt. So I think Joe Frazier had the belt. So they had a commercial, right? And Ali said, "I'm gonna whoop you." And then Joe Frazier said, "I'm gonna take my belt off and whoop you." And I asked my father, I said, "Daddy, is he gonna whoop? Is he gonna whoop him with his belt?" That's how my mind was. But they had a lot of boxers back then that you never heard about because heavyweight was running things.
Yeah.
Right.
I
was born 66, baby.
I want to know this. And y'all probably older than I am. Was Sugar Ray Leonard scared of Aaron Pryor? That's all I want to know. I want somebody to tell me that.
Yes.
Was he scared of Aaron Pryor?
Yes.
He offered him $700,000 and he turned it down.
Look, man. Look. What messed Aaron Pryor up really was Panama Lewis when that daggone little drink, whatever they give him, and he beat Arguello to death.
Arguello.
Oh my God! I saw that on YouTube.
Who's the toughest dude out there, and then came back and demolished him earlier. Now, to answer your question, yes, he would have beat Sugar Ray Leonard.
I don't think so.
I believe so. Yes,
I mean, he Sugar Ray offered him $700,000. He thought he was too good for it. You know what I'm saying? He thought he wanted to hold out for more money, and the shit fell through.
Well, maybe Sugar Ray is a very smart businessman.
Yeah.
You feel me? He threw that out there knowing that he wouldn't take it.
Well, I mean, he was on drugs. I mean, that's what took him down.
Oh Lord, we know that, man.
This is I'm just saying.
Sugar Ray was too.
Yeah, but he made his deals though. He accepted his fights.
Sugar Ray,
you see what I'm saying?
Was a performer. Yeah, I understand exactly. He did great. He made the sport.
Yeah, they always taking that booger sugar back then.
But I do know this.
Yeah.
And y'all may hate him. God rest his soul. But Hector Macho Camacho, he can deal with everyone that's out here today if he was alive.
Maybe.
No. Because he fought Trinidad.
He beat Sugar Ray because Sugar Ray was washed out, bro.
Oh, well, that's okay. But he beat Trinidad.
I tell you what, his son definitely wasn't shit, man. His son
oh my God, he was
horrible.
Trash.
And so, matter of fact, Chavez's son, what's up with him? He that 6 foot
man,
something.
He's an internet star, man. I call him an internet star.
Hearn's kids was no good. Holyfield's
and Frazier's son sucked.
Evan needs some help.
Who?
Evan Holyfield. He needs some help.
Is he that bad off?
Nah, he ain't that bad off. He just needs some help. His first fight he did good. His first fight he showed up. The second fight he got dropped. That's because he needs help. He need his dad got to show him how to. His dad got to show him how to catch them shots. He ain't his dad.
He ain't nowhere like his dad. Daddy had a neck. That dad on it.
Say he got that mama neck. He got
He ain't got no daddy neck. He ain't got no daddy build because Holyfield was bringing it to Bo, Lewis, all of them.
But Holyfield was built different.
He was.
Exactly. He had a man's body.
Yes.
His son don't have no
Let me get this super chat, fellas. Marty King Boxing said, "What's going on, Marty King Boxing? Thank you for that $2, sir." He says, "We cooking fish." You know what I'm saying? What's great? What's going on? That's pretty good. Go ahead.
Okay, what y'all think about this phony baloney fight between Jake Paul and Rockman? You think
Oh,
Rockmont just took it for the money?
Man.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Because his daddy ain't got
If you
none.
beat him, he gonna be a real boxer in mine.
Oh my God! If that fight happened,
Yeah, you know, but you got to, but look at how much weight being white takes you. You know
Oh
what I'm
my
saying?
God!
I
What
mean,
is
look how far this man is making some
record?
serious money.
and
Yes,
they're
sir, breaking records.
YouTuber.
Hey
What is
man,
his
we
record?
need to get us a damn fight league going. I mean, if it's that
For real?
serious, you know what I'm
For
saying?
real?
But
Hey,
we
look.
say
Shit, much as we be arguing
YouTuber,
back and forth on here.
we say YouTuber, but you got to also remember a YouTuber that's in the gym. That gym is for real.
Well,
Any
he's
man that
he's a
go to that
wrestler.
gym, any
He's
man
a
that go to
wrestler.
that gym, and you very intuitive about what you being shown in that gym.
Yeah.
You gonna really shine on a motherfucker like Nate Robinson or other
Yeah.
athletes that don't really understand what boxing is for real. I
Plus,
know Hussein Rodman know what boxing is because that's who his dad was, a champion, all that shit. But Jake been in that gym for a long time now.
And he
You know what I'm saying?
wrestles too. He wrestles
But
too.
I'm gonna tell you this. What I don't like about that.
Yeah, I've been
I
on
don't
here
like
for
how
a
that
minute
fight is
too,
set up.
Monte
I don't
King.
like how that
I
fight is
just
set
I
up.
just never got into it.
Okay, you tell me to come down to cruiserweight, that's cool. But then you restrict me on the hydration level. I don't
Oh
understand
yeah.
that. Come on, bro. You strapping me. Allow me to get to my full potential. You only get me 7. I'm only getting 65%.
GD, me and you the same.
And you know what? It's sad too because it hurts. It hurts that boxer's body and his
Yeah.
brain. And then next thing you know, they're no
Got an
good.
echo up there.
Is there an echo?
Yeah, it's an echo or
Is that
something.
me?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's gone.
But y'all, we've been cooking for about 6 hours. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna shut it on down. We're gonna leave it right here.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying, we'll come back probably tomorrow, you know what I'm saying, and you know what I'm saying, and
You
we'll
got
cook
James C.
again.
Kelly. You got James C. Kelly.
We'll
for
we'll
sure.
break it on down. We'll come on back tomorrow, probably about 8
Yeah.
o'clock, 9 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, you know, come on back through. You know what I'm saying? We'll cook some more.
For how long? How about at the church?
Oh, okay. We'll still
cool.
be on. We'll
What's so
still
funny
be
about
on.
that?
That's cool. Man,
Ain't nothing. I grew up with church, bro, with
I
the
grew
grease
up
on
with
your
it. That's why I
face.
know.
Six
That's
and a
why I
half
know.
hours right here, boy. It's gonna
Yeah,
go.
yeah.
I didn't ask for an offering plate. Good.
Yeah,
Great.
Unc wasn't gonna
Pence,
go. Unc was supposed to leave
Pence.
2.5 hours ago.
Yeah,
He
he's
stayed
supposed to
to
leave about
the end.
6 hours ago.
Well, my
Y'all
wife
done
said,
carried me through half my work shift.
don't blame us. Don't blame
Yeah.
us if you get fired.
But if you
Don't you
ain't
blame us.
subscribed to Upper Echelon Box, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. But shout out to the panel, shout out to everybody. And I'll catch y'all later on.
Pull
For
counter
sure.
boxing. I'm gonna put a pull counter boxing.
Now I'm
And
about
you
to put
gonna
Upper
see.
Echelon in the chat.
Well, do it then. You taking forever.
I'm been in here getting it, boy. Well, you guys be good. I enjoyed y'all.
Well,
All
do
right,
your
sweet
thing
son.
first.
Hey man,
Hey,
come on back through anytime, bro. You know, we get cooking like this. This is how we cook, bro.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. I enjoy all the shows I go on. Thank you for allowing me on this one, man. It was fun.
Hey, no problem.
But do you know we learn from each other?
No doubt, Marty King boxing. No doubt. You know what I'm saying? Y'all swing back through.
Let's call me Be Advised, JCK, baby. Whatever you want to call me.
All right, Mr. J.
All right. And let me now hold on. Let me get my man the link. Pull counter boxing, right?
Upper echelon. Yeah, and upper echelon sports bar. He just dropped the link.
I didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
I did not get it. Put it on the chat.
Oh.
I know somebody sent me. Where's it at? Hello?
All right, everybody. I'm out. See you guys tomorrow. We'll start cooking again, probably around about 10. Probably get up by 10. We'll go ahead and cook some more. See y'all in the next one, man.